Hey, what's up? This is Tap with POAPathon, and we're about to throw.
Impressed with the level of artistry that we have just within POAPathon. Like, the artists are amazing.
We've decided to host a 24-hour event. It is going to run continuous around the world.
So y'all like, share, subscribe, tip. Send this out to everybody y'all know. This is episode 0, but we here. Groundbreaking.
Let's go.
We are live. Can you guys hear me? Oh, am I muted?
Are we live?
Yeah. Hey, we are live.
Hey.
Very special day.
What are you doing? We are here with a very special POAPathon. It is POAPathon Down Under with our friends from Australia and New Zealand and around the world. And let me just do a quick intro of them, and then we'll talk about what POAPathon is, and then we're going to. So Pamela, how are you today? What time is it where you are? 9 a.m.?
It's
Morning.
9 a.m. in Australia. I'm fabulous.
Australia. I forget because it's 7 o'clock in Florida.
I know. I'm so excited to be here. I genuinely am. I live in Australia, for everybody to know, even though I'm Irish, I live in Australia. I'm the founder of the Corals. I am a VFriend alumni. Woo woo. And I'm just going to be talking for 9 hours as an Irish woman with all my friends around me today. It's just going to be the best day ever.
We don't, right? We don't are here. Huh? We don't are here. Brenda, hello. GM.
How are you? Thank you for hosting this, and we are so excited just to bring what we're doing down here to the world. And thank you for giving us the opportunity and being with us all day and night. What an awesome opportunity. As you can tell, we're all just beaming because it's like 9 a.m. in the morning. So we'll see how we're going by 6 p.m. tonight, but no, we'll still be.
Yeah, I'm going to say that in about 5 hours, I think Beaston and I are going to look like this. But you know, because it is not 9 a.m. here. Ben, hello,
G'day.
Ben.
How are you?
How are you? G'day, Ben. Jam.
Good to be here, GM.
We're
exciting.
so
It's my first
excited to have you
POAPathon,
here.
obviously. Should be a good day.
How exciting. And Peg, the very famous Peg Moore. Hello.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to say GM to all my Aussie friends. I'm in New York City. Like you, it's night for me.
Yeah, we're
GM cup. Love it.
I've been degenning with the Aussies, so I've adjusted my time all day long. I look 14 hours ahead. So
that is awesome. I love it. We're degenning with the Aussies. I'm gonna be tweeting that out as a quote from Peg very shortly. So look for that. We are degenning with the Aussies. Okay, that's what we're calling this now. I just changed the whole name.
Love it.
And Beastadon, how exciting is this? We are officially a franchise.
Is huge. Yeah, this is huge. Yeah.
We are officially franchising today.
Yeah, it was quite the surprise that there was all this preparation.
Right. It was, they really kind of took us all by surprise. We had this plan to do, I met Pamela and Brenda at VCON in Minnesota. So they flew halfway around the world to go to VCON in Minnesota, and we met there, and they were onboarding everybody they met to POAPs. They were getting them to download the POAP app, and everywhere I looked, I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, what? Like, let's talk. Let's do a POAPathon Australian version. And they were like, yeah, let's do this. So I was thinking it's going to be, a regular hour. We're just going to do an hour POAPathon, and we'll talk to them, and we'll have a POAP, and that'll be it. But instead, Pamela rounded up every single NFT project in Australia and decided to also launch a Tezos event, a Tezos. event where they're going to be onboarding people throughout Australia, like going around Sydney and just saying, hey, you want to buy an NFT? Like on the street with like, you know, like flash it, you know, like
yeah, that's
some
it.
stuff. No, not real.
Wobble boards.
Exactly right. That's exactly.
An artist. Oop, I'm sorry. I think I'm rugging a little bit. We're going to be highlighting Australian and New Zealand artists. This is super exciting, and they have gone above and beyond. So let me just quiet over there, dogs. What are you going to do? There's always a dog in the. We are going to, sorry, I'm trying to find the screen I'm about to share. If I can get the right thing up on my screen here, we can get this officially kicked off with our, just a quick intro. We have this amazing group here today. So thank you, JB Amadeus, for a very quick turnaround time on this amazing thumbnail. Did want to mention, got to mention, we mention this every week, ultrasound merch. We do have POAPathon shirts available at ultrasoundmerch.com. And this is POAPathon Down Under. And this was our winning POAP. There was a bounty for POAPathon Down Under. This was the winning POAP. This POAP we will be giving away as the first POAP. So you're going to want to hang around for the next hour. I'm not telling you when I'm giving it out, but it's coming sometime. So this is the major POAP. Like you want this, but you want them all, but you really want this. This one's amazing. So we do have design services. So what POAPathon Down Under did was put a bounty in for a POAP. We also have bounties that you can, if you have NFTs you need made, if you have videos you need created, you need a new PFP, we got you. We have artists within POAPathon. We are an artist collective who create POAPs and other amazing things. So if you ever need something created, please pop into our Discord or go to POAPathon.com and request your bounty. There's also a POAP community call, and Genetics, who's one of our hosts of POAPathon, is also a host on the POAP community call. POAP and POAPathon are different organizations, but we are connected and we work together. We will come back to that later when we're ready to do the POAP itself. And now I am turning over the show. It is yours, Pamela. Go to it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, look how lucky am I? Look at the amazing people I have on this wee screen. And today I get the privilege to introduce you to some of the amazing, talented, both on the big brain side with the techie and the coding, and also some of the amazing artists we have and community builders we have in Australia and New Zealand. I'm very, very passionate about this country. And yes, I have an Irish accent. Yes, I am the original Derry girl. I'm not from here. I am from a wee place called Northern Ireland and a wee city called Derry. So I am the original Derry girl. Now, with that, I just want to just share with you why I decided to do this. So I come from Northern Ireland, obviously, with its own challenges, and I've come to Australia with my fabulous husband, who I attributed to giving me a second chance at life. Came to Australia and they all welcomed me with open arms. Everybody thought they were related to me, which was a good thing, which was fabulous. And then anything I said, everybody just started laughing. And I was like, okay, crazy people, but that's fine. And they just welcomed me and Dave with open arms. And we've a new chance at life. The sun is almost always shining. Everybody's happy. And, you know, they're all laid back, which I love. Everybody's chilled, relaxed. It's like going on holiday for 2 weeks, only that's my life. It is the best. So I came into the Web3 space through Gary V, and shout out to the V friends. And for me, whenever I came to Australia, and I was actually in the space myself as an NFT project founder, the Corals. I actually got to speak to Garvey, but I didn't get to kiss him on the lips like Miss Peg over there. So just want to put that out there. Miss Marilyn Monroe sitting down there looking all glamorous. I did not get to kiss him on the lips. Imagine, in front of his mommy. His mommy was there too. His mommy was there watching. Anyway, he did it. So for me, I then was quickly immersed in the Web3 space in Australia. And I realized how many amazing projects, like the first person I met was Ben with his Everyday Sloths. And not only did I meet Ben, I realized quite quickly Ben was the big brain person with the dev and the coding and all this. Because whenever I heard about smart contract, I thought, oh, it's a legal thing. No, it's a code thing. So very, very excited to meet Ben, who has helped many, many projects in Australia and New Zealand. He's really just is the backbone of our whole tech community, just a delight, the most awesome person ever. And then we discovered he was an artist because he kept that quiet. So yes, look at the thing behind him. He's an artist. And I then realized quite quickly, we felt we were a couple of steps behind the Americans and the rest of the world. So I thought, what can I do? What can I do to help give back to this amazing, amazing country, people, you know, lifestyle? What can I do? And I thought, I'm going to reach out to Kelly. I'm going to do a POAPathon. I knew how successful they were before because you've had ones before for International Women's Day. And because of the time zone, we missed out. And I was like, nope, I'm going to bring it here. We're going to do it. So me and Brenda, my beautiful artist here, and my friend and my daughter, basically adopted daughter, we met Kelly in the ladies, and everybody knows, everybody on the planet knows, the best deals are done on the golf course and the ladies' room. Trust me.
It's the ladies' room. I'm telling you, we had a great meeting in there. It was fantastic.
It was a massive, massive ladies' room. Like it wasn't like we were stuck.
Huge. We could have had every woman who was at VCON in the ladies' room because it was huge.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And there weren't that many women at VCON either.
So it was, and I was like, we have to do POAPathon. We have to bring the Australians in line with the rest of the world, because believe it or not, there are still people who don't know what a POAPathon is. And I'm like, guys, and Brenda was on it at VCON. Everybody she met, scan my code, get my POAP. She was awesome. I actually have Ben's Everyday Sloth. I was sending it out, giving it out to everybody as well as the Corals. Everybody got the POAPs. They must have just, every time they seen us coming, I'm sure people were like, because they knew what we were going to do. We're going to give the POAPs. So it was the crack was 90. Now, Irish crack, I just want to clarify that, everybody. Irish crack, okay? It's nothing to do with anything else, just putting it out there. So we had the best fun, and we started reaching out to Kelly, reaching out, or Professor Weirder, reaching out to Beastathon. Valerie was at VCON. Hello, Valerie. Whoop, whoop. Look, Valerie, look at that.
Hi. Oh, nice t-shirt. I have the same one. Hi, Brenda. Hi, Kay. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Val.
And I got started on getting all the projects together because a lot of them didn't know what a POAP was. So I had a wee bit of education to do, which was grand. We got that all done. Me and Brenda and the team, we did that. And then I had, coming back from VCON, sitting in the airport, I had the absolute joy with my mask on to meet Josh down below there. Josh and Pete are Oz NFT. Two lovely, lovely gentlemen. They genuinely are, and they are based in Sydney, and they are revolutionizing how they onboard artists into the Web3 space. They actually, on Thursday night, they did a regular gig that they have now every week, where they're at this bar, this trendy bar in Sydney, and they issue POAPs out to everybody in the bar. They are just next level, and I just want to introduce you, if I can, to Pete and Josh, my on the ground in Sydney, awesome team who are going to be giving away cryptocurrency. They're going to be giving away Tezos to people they meet today, helping them set up a wallet, and then they are going to help them purchase some art and some projects on the Object platform. So without further ado, this is my Hemsworth twins. I want to hand it over to Josh and Pete on the ground in Sydney. Whoop, whoop.
Hey guys, how is everyone? Thank you for that beautiful introduction, Pam. That was really cool. Super,
Hi guys.
super excited to be here.
Good day.
Good day. Good day.
Good day. Beautiful day here in sunny Sydney.
We're just working out where to set up right now. But yeah, we're pretty pumped to be here. Got a lot to do. It's pretty awesome to be on team with you guys and making this happen today. So yeah, we'll definitely tune in for a live stream shortly. We're just working out where to set up. We're at it's like a weekly market. It gets like a high traffic of people every Saturday in Glebe in Sydney, and then we plan to make our way to Newtown and then Circular Quay. So we've got our little itinerary set. We're ready to rock and roll.
You are awesome, awesome.
You're
guys.
awesome, Pam. You're awesome.
No, you are amazing. And listen, shout out now to everybody live on YouTube. If you're in Sydney, okay, check our tweets. Follow Oz NFT guys. They will be putting up where they are in Sydney. Go and get your free Tezos. Go and get your wallet set up. Get something in that. You know, it's free. We don't want your money. We're giving you the actual money, the Tezos. You'll learn all
amazing. This is amazing. Yeah. They're like giving cryptocurrency and art away. Like,
yes.
You can't get much better than that. It's pretty good.
And they have their fabulous, if you don't want that, they actually just will gift you your first NFT because they have their own POAP. So you're going to get, it's a win-win. Like it's to be sure. So it's a win-win.
You can't lose.
That's it. My two Hemsworth twins who are on the street.
Not quite. We're
working on it.
Have a red hot go. Anyway, I'll mute myself.
Thank you so much. You are awesome. Thank you guys. And we'll tie in with you around lunchtime.
I will say that the Australian accent automatically raises you 10 points up on the hot scale. Yeah. True.
Yeah.
True story.
I wish my girlfriend would say the same thing. Oh, man.
I think it only works. It only works outside of Australia, though. Like that's the trick.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Noted.
That is the trick.
We'll keep that in mind for VCON next year.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. You'll be the biggest hit of VCON.
So when are we catching up again, guys?
So you're in the schedule for the live feed at 12:10, but you can come back in any time. I'm sure everybody would love to see and hear. So you just send me a message on WhatsApp, Pete and Josh, and we'll go live to you. Just jump on in here and say, oh, we've got somebody ready. You can just be easy going as that, because I love that.
All right, we'd love to. Alrighty. No worries, guys.
Pete and Josh are the new VDizzle. So they're the roving reporters. VDizzle has been our roving reporter at NFTLA and other places. So yeah, they're playing your role today.
I love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Taking over in Australia.
Yes, we are. Thank you, guys. Thank you, my nephews. I'm claiming everybody. Ben's my Web3 brother. Brenda's my daughter. Peg's a sister from another mister. And the boys are my Web3 nephews. So I just adopt everybody. That's what I do. If you need a family, I'm here. I'll adopt you. No worries. So that's Josh and Pete from Oz NFT. And they are awesome. They are amazing at what they do. They're two young men hustling away, following everything Gary Vee says, doing the do. And actually, I've never met two more hands-on. You know, they're really passionate about going in real life and, you know, bringing IRL to the URL. And they've actually, one of their artists is dropping on the 7th of October. She's having an in real life exhibition in Brisbane, and myself and Brenda are going to go down there, sit on the panel, and we're going to educate people on how to onboard. There will be a POAP again, because we don't go anywhere without them. And we'll be onboarding all this artists, real life collectors, into the Web3 space, because the week later she is dropping her NFT collection on Tezos. So very, very excited about that. And that's a lady, a very awesome person as well, called Rebecca Grugan. So very, very excited about that. She is also a VFriends alumni. So I'm going to be doing this a lot because I'm very proud of this t-shirt, because Brenda had to go through hell to get this t-shirt. Brenda, tell them the story. And I had to keep the seats. And Brenda was stuck in the queue, which was like, yeah, tell them, Brenda.
before I was even stuck in the queue, I had to scale it. Luckily, it was me. And I think I was mindful of the fact that you might be a little bit older than me. So I just gave you you just go and get the seats. Just take your time, because when you walked into VCON at that stadium, you had to like scale down like 100 meters of stairs. Man, could you imagine girls and men and women just scaling down these stairs just to try and get the merchandise?
Like Spider-Man. We were like Spider-Man.
It was crazy.
So
It was
you know,
crazy.
People falling everywhere. Do you remember? I mean, you, Peg, I know. Like,
Yeah.
They will.
It was crazy.
A bit differently next time, but it was like a dog brawl. It was like a free for all, and we ran down, and then people were pushing and shoving, and then I literally waited an hour and 45 minutes for that. But I love you enough to do that for you, Pamela. So I'm all good, and I realized I'm half your age, so I can do this. You just go sit down. But I wear my shirt proudly, and I wore it the whole way.
I mean, it's very nice that you did that, but you don't have to keep reminding her that she's half your age, that you're half her age. I mean, you know.
Yeah, just saying.
We don't need that reason.
Might I say, when I was in there, I'm still like, I'm squished up against people, right up against them, and I'm going, have you heard of Australia? And have you been to Australia? This is our POAP. You've got to come. You've got to come here. It's just the best. So for us, for me, it was energizing. I just loved it. I was like, I'm in my element. I was just handing them out left, right, and center. But we had the best time, you know, just coming all the way from Australia too. It was just an incredible experience to meet in real life everyone that we, you know, had known for like nearly 18 months just online, like a Peg and yourself, Kelly. It was just incredible. And then meeting the boys on the way back. And so for us, it was a real boost into, for me, my Web3 journey, which we'll talk about soon. But it's been incredible. Yeah, it was just the best crack.
It was the best crack. It was the best crack. And I think jet lag had a lot to do with how we spent the whole weekend, the whole 4 days. We had the best fun. We even were at a speakeasy in Minneapolis. We were just like celebrities. That's where we felt. It was so funny. It was really, really funny. And everybody seemed to know you. It was that energy, because we've been talking on Twitter Spaces, Clubhouse, Twitter, to all these V friends, and we never met them in real life. And see, when you met them, it was like the most surreal, overwhelming feeling, because you were like, oh, and I'm a hugger, right? And it was in the middle of COVID, and I'm still hugging people, and I have the mask on, them, and I'm like, I'm a hugger, and I'm just getting in there for the hug. And Brenda was the same, and we were just hugging everybody, I swear to God. And you know what? We were the two that came back from VCON, and we didn't get COVID.
No, we didn't get sick. With all our late nights and early mornings and jet lag, we were good, But it was really overwhelming.
We had a lot of pink gin, didn't we, Brenda?
Yes, we did. It's all right, it got us through. Yeah.
So I'm going to get started now. I'm going to introduce you. It's my total pleasure, and this just warms my heart. It makes my heart glow when I introduce you to this. And I'm going to let Peg and Ben, do the questions and interview Brenda. Brenda Stone Art is the first artist that I want to introduce in the POAPathon, okay? She is an Australian through and through, grew up in North Queensland, has two beautiful children. I mean, like, I don't say this about kids because I don't like the sticky hands and all, and they're gross. So, but I have two of my own, but they're all grown. But Brenda's kids are divine, Hamilton and Mr. Morgan, and they are just the most adorable kids ever. She runs the house. She raises the kids who are under 4. She is this amazingly talented artist. She has a husband, which is probably 3 kids. Hi, Tommy. From that point,
hi, Tommy.
She scaled the dizzy heights of, being an artist locally. She's done a lot of commercial work in our city centre. She actually has all her work up in one of the commercial businesses that the whole street can see. And this is the street where all the nightlife happens. But not only that, she was brave enough to trust me whenever I went to her. It's nearly 18 months ago now, and said, Brenda, you need to be in NFTs now. She was like, I do not know what that is, Pamela, but yes, I trust you. I'm coming with you. And the lady that you see here before you today, believe you me, this is not the lady that said yes to me 18 months ago. She has grown. She has embraced this with both arms. She has brought joy and energy to every single person she has interacted with. There is not a bad bone in this girl's body. She will give, give, give until there's nothing left. She is just one of the most awesome humans I have the pleasure of calling my friend, my Web3 daughter, and one of the most talented, watch this space, one of the most talented artists that Australia will produce. I'm telling you. And without further ado, I want to hand over to the one, the only Miss Brenda Stone. Woo!
Thank you. Oh my goodness. What do I even say after that? You know me, I just do what I do, and I love it, and I love life, and I do it at 100 miles per hour. So yeah, when you came to me and was just like, do you know what an NFT is? Have you heard of Gary V? I was just like, no. But just give me a week and I'll do my research. And I remember I just had my second son too. So Morgan, he's about 1.5 years now, you're right. And my head was like deep in like baby mode and newborns, and I was just like, I think I was like this little puppy to you, like just going, yeah, okay, I'll do it, that's fine. You just tell me what to do, just one step at a time, Pamela, because I know that you are passionate about everything you do in life. But yeah, you're right, I trusted you, and I've known you for nearly 9 years now, and I just, the moment you said I've got an opportunity, I just trusted you with that, and I just love, and I knew that you would, you know, guide me in that way. And that's what the Web3 is all about. You know, the people we're meeting and other creatives we're onboarding, it's all about guiding and lifting a hand out, and that's what you did to me. You reached your hand out to me, so thank you so much. I'm forever grateful for that. You've changed my life. I can feel the difference and see the difference in me from 18 months ago as well, as a person, and not even just even as a creative. So thank you, you're incredible. I'm with you can't.
I just wish I had 1% of your ability, because I tell you, I'd be in Times Square and everywhere if I had your artistic creativity. I'm telling you now, I'd be in Singapore and Tokyo and I'd be all over the place. So it's only a matter of time, Miss Brenda. And I know Miss Peg wants to talk to you about something very exciting that's happened on our local airport. So, Miss Peg, you can talk about that with Brenda.
Thanks so much, Pam. Oh, I love, Brenda Stone is one of my favorite artists. I mean, you know, just hands down. Okay. You know, when I first saw her work, I was really overcome with the, it brings you to Australia. Okay. I've never been to Australia, but, you know, I've seen the photos of the reefs and the ocean and so on. And I recognized it immediately, even though it's abstract, correct? You know, so the depth of the resins that she does, and you know, one of the remarkable things. Okay, Brenda has a huge accomplishment. She has been chosen for, and the installation is up now at the Townsville Airport, which serves 1.6 million people annually, to put up a 30-foot mural. Okay, it's her work that's been, you know, blown up, and it's just stunning. Like I said, the depth of her work, and you know, when it's expanded, you can still see all of the, you know, the beautiful things that she does, and like the gold flecks, and it just it's so welcoming to the airport. It's just perfect for it, you know. And so, Brenda, I'd like to know, how did you get the job, basically, let's say, okay, to put your art in, have it installed in the airport, and get paid for it too?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Yeah, well, you know, we'd considered, we're in a small town, so we really support local around here. We're not as big as, you know, any of the main cities like Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne, but that's what we love about Townsville. Everyone really works together and we really link arms together. So what the Townsville Airport wanted to do was link arms with the local artists and bring their artwork into the terminal, which really introduced and really captured in one piece, I guess, or in an artwork, what our region is really about. And so I went through the process of applying. I put together a proposal when the art tender came out. I just thought that is so a dream of mine, that I've always wanted to just be on a billboard. one of the Paradise Signs billboards, but this is like 10 times as big as that. So it's funny how like I had a dream and I've actually written it down and I'd actually really visualized it on a mood board that my artwork would be on a, you know, billboard, but this is like beyond that. So I'm so glad for, you know, dreams. And I think when you actually, like I said, when you write something down and you physically envisage it, I believe it will happen because you make the steps to that. And so, yeah, I put together a proposal of my artwork, which I really believed was just perfect because what I do is capture, as you can see behind me, the essence of what our region is about: colors, tone, you know, movement. And so I specifically created a 2 resin artworks which really depicted all the colors of, you know, of our region here. Like you said, the tropical waters to the reef, to the ocean, to the sand, to the Goldie beaches, and then put that in 2 particular artworks. And then we digitized it and blew it up to 30 meters. So stunning. I have it. Yeah, I'm now I've got the approval to share photos. So yippee! After POAP, smashing social media, you know, and just huge credit to something like Pamela as well, just for guiding me through that. You know, when you're working with a big corporation, there was lots of interesting learning curves for me. And so, yeah, and for me, I feel like it's a reward for all the hard work and all the time that I've spent here because, you know, I'm born and bred here. I did my schooling here, my university degree here. I've been involved in arts communities for a long time, really, you know, working hard to try and make it as an artist. And I didn't want to go anywhere else. I got told as a young artist, you know, coming out of uni, you've got to go to a bigger city to make it as an artist. You know, there's no, you know, there won't be opportunities for you here. But I really just believed that I could make opportunities where I was based, but just utilizing tools like Web3 for worldwide exposure. And that is just what it's brought for me. I literally am. A month before VCON, I couldn't even imagine me being in America for VCON. Like, what an opportunity. The fact that, you know, we can connect through a digital platform with people all over the world. And for me, that's been the hugest lift to my, I guess, confidence, as well as just my artwork in general, you know, making my work accessible to the world now. So, yeah, thank you.
And Brenda, you use a unique tool to make your art. So can you tell us about that?
Yes. Oh, look, I don't even have any with me. I'm like, where's my spoons? So I should grab them. Yeah, my studio is next door. Yeah, I have always loved playing with, you know, fluid and liquid mediums. So for me, I paint with spoons and cups, and the paints are yeah, and it's really unique. I don't know who else does that. I mean, there's probably other people, but I'm definitely like someone who's known for that. So for me, I mix up paints and I dribble them with my spoons and just watch them fall onto the canvas and watch what happens when, you know, water-based and oil-based paints mix together. So for me, I can, you know, come under the
umbrella
title, yeah, of abstract, because I just love just seeing what happens when, you know, when paint mixes with other paint. And so I'm called the Global Spoon Artist. That's my hashtag. I'm going to take over the world with spoons. As of late, I'm using metal spoons to try and be really mindful of environmental, you know, issues, and just reusing all of what I do, just to, you know, because we want to look after the planet. Yes. A lot of, you know, my artwork, like I said, is you can see resin behind me. It's all glossy. So I dribble bits of resin and add texture, and that's all a part of my artwork. So transferring that to the Web3 has been an incredible, fun challenge.
Brenda,
Yes.
can I ask you?
Yeah.
Can I ask you? I know the painting with the spoons is awesome. I love the way, like, you kind of have some control over the color and where you're pouring, but really it kind of just happens. And I know it's hard to see, like, looking at the pictures behind you, but I know if anyone looks at your artwork, and I've told you before, you know, you can zoom into little parts of the piece, and they're almost their own piece in themselves. There's so much detail in the resin. It's pretty amazing. But I want to ask, like, when did you stumble across that method? How did you kind of get to pouring and using spoons, and maybe what were you doing before that? Like, what type of painting were you doing before that?
Yeah, I think I've never been a traditional artist. Like I couldn't paint a stick. I couldn't paint a portrait for my life. Actually, well, let's be honest. There's a picture of Jesus there. I did one Easter, but that's a very rough sketch. That's like as kind of rough as I do in my own way. But yeah, for me, I've always been drawn to abstract. My nana was a painter, but she was very traditional. All of her portraits were oil based with brushes. And I think for me, I was always drawn to, like I'd look through a magazine of a home magazine and see colors. And I thought I could put that in an abstract way on a canvas for someone else. And so I was always kind of playing around with, like not sticks, but just other things other than a brush. I don't even really use brushes. I only use them to sign my signature. So I guess I did stumble upon that. And then the more that I, after uni really, I would always like drip and flick initially with a paint. And then, so for me, like when my flicking artworks, they're quite early in the day, like 15, 17 years ago. I think, oh goodness, that's where I started, but that's all part of it. Yeah. And then kind of just developed to seeing what happened when I poured water into an oil base and how it dispersed. And then, yeah, it just came to like figuring out, for me, it's all experimental, but I remember what happens when I do different things. So it's a memory, I guess, a recognition thing that I go, okay, if someone wants that effect, I remember how to do it. Got to make the paint thicker. So yeah, I guess it just evolved, which I really like. And then the resin happened because I always wanted the 3D element. I love that, the water here in our anywhere is just reflective and it shines and it glistens. And so for me to have like a 2D painting and then just the resin sitting on top gives a 3D element. So yeah, I think it kind of naturally evolved and then just learned how to do my own style. And even if it's funny, even if I teach other people, which I do a lot in workshops in my arts communities, their paintings still turn out different to mine because of just the nature of the way that you mix it, the way you pour it, the way they pour it, their confidence, all these different things. So by all means, I'm not afraid to share how I do. Someone said to me the other day, oh, but you're telling your secret when you say that you paint with spoons. And I was like, to me, it's not a secret. It's a real insight into how to create. So I'm happy to share what I know. And that's what Web3 is all about. We're teaching each other that peer-to-peer, education. And we're all reaching a hand out to help others.
It's amazing. Yeah, I just got to say, like, you're just what, echoing what Pam said, like I haven't known you as long as Pam, but just you've grown so much since I met you and we started talking about NFTs. But like I love that, like you're just a ball of joy and you just like go for it. You kind of trust, Pam or myself and just try things. And so I think it's awesome. And I'm really, I know we're slowly working on you having your own smart contract. And to do this whole collection with your own contract, and we've been talking about different creative ways that you can release your art, and yeah, I think I'm just blown away by just how much you just trust and you dive in, and you're just a ball of joy. As I said, I love it. I've loved getting to know you and working with you, and I'm keen to see more. I love the art. As I said, abstracts aren't rare, but the thing about the abstracts is like I said, there's so much depth in your art, in the detail. The whole piece as a small thing looks amazing, but when you zoom in, it's amazing. And that's why, congrats on the airport display. Your piece up at 30 meters wide would be amazing just to walk by and look at. So next time, if I ever go up there, I'm going to
come to town
around the airport for a while.
Well, look, I've been in the airport a lot over the last 2 weeks. I've never spent that much time there, and I go there each night because it's quiet. But thank you. And look, that was the real challenge. You know me. I've never wanted to put out an art that doesn't represent me and that you can't feel and get a sense of that depth and texture. And so, like I said, it was a challenge, transferring to the digital. But I hope that, what Ben was talking about, if you jump on my Twitter and have a look at just my piece released for Tez Oz, you get to see the texture and you get to see the elements of what we're chatting about, and just zoom in and enjoy the piece and enjoy your interpretation of it. So thank you, Ben. I've loved getting to know you too. I'm so excited
That's the other thing. Like you're on multiple chains, which is awesome too. Like you're on Ethereum, now you're on Tezos. I'm sure there's others you'll be jumping on pretty quickly too.
Yeah. Watch this.
Well done.
I'm taking over.
And what Ben didn't say is, because he's far too humble, is that Ben was one of the first people I went to really give artists governance over their future in this Web3 space by setting them up with their own smart contract. So way back last year, I was really passionate about it. Nobody was talking about it, and I was like, hold on a wee minute, something's just not. I need to look after these artists, because as you know, in the real world with galleries and exhibitions, it costs a lot of money last year when Brenda came in. And the starving artist is a real thing. Like, I know, I've seen it. So for me, I wanted to make sure that Brenda was set up with all the correct tools, including getting her smart contract. And there's only one person in this world that I would trust to do that, because I don't know code. I don't know what they're sneaking in the back door or what they're putting on the coding. So I went to Ben, didn't I, Ben? So tell us about that, Ben and Brenda.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of ways for people to put their own NFTs up, whether it's OpenSea or the other markets. So the simplest way is to connect your wallet to OpenSea and use their interface to upload your art, put your metadata in, and then list your pieces. And that's like, that works. It's great for everyone. But those tokens are all on OpenSea's smart contract. And so it's all very standard. So you can't really do anything outside of the box because it's an existing contract, it's theirs. And so it's great for just putting up art and listing it and selling. But if you want to do anything outside of that, or, you know, mint, where people can, rather than just going onto the site, looking at the pieces and then choosing the ones they want to buy. If you want to do more like the PFP projects do, but it's not exclusive to PFP projects, you can go on the website and maybe browse there, or just mint, not knowing what you'll get. It's kind of a lucky dip. If you want to do anything like that, you really need your own smart contract. And so, and plus it just gives the artists a bit of ownership of their contract. And the whole Web3 thing is about ownership. And so that's just another level of it. And yeah, so it's been good working with Pam to help artists have their own smart contract. And then that's allowed us to, have those discussions as we have with Brenda on, how do you want to do it? Do you want to let people see all your pieces and then pick the one they want to mint, or do you want to make it a surprise? And so maybe there'll be images of what is in the collection, so kind of what you're getting, but you don't know which piece you'll get. And that brings a different element to it. That, as I said, you get that with the PFP projects. You don't know which token you're going to get. But often with art, understandably, artists upload their piece so people can view them and buy them, which ties in more to the traditional, way art's sold. But, this way, Brenda's able to bring that element and have a bit of a surprise for collectors. They're able to know what kind of art will be in there, but they don't know exactly which piece they'll get. And that then also helps, with bit of activity on secondary markets, because people might want to trade or buy and sell to get different pieces, or want to collect all the different types. So having your own smart contract gives you that freedom. And so it's been good to introduce that, because there are some artists that are doing that, but certainly the vast majority are going the more standard route. As I said, understandably, especially if you don't have a resource or someone to build those for you.
Absolutely. And I think you hit on something very, very important there. A couple of things, Ben. The goal that was, number one, you're giving the power back to the artists. They dictate the price of their work. They really dictate how it's delivered. And artists are very passionate about their pieces are their children. So it's only fair and equitable. We say this Web3 is an inclusive space. There's a seat at the table for everybody. We'll make sure that they're getting that. We all know the horror stories. We all know the bad apples. We don't need to focus on that. In fact, I always say, shake it off. And we focus on the good things and the positive things and things we can control. And giving control back to the artist is massive. And I think Ben and Brenda, look at it done there, Ben and Brenda, both are pioneering the space. They really genuinely are. They're trusting the technology. They're blending beautiful abstract in real life art together, and in its entirety, that to me is a work of art, because the coding that is necessary for the smart contract is next level. It's a genius. Like, I call all the coders big brains, and Ben has a big brain. The big brain people, and that's what they do. And I'm very passionate about saying, play to your strengths, delegate your weaknesses. I don't have time to waste on doing, you know, techie, you know, dweeby stuff, codes. I don't have time for that. So I'm like, Ben, and we call Ben the service hot desk. So whenever we need a codey thing or a techie thing, we call Ben. We're like, Ben, our helpline. And that's what we do. Honestly, that is what we do. So Brenda, this, right? People want to follow you on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Where do they go, or what do they do? So, because your name there is, yeah. So where do they go, Brenda?
Yeah. Oh man, I should have changed my name. I need to change that today. Sorry. I'm Brenda Stone Art everywhere you look. So I am on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. Obviously my married name is Haycock. Sorry, I've just changed that. I thought I changed that yesterday. And so I've just kind of kept that continual over the whole thing. So you can just, you can search me anywhere, and hopefully I will pop up, and my beautiful artwork will pop up. Is that it?
Yeah, that's perfect, Brenda. So if you can't find Brenda, if you go to the POAPathon Down Under, and that's exactly how we use it, at POAPathon Down Under on Twitter, you will find Miss Brenda Stone. You will find everybody that is on today. So please do that. And of course, Brenda has created an awesome original POAP that you we'll hand over to Miss Kelly there to tell us about that.
So, okay, that's going to be a little different, and I'm going to do that POAP in the next hour, and it's going to be part of, there's a few different people involved in the POAP, but the first POAP that we have is the one I showed you before.
Yes.
That spins. And so what you want to do is get out your phones. And I'm sorry, 1 second. I just need to pull up. I have instructions so I can show you guys. So let me just pull that up so that you have, for those who are not familiar, you'll be able to at least see what I'm talking about. So if you don't have the POAP app yet, you can go to poap.xyz and you'll see links to download the app. You will need the app in order to do secret word. So you're going to download the app, open it up, click on, there's a little plus button next to the word mint. You're going to click on that, and then you're going to click on secret word. So the little plus button, the little secret word, and then the secret word is Aussie POAP. AUSSIEPOAP, and I forgot to check to make sure it's working. It is working. So everything is good. And there you go.
Got mine.
This is gorgeous. This is beautiful.
Yeah,
and you got to grab it quick because this one we have the most stuff, but we still have a limited number. So this is the one you want to grab fast. So grab this POAP. It is amazing. Yeah, I got it too.
Wow.
So we are off to a good start in POAPathon Down Under as we start to look for hour 2 coming very soon. And by the way, so I just want to, I had gotten a Tez wallet, a Temple wallet, like a month ago, because I was hearing everybody talk about Tez and I still hadn't bought anything. So I just made my first purchase, Miss Brenda Stone Art, piece that you have, which is beautiful. You guys got to check this out. It's amazing. And I don't know if it's showed up yet, but I'm checking my wallet yet. But it's stunning. So everyone go to Object and check it out. And you have a few works there and they're all really beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah. I
may end up buying more. I'm like, I kind of got to look at the other people first, but I kind of want to just like sweep away. But I love that it's called the Australian Ocean Reefs. It's beautiful, absolutely stunning. So check it out. And it's a steal.
Yeah, I know.
It's an absolute steal, people.
That's it. I can't wait to so much over the next week of all of anyone, and not even Australian and New Zealand artists, anyone in the world and their interpretation of it. I'm so excited, and I'm so glad to get my artwork in your hands, everyone. So please just even
it's amazing.
Collection. Thank you, Kelly. Oh, thank you so much.
I feel so grateful that you put this out there, because it's absolutely stunning. So thank you for sharing your art with us on TES. Like, it's so accessible. It's lovely, absolutely lovely, amazing. And I can't wait I want to show my son this interview with you. He's an artist also. He's a painter, and he paints in acrylics and he paints watercolors, but I don't know that I've never heard of this technique. I don't think he ever has. It would be fun for him to try it out. So that was very cool.
I've got a few videos up on my socials of just watching how I do it. So more than welcome, he can have a look and have a play, because that's what it's all about. It's like Ben said, very he hit a point there. It's like you have control, but you only have so much control. You know the colors, but you can't dictate how far it will spread. And that's it. You've just got to trust the process, nature and the process. And look, sometimes paintings don't work out, and I've got to go back to the client and be like, a bit different to what I expected, but here, do you like it? Or I go, no, got to start again. But that's what it's all about. It's about being free, and obviously I think my artwork really depicts like my personality and who I am as a person, just free and full of energy and full life, I think. So thank you. I'm just so excited everyone gets to collect a bit of my babies.
Yeah, amazing.
Thanks.
Absolutely amazing. And this one is really stunning. I mean, it's just, I keep looking at it, and you're right, Ben. I see exactly what you're talking about the zooming in, and then you see different things, and it's so like a whole different painting, and it's amazing.
Thank you.
Like, I feel like I'm looking at the one I'm looking at that you did for the event. It looks like you're looking at the ocean from like space or something, like and looking down, and it's like an aerial view of the reefs or something. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Absolutely love it.
Beautiful.
All right, so we are off to a fabulous start. POAP 1 is in the books. And it is still available to collect for the next 3 minutes. So Pamela, what's next?
Oh my God. So next, we cannot have a POAPathon without having someone from POAP with us. And I'm so excited to share that Steve, down under Steve is what I'm going to call him now. And I am going to adopt him too, probably. And poor Steve is dying with the flu. Steve has the man flu, folks, so we have to treat him with care. And
I have a question. Did you only seek out good-looking men in Australia, or all the men in Australia good-looking? I don't know which is which.
They're all gorgeous. all the men I surround myself are gorgeous, including my fabulous husband. Look, I have lovely Ben, just all suave and all. I told Ben to make sure he put translucent powder on his head before he came in. I did tell him that. We all love a nice bald man. We do love Anyway, moving on. Steve, welcome. Thank you so much for
welcome, Steve.
The man flu.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm slowly recovering from it. I'm getting there. Last couple of days have been rough, but I'm getting pretty good now. But man, first off, Brenda, that's awesome. I actually didn't realize your art was going up in Townsville. So first off, that's awesome. That's sick, and I've claimed the first POAP of the day, so we're off to a good start. Like I said, thanks for having me. I guess we just want to like chat a little bit on use cases of POAPs and kind of like express my passion for POAP and just touch on things like that. But yeah, ready to go. And I've been tuning in for the last hour. It's been awesome. Great conversation flow. It's been sick.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Steve. And we will allow you to go back to bed afterwards. I promise. You. Back to bed with a wee hot whiskey. A wee hot whiskey will sort you out. Kills everything.
That's it.
Just have a lot of them. Yep. And it'll knock you out. And tomorrow you'll wake up and you'll be looking fresh as a daisy.
There we go.
So, for those who don't know, for those who may be joining the very first time ever, Steve, go and tell us in the most simplest terms, what is a POAP that we're all talking about, because we're all different accents and we're all saying it a different way. So can you break it down for me and really explain what a POAP is? That would be amazing.
Yeah, I think there's definitely really, really good ways to explain what a POAP is in very basic terms. And I think it kind of changes what a POAP is once you add different things to it. But I had to write this down because I do get jumbled up on these words, but put simply, it's a digital memento minted in celebration of life's remarkable moments. But in kind of my term, it's this indisputable blockchain record of your memories or achievements throughout life. So that's the very service level of it all. But then in kind of what you think a POAP is expands a lot further depending on the use cases of it. But I'll dive in further on how it all, because that's very, very vague right now, but it kind of self-explains itself when I go into the passion of use cases and stuff like that. And two POAPs can be minted very, very different events and have completely different meaning. And it's the use cases are crazy, and there's explaining it. Yeah,
having the user case really explains how we can get into it. And I call POAP, it's like my ticket stub from a Prince concert. That's what I call a POAP, but it's in a digital form. That's what I say it is. It is a memento celebrating. Like if you got the POAP, you have to get the Aussie POAP. Like if you don't get it, like seriously, who are you? But for me, it is about capturing that moment in time, celebrating an awesome event. And like I have framed concert tickets, the stub from concert tickets, that and it's just bringing it into the Web3 space, bringing it into the digital world. So Steve, tell us about these user cases. So how do people use the proof of attendance protocol, which is what POAP stands for in my Irish accent, POAP, proof of attendance protocol. I was at the Prince concert. Whoop, whoop. So tell me about that.
Yep. So like obviously proof of attendance protocols. Currently, I think the most easiest and the most digestible use case is like the word attendance. So attending an event. So currently obviously the most common use case is attending an IRL event in the form of a venue or a Twitter space or metaverse. So at the moment, people are quite stuck on attendance, which is fine, and it's the most kind of easily understandable. It kind of goes, because we're quite early stages of it all, it's further going to expand from, rather than this proof of attendance protocol for these normal events, but also you can go into like the proof of purchase, or it can be kind of more expanded on just not rather events, but things online. And when kind of utility and integrations catch up with POAP, you'll be able to see kind of more, it's not just attendance of events. So one kind of I'm waiting for, so this is just me, I'm waiting for this, I'm waiting for Spotify or someone like that be able to issue a POAP for an artist that you discover early. So say if, Post Malone released his first song and you're the first 100 to listen to it, then you get a POAP for it. So it's not attending an event where people kind of get a little, not stuck up on it, but like you kind of, your brain goes the way of just events, but it's going to be able to prove anything online. And then once you start thinking about that, then it goes to a new realm. But one really cool one, and that's just kind of a quick dabble in the direction that people will be thinking, is like a Spotify artist. But like I mentioned, we're still kind of waiting for those utilities and integrations to catch up with POAP, and then the world expands from there.
And it's used really too, as I know what we did in Townsville with the POAP. So when Brenda dropped her collection, Steve, we had a real life exhibition. Okay, so Brenda, we had all the TV screens set up in a lovely meeting room area in one of our local businesses. So trying to give spread as much liquidity around everybody. And we then had the POAP. We had an iPad at the door with the QR code, because POAP has this QR code ability as well. And all we had to do is we sent out an email beforehand. We said, please download the POAP app. You will need this. And we are going to, if you do this, we're going to gift you your first NFT. And we live in a place called Townsville. So I educated people, because nobody wants to know an NFT. Like an NFT sounds to me like, yeah, I'll not tell you what it sounds to me, but you know what I mean. So I changed NFT to New for Townsville. And I said, come and get your free New for Townsville digital asset. It may be worth millions of dollars in the future. All you need to do, download the POAP app. Here's the link to it on Apple, and here's the link to it on Google Play. And we sent out that email. So when people arrived, they were kind of all excited, thinking, oh, I'm going to get something for free. If you give people something for free, they want it. So they came in the door, they scanned the QR code. It went to Brenda's POAP. And because they had the POAP app already set up, hint for everybody, that's what to do. Get them to set it up first. Because they had, all it was a matter of the POAP appeared and they were like, oh, I got something exciting, something new. That enables them then to, you know, move forward with the wallet and buy Brenda's art there and then on the night. So that blend, how have you seen people use POAPs in that regard to bring their in real life collectors on board into the Web3 space? Is that something you've seen happen a lot? Are people really starting to get on board with that now, Steve?
I think I have seen people try that kind of thing and then go into like collecting a POAP and then token gating to a Discord, to like a Web3 platform. So I have seen it done well like that. I think the best way for me to expand on, I really want to cover like use cases and get people's imagination flowing. Like the best, if someone was to say to me, like if I had a Web2 audience and I wanted to onboard it to Web3, like a good example, or maybe just in a scenario that I can kind of build on top, would be like if it was at a music festival. And also this kind of ties into like the original Memento kind of thing. So it ties in a few things here, but say if we're all at a music festival, obviously instead of having your armband, you get a POAP. So say you're in a big mosh pit, you're talking to people, you're making friends, and then on the big screen, a POAP comes up, everyone gets their phones out, claims the POAP, and then you start talking and you lose contact with people. But then there's platforms and there's utility like Nifty Chat where you can talk to people with the same POAP. So then what that brings is you go home and then you reconnect with these people that you've lost in the mosh pit, and then you're kind of onboarding your Web2 to Web3, now talking to each other. But even like kind of doubling down on that scenario, even if everyone claims the POAP and then this Web2 company, this festival raffles off all the ETH addresses on the screen, picks a random ETH address, and then that person comes up on stage or gets a VIP ticket. So I think it's just like, the POAP is good because it's just like, how hard can you implement it into IRL use cases? Like that's just the ticket. It's not going to be like educating on people like on why you should do this. It's like, no, just like trying to put it into their daily life. So like kind of helps them. It's like, hey, you'll be able to reconnect with more people if you use Nifty Chat through this POAP. Or
I love that idea. I love that. I love the idea of then they might win something if they have that POAP. They might get on stage with like say Beyonce or Ed Sheeran, maybe more Beyonce, but you know, they might get on stage, and the fact that they will win something by having it. But you hit on something really important there. So community, it builds that community. And as humans, we all know we've been through COVID. We are crying out for community. I know it's a buzzword in Web3, like I call it tribe. We're crying out for that human connection. And I think that is so important. But, right, I know myself from personal experience, not everybody knows what a POAP is. Not everybody's educated on the possibilities of a POAP and basically because you know what I love about Web3 and about POAPs is there's something that you've never thought of before. Like you don't know what you don't know. So Steve could come up with a brilliant case with POAPs. Brenda could come up with another one. Peg could use it, you know, in the Bronx in New York. Ben could use it on the streets of Melbourne. But in order for us to get to that stage, we need to learn stuff, don't we, Steve? We need to get educated.
Yeah.
how do people learn more about POAPs, and how can they use it for their whatever user case they have? What have you done specifically? And I want to tip my hat to you for this because you're awesome, Steve, and we appreciate that. What have you done to enable people to be able to understand what POAP can do? Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, it's only recently, probably the last 3 months, I started called HODL Labs. So it's this community brand that will start to finish on what POAP is, how to create POAPs. So it's video tutorials on how to create POAPs, how to distribute your POAPs, but then how to add utility to POAPs. It goes into guides on like how to token gate your POAP to a Discord or a Telegram, how to token gate IRL events, using like integrations like Guild or Token Proof. And I've literally scratched the surface of it, and there's so much more tutorials and stuff to be done, especially in the realm of e-commerce, proof of purchase. You know, if you're, I could rattle on this for hours and hours. But what it is, it's HODL Labs. You can find it on Twitter. hodl-labs.xyz is the website. But it's free tutorials, and it's not just going to be tutorials. Like, it's just not going to be me doing video tutorials on it all. HODL Labs itself will use all of this firsthand. So it's not going to be kind of telling other people to do. People can view HODL Labs and see it actually be done in real time. But that's just my thing. Days and days of curating and looking at petitions come through, all I see, I'm like, this can be kind of expanded so much more. So that was kind of the main motivation for it.
Yeah, I'll tell you, sorry to jump in, I'll tell you a good use case that I have received that's probably easy to do, but it was almost a replacement for a business card. You know, people meet and give you their business card. I've received a couple of POAPs that way. It's kind of like a nice to meet you, and it has their info after you've minted it, and that's kind of cool. You can use your logo, or this one of the ones I received looked like they do a new one every year because it has the year in the name of that token, and they had a piece of art created by someone they knew, and so you could do a new one each year. But that was a pretty cool way. Cause until that point, I'd only received POAPs by going to a Twitter space or something like that. But this was cool. It was just like met the person, like, here's my POAP, and it had a bit of info about them on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's great to do that when you're going to NFT conferences. And I've done one specifically for different conferences, so that they have all my information and they get this little, digital reminder of where they were and where we met, And POAP.fun, the raffle site, is amazing. So POAP.fun, if you have a particular POAP, if you created the POAP, you can create a raffle. And then anyone who has that POAP or whatever POAPs you designate, it'll automatically pick winners for you. So it's a really fun little tool as well.
You can do that as a business, I guess. You can give it to your clients instead of your card, and then you could do something cool like with a raffle to gift your client something. I don't know.
And we can to each, just in the last few months, Pamela and I were talking about, as I'm doing custom artwork, physical pieces, attaching a POAP to that so that the person actually just gets an NFT, not of that, but of my name. And that kind of certifies then the artwork that gets handed to someone. So yeah, exactly like you're saying, love that idea of business card. That takes it another step further. I'm gonna use that as an artist.
And also it's another proof of ownership, which is on chain. So that's a really something we should be doing with all physical pieces of art, just for, if you think about, things that have happened in the past where art has gotten lost.
Provenance is like a double
great way to track. Yeah.
Absolutely. And Steve, I just want to give you huge flowers and applause, because Steve is part of the POAP official team, but he is a type of person who he'll not tell you how to do something unless he's done it himself. So he doesn't want to teach other people about things that he hasn't done. So the fact that he set up this HODL, I want to say it right, Steve, what am I calling it? HODL community, HODL Labs, HODL, HODL-LABS, because I know my accent confuses everything. So HODL Labs, and that will teach you the very basics and interviews, or not interviews, but tutorials that you can utilize to add your own type sprinkle of magic and use it for whatever you need. So Steve, you're awesome. Please keep doing what you're doing. I can't wait to meet you in real life. And I want to thank you so much, because Steve's put a lot of work into this and researching and everything else. And now that you know him, I'm sorry about the dogs. Now that you know Steve, if they want to follow you on Twitter or Instagram, what's your handle there, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me. Either follow Hodl Labs if you search that through Twitter, or myself as Steve Has Done It. Don't worry about that, because that's a playoff from a guy in America. Steve Will Do It. I just changed mine to Steve Has Done It. So that's an old joke. But yeah, follow me on there or follow me on Hodl Labs. I answer all my DMs, so always open. And yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's been awesome.
Not at all. You're a delight, and I'm so grateful. My husband's trying to sneak the dogs out of the house, so I do apologize. Thank you so much, Steve. You're doing a great job. Keep doing it. We appreciate you doing this voluntarily. You do it for the love of POAP, and thank you so much. And you can go back to bed now with hot whiskey, Steve. You can.
Okay, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Steve.
Have a great one.
It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you all. Bye.
Thank you. And our next project, I am beyond excited. I'm going to hand over to Peg and Brenda this time, because now we get to share the spotlight on one of my favorite people in the world, not because I'm related to him and he does smart contracts, but because he and Blaž, who's his co-conspirator in arms, have their own PFP project called the Everyday Sloths. The world needs to know about the Everyday Sloths. It is the next level in technology. They can do things that have never been done before. You get a wardrobe with your sloth to dress it up. It is just FUN from start to finish, fun, and they need eyes on. And out of all the projects that we have in Australia, this one is the most innovative. I'm biased, he's my friend, okay, but they were early in the technology, and I just want to give them kudos for that. And I'm going to hand over to my two sisters from another Mr, Peg and Brenda, and introduce you to Mr. Ben from Everyday Sloths. Whoop, whoop.
Hey, Ben.
Hey, do you want me to go? Sorry. You guys can go.
Hi, Ben. It's so great to see you. Pam and I have a Twitter Spaces show every Wednesday night, and Ben has been our Aussie NFT expert for probably since we started, right, Ben? Yeah. Back in December, so you're amazing, and I love that project. I really do. Ben gifted me one, but I gave it to someone else because this person was so over the moon, and I'm going to get myself another sloth. So. Ben, please tell me, about the, as Pam was saying about the, how you can change outfits and different things like this. And what is and I'll ask you some more things in depth, but I just love this particular thing that I heard one time when you were talking about the sloths, and that a person can change the background of their sloth on the look of it on OpenSea. So I could have a blue background, and I can go and I can change it to a green background. And that's what people will see on OpenSea. So I have the ability myself as the owner of this token to make changes to it. And I can sell it that way too, correct?
Correct.
Okay, tell us about this.
Yeah. Look,
it's so cool.
So the Everyday Sloths, I might actually share screen because it's way better when you can see it, because it is so different to, I guess, most PFP projects. But so let me just quickly do that, and then I'll talk. But let me know if everyone can see that. So this is our website. But the Everyday Sloths, they're an interactive NFT, and they're basically continually customizable. So it's not a one-time thing. This is our website. Anyone can check it out, everydaysloths.io. But I'll just quickly go on to OpenSea because they're all interactive on OpenSea as well. So this is one of the tokens, and you'll see they all have this little widget, and that's basically, like Pam said, that's the wardrobe. So when you first mint your token, and they're all unique, the ones that you mint, they may only have a few items. Some of them have just a background and maybe no clothing, but you've got all the categories that can be changed. So you've got headwear, you've got the mouths, there's all these that you can change up, hair, eyewear. So I haven't got any eyewear on this sloth yet. So that's on 0 and grayed out, but these are all the categories, and all those are customizable almost to no end. And anyone can interact with the token on OpenSea and basically browse through and see what this sloth owns in terms of all the different things. I'm going to just turn off this headwear, and you know, I've got a few different hairstyles. I think I've got a couple of eyes, and then a whole bunch of clothes. Like you said, so the background. And so there is a default, you know, when it, as you saw when I first loaded it up, that's kind of what we say the sloth is wearing. So that's what the sloth's wearing, but anyone can browse through and see everything that that sloth owns and whether they want to buy it or not. And all of that is actually on the token. It's all in the metadata. They're all traits. So these traits grow. Obviously, this one's got a lot. This is the first token that was minted, and I've added a bunch to it. But you know, when you first mint, it might not have as much. But every trait, every item you own is a trait, and so it's actually on chain. It's on the token. But the minting is really just the beginning, because when you get your sloth, we have this website that we built called The Jungle, and you connect your wallet there, and that verifies the sloths you own, and then you can see all your sloths in the jungle, and then you can go in and explore just like you can on OpenSea. You can see what it owns and play with it, but because you're the owner, you can pick a different outfit and then you can get changed. So only the owner's able to do that, and it costs you nothing. Our tokens.
That's adorable. I love that little iris one. So cute.
So that was so that plays into that. So because the token's customizable, we actually can gift items, and that's what we've been doing at different festive seasons. So that our hat was for St. Pat's Day. We actually gifted a bunch of St. Pat's items to everyone that owned a sloth at that time. So this was the background. So everyone could get changed into St. Pat's Day, and that was just free items that we dropped to everyone that owned a sloth at the time. We did some at Christmas. So let me just find the ugly Christmas sweater that we had and the background. You know, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I think you might have seen the bunny we did for Easter. So it's continually customizable. The owners can get changed anytime they want. So you can just come in anytime and get changed. And when you do that, that then does update. And the next time you visit the token on OpenSea, it'll then be wearing that combo or that outfit that you've selected. And you can download them as an image, a high-res image as the owner. You can explore the full wardrobe of items you own and just go through it that way. And what we have is we have an actual store in the jungle where you can grab new items and add them. And so we're releasing these in collections, almost like an e-commerce store. I brought this one up because this is the hairdo we did of Pam. There was a nod to Pam, but so you
that's my hair. That is my
I recognize that immediately.
Yeah,
that is adorable. I love it.
So in the store, you go in and you basically shop for your sloths. So obviously this token owns heaps, but you select the sloth that you're shopping for, and then when you go into the products, it shows your sloth wearing the item that you're, you know, browsing for. And just like any store, you add it to your cart. There are quantities, and that's how we manage rarity. And so when an item sells out, that's gone. So we're able to have some items that have a lot of stock, or you know, aren't as rare, and other items that go down. And you can just browse. We've got all these categories: clothing, headwear, all those ones that you can customize. There's all different items in different clothing, and so you try them on your sloth and add to the cart. And basically, you can add up to 10 items per sloth, and then check out for one flat fee of 5 Matic, which is really nothing. And so if you own 10 sloths, you can add 10 items for each. It's like 100 items you can grab for just 5 Matic. So the best way to, I guess, make the most of that is to do all your shopping in the one session. But you can, if you don't buy all 10, you can buy 5, you can come back and buy another 5. It just caps it at a total of 10. And that's just for this current collection, which is called the Essentials. That's the first one we released, but the idea is as we grow in terms of the number of sloths that are being minted, we'll work on more collections and have a totally different thing. But that's allowed us to do some really cool stuff. We're currently talking and working with a couple of artists to do some exclusive collections that are created by that artist and that people will be able to go in the store and get. But the other thing is we did a collab, and because of the nature of the tokens and that they're customizable and interactive, we wanted to do collabs in a new way, in a different way. And as you know, typically if two collections collaborate with each other, the most common thing is they'll give away their own token to the other community or something along those lines. But we wanted to kind of use our tech of our tokens as a way to collaborate. And so there's another awesome Aussie project called the Drop Bears, who came out last year, and we've known them since late last year and had always talked about wanting to do a collab together. And so once we were able to launch, we started working with them, and basically the collab is the sloths invading the willows. We came up with a whole bunch of lore. The guy's got a full animation made and everything, but basically you pair up a bear. You just need to own one of each, and then the collab claim is free. But basically we recreated all their traits, Blage did. So the project's run by myself and Blage. We're a two-man team. He does all the creative and I've done the dev, but he's recreated all the bear traits. And so you just got to own a bear and a sloth, and then it will kind of map them, and you almost get what we've called a drop sloth, and it's like a twin of your drop bear. And it's just new items that get added to that wardrobe, but we basically get it changed so it looks the same. So I'll just show you live. So I've got one that I haven't claimed. So this is a drop bear that I own. There's actually a couple here. And I've gone through my sloths, but let's go with this guy because he's grey as well, so it might end up looking right. But this will basically on the fly generate what the preview will look like, because you can only claim once for a particular sloth or a bear, and then you can't claim again for that bear. But you can see here how it's combined it now, and that's
so cute.
So it's just added some new items, but we get changed, and so that way you can see the three together. And that was a bit of fun. That was an awesome collab to work on. Here's another one, and I'll go. And I think it's obviously, I haven't seen a collab done that way. It was just something we really wanted to do and would like to do going forward. There are sort of simpler versions of this type of a collab that we're also working on that don't go to this extent of recreating 180 traits. That was a mammoth effort, but we were really excited about it. It was an awesome collab. A lot of people jumped on board. So if you browse OpenSea, our collection, you'll probably see a lot of these drop bear looking sloths. But it was a heap of fun, and yeah, something new. And I think that's what we tried to do. So a bit of background, Blage and I run a digital agency ourselves, and I've done web dev for over 20 years, and Blage been a designer for at least 15 years. And so when we got into crypto and NFT space last year, we wanted to somehow bring what we did day in and day out, which was UI and user experience and interactivity into an NFT. And that's how we came up with Everyday Sloths. We basically brought that into an NFT. And so it's been really exciting. It's been cool having our own project. We'll be our own client for 12 months. But yeah, we did want to bring a bit of innovation and something different within something familiar, which was the PFP projects. But it's definitely been a challenge getting the exposure, getting people to realize that it is a bit different to a normal PFP and get involved. So there's plenty of sloths that get minted and then no one does anything with them. I think even getting those people to realize what they can do has been a challenge. But that's just part of the journey and part of, I guess, being quite unique, I guess. But yeah, we love the project. The other thing is we have partnered with the Sloth Conservation Foundation, and all of our sloths are actually based on the real sloths that they look after and that you can adopt. So you can see we've named them, and I love that part, that are based on the real thing. So Bojangles is actually a real sloth. And so we made this guy look like Bojangles, and then Ali's a real sloth. And so they're all actually paired up to real sloths. And then we have sort of different versions of them. We got like a devil sloth and that, but the base characters are all based on real sloths. And when you mint one of the sloths, you can actually claim an adoption pack for that real sloth. And that's free as part of buying the NFT. And you do that in the jungle. You can see here I've already claimed it, but when you log into the jungle, if you haven't, you can click and go through and claim it. And basically you'll get a whole adoption pack which is you'll get a few photos. It's all sent digitally, but you'll get some photos. You'll get a bio of the sloth. You get some updates from Slowco, and we also gift your sloth some
cool.
Slowco branded gear. So I'll just quickly show you. But there's a few cool things you get. So that's Slowco's singlet. And, I believe there was a beanie. Or a cap, there you go. So we drop that on your sloth once you make that claim as well. But you can claim that pack for yourself. I know some people that have bought multiple tokens have then claimed the other ones as gifts for people, because you can specify who you want that to be sent to. But we've done that, and we give a portion of every sale to Slowco, and we've so far been able to give them, I think, close to 14,000 AUD in support, which has been awesome. So that's been great. Like we love that aspect of it, and so we are on Polygon because we took the environmental consideration at the time, and also the cost of gas, because we didn't want to have to charge users to be able to get changed every time, because it happens on chain. And so we went on Polygon, so the gas was low, and we actually cover that cost. But we understand that it's a bit of a barrier to entry to get onto Polygon, and it has been. And so we actually did another slightly innovative thing, especially when we first launched, which was late last year. But we actually allow you to mint a sloth using multiple currencies. Even though the token itself is on Polygon, you can connect, and you can pay with Matic, you can pay with the wrapped ETH, which is the one that OpenSea uses. You can actually just pay with normal ETH. And then we also even added the ability to pay with ApeCoin if that's something you own. But you're able to mint a token with any of those, which was kind of cool. And when we did, because when we first launched, it was only Matic, and we noticed that became a bit of a barrier. And as soon as we opened up these other options, we've had a lot of tokens minted using ETH, obviously.
That's awesome.
But yeah, I think I've covered everything.
Yes,
you have a look, have a play. It is a heap of fun. We are popular with the kids.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do your kids love it, Ben?
Yeah, mine are into it. They like it,
awesome.
Which is a good sign.
It is. I think it brings you back to that, like, you know, to your childhood. And also I think you just love seeing the little guys, the little sloths there. And also it plays to your alter ego, right? I always think of Pamela and how, like, she, you know, yeah, you can put out there what you want the world to perceive your sloth to be. And I just think you are so creative. Thank you so much for sharing all of your journey, and also just the clever, creative, innovative way that you are using you know, technology, because you guys know it. And that's what, you know, you hit on something before when you said the fact that as devs, you know what's possible. And when you as an artist connect with, like when you and me connected, we just came up with all these other ideas of how to actually utilize my artwork. But you give so much more than just an image. Thank you so much for your project. It's beautiful. It's fun. Yeah, let's get more eyes on that, especially with the Adopt a Sloth. You know, you've gone so much, like there's so much in one NFT. Oh, you got one? Kelly? Oh, you're awesome. Muted, darling. You're muted.
I just bought one. Yeah. It just took me a minute, but I got it. I'm like, I really wish I had just sat and listened, because then I could have just gone right to the website. If I had just waited until that last part, it would have been a lot easier. But I did just get one, and I am like really like blown away by the whole, you can change the clothes. And I'm like, I haven't seen anything like that you can do on chain. I've seen them, you know, through Artifact and things like that, but not not on Polygon. So that's amazing. That's really cool.
And I love that, you know, you hit on the one thing about breaking down those barriers, and that's what POAP's all about, breaking down the barriers of entry. And you know, that's what the guys on the ground are doing today with Oz NFT. They're breaking down that barrier of, you know, what is an NFT? How easy is it? You know, let me talk you through that. Let us just give you TES. You know, let me give you 2 TES to even buy 4 NFTs today or this week. You know, you've covered all bases. So well done, Ben. It's a beautiful project. Love hearing that you've sold more, because you've then put that ability for all the different cryptos you can buy, you know, the corals, and you help Pamela do the same with corals, correct, Pamela?
Yeah,
absolutely. Without Ben,
amazing. Yeah,
there would be no coral NFT project. The corals, it would not exist, because this man has, you think my hair is naturally this color? This is to hide the gray underneath, because 9 months of trying to give birth to the Corals NFT project, I can tell you, without Ben, I don't think I would be here. I don't even think I'd be in the Web3 space, because without him, with this can-do attitude, with the fact that he educated me that I now can talk the way I talk. Because I remember talking to him yesterday talking on object, and I could see the look of disbelief on his face. He wasn't believing what I said. And I'm like, I know stuff now, you know, I've got a wee bit of a big brain now because of you.
Yeah, you've done amazing.
And I want to say as well, look at their website. I have never seen as much education in layman's terms, how to do something. My God, it is next level. This is one of the projects that just slipped under the radar, and it shouldn't have done. And now we are going to do everything we can to show the world, listen.
I'm kind of shocked that this wasn't bigger. Like,
I know.
I'm like, how have I not seen this?
And
how have I not seen this little thing that changes clothes? I'm like all over this. This is amazing.
I think it was definitely a timing issue. You know, had we launched 2-3 months earlier, it would have been a totally different story. But it was pretty much just before Christmas, so that we had Christmas to contend with. There was a bit of a bear market. It was just timing, and unfortunately, that's made it much more of an uphill climb. But that's fine. That's just
that's right. That's what we're here for. We're here for the whole thing. We're here. We're not going anywhere. That's what I love about Australians. Australians are not going anywhere. We are sluggers. We keep going again and again and again. We do not give up. Giving up is not an option. And there's
always certain projects that come back and they're Phoenix Rising kind of thing. It happens all the time. And this one's like perfect for that, because it really has so much innovation. So
and can I say as well,
totally.
You know why they're so shy and so humble? Like, I had a drip feed Ben everything at the start. I'm like, Ben, tell him how good you are at this. Tell him. He wouldn't do it. There's Blaž and Ben, two of the most humble people in the world. And even getting Ben on here today, he had to go out last night and have piles of cocktails with date night with his beautiful wife, so he could be on here and talk today. Otherwise, you would have got very quiet, Ben. So, go Ben. Love it. And Everyday Sloths. That's what it's called.
Feel free to go grab a beer or something. You know, it's fine.
I'm good. I'm good.
Ben, is there anything else, or Peg or Brenda, you want to ask Ben? Are we all good? You happy?
Yeah, I think you covered everything, Ben. Thank you. That was great. Yeah, Peg.
Awesome.
Ben. I'm just, you blow me away all the time. Every time there's a new feature that's added, I just love the fact that you can see your own, you could adopt a sloth like they have, in the World Wildlife Fund, and now it's turned into a PFP, and there's just so much involvement, and it's family friendly, Ben, I just, just love everything about the project, and thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it all.
Every time they put something new in the wardrobe, I love fashion. I love it.
You love a good shopping spree.
I love it. I'm an art collector. That's what I do. I love it. So whenever we put something new in the wardrobe, and I go in and we spend, he's on the Zoom, we spend Friday afternoons, maybe with a wee two or two, and we sit there and I try on all the different sloth outfits, and the crack is 90. We're laughing.
There's a great video of you doing that, and
there is a video of me doing
somewhere in our tweets, but we screen recorded you shopping for the first time. That was hilarious.
So good.
Because it's fun. It's fun, and that's we all need a wee bit of fun, folks. Life is hard, but I'm telling you, I challenge you not to smile when you're in the sloth every day.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'll come back.
I just want to clarify for all the Americans watching, where Pam, it's the first time I've ever brought this up. When Pam mentions crack, okay, I'm Irish too. So in America, we do have that saying, okay, that people crack a joke, okay, and so it's redundant, but that's what it means. Crack means to joke around, and so in America we crack a joke, so
nothing illegal of like
not that crack.
No. So again, thank you so much, and thank you, Miss Peg, for keeping me honest. I appreciate that, and saving my reputation. Thank you for that, much appreciated. Ben, you're a legend. I'm humbled to know you You've saved my bacon so many times. And I want to see this project be one of those major comeback projects. And speaking of comeback projects, our next amazing guest is Lambo Landers. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Woo!
You like what I did there? Do you like what I did there?
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Hey, Ben, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're good.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. You know, thanks for being here. And I just love hearing about the sloths. You know, those guys are doing some really good work in the space. And, you know, I've shared some ideas with Ben from time to time. And, you know, I am truly inspired. I'm a one-man band myself, so I do understand just to put the quality of work together that he's done and produce such a comprehensive suite of utility alongside his product is just incredible. And that's truly what drives me in the space as well. Yeah, no, congrats, Ben, and always a joy to hear from you as well.
Yeah. You talk about yourself though. Thank you.
Yeah. For those of you that know me or don't know me, I am. My name's Richard, aka Mully. I'm the founder, creator, and developer for Lambo Landers, which is a bit of a universe that I'm trying to create on the blockchain. So we're on the Polygon network. You know, Matic is our primary currency there, and I'm trying to build a bit of a universe. So with that does come multiple collections, but they're not built in the sense that they're PFP collections, ongoing, and just really kind of saturating this. The key milestone that kind of drives Lambo Landers is that we have a kind of technical component that separates each collection. So I started in the NFT game in February, and that saw my first pixel art collection in the kind of style of like crypto punks and those sorts of things. And that was a bit of a learning process for me. And then that evolved into like a more mature, established PFP collection. A few months later, we saw some generative artwork in a collection known as Crash, which actually did some interesting things. And the technical component for me there was to actually access the Photoshop API, which is getting into the back end of Photoshop and extracting something called blend modes out of Photoshop, which is a technique used to kind of apply lighting effects, gradients, and things like that to your artwork. So I've managed to kind of meld that into my NFT and put that out. So I could probably share my screen here if you don't mind, and just show you a couple of these collections.
Absolutely. Can I ask you a question? Where does the word Lambo Landers come from, Richard Mully? Where does it come from? I want to know that for a long time.
I have a history in building spaceships outside of NFTs, not real life spaceships. I mean, these are spaceships in video games, but they do exist in like voxel environments, metaverses, not like pay to earn metaverses, like gaming environments, and 3D modeling of spaceships. And I wanted to build my own spaceship fleet. So Lambo Landers had like a nice kind of ring to it in the lore. Lamborghini is like one of the only surviving manufacturers in the year 2283, and they've actually progressed to building spaceships.
I love that. I think it's so clever the way you did, you know, Lambo, everybody's on about the Lambo in the Web3 space and Twitter space, and then you just put it together. I just love it. I adore that. That is just awesome.
It's both a blessing and a curse, especially when I'm late. People start asking me when Lambo, but it's good. It's good. It's you know, I'm not too worried about not being able to deliver, just kind of based on my kind of technical skills and background in game development and things like that. So yeah. Let me show you a couple of the collections that I have. My first collection, here's my pixel generative art spaceships. I did go for the kind of pixel art style because I was learning at the time. You know, when I started my journey, I didn't know that I was going to be as successful as I was. And in all honesty, I did feel that I did have the technical skills to be able to deliver it, and I did quite successfully. But, you know, I just had to be realistic with myself and not go out and create all of this artwork, and should it fall over, I'd lose a lot of time. So, you know, I deployed my first smart contract on Polygon. I had a successful art collection of some pixel spaceships. And then the second time around, a few months later, I thought, you know what, now that I know how to do this, let's create some real art behind it. So a few months later, down the track around May, I released my second collection known as Crash. And this time around, I thought, let's put some serious artwork behind it. And the quality is a bit messy here, but I created these cyborg dystopian dudes that were flying the spaceships at the time.
Ooh, I kind of love this side of things. It's kind of really futuristic, and like it reminds me of watching, like, what do you call it, Battlestar Galactic, and seeing all these people. I'm showing me age. I know what you're probably going to put in the comments. Oh, she's ancient. All right, then Star Trek Future Generation. How's that?
Yeah, so these were like something that were kind of close to my heart. I drew a lot of inspiration from a lot of sort of cyber dystopian worlds, you know, Back to the Future. I watch a lot of Alien, those kinds of stuff, and even just cryptocurrency in general. There's a couple of rare traits where a guy has like a graphics card tied to his face as a kind of nod to like the proof of work that's going on. And, you know, that's even kind of shown a bit more relevance even today with the merge and things like that. So I'm glad that I've put some traits in there that do kind of tell a bit of a narrative in that. And again, like with these backgrounds, I managed to get into the back end of Photoshop and implement some sort of lighting effects in there that kind of unite all the traits. Sometimes you get these traits that kind of can be off or off color and don't quite fit the rest of them. So I really tried to unite that by using a kind of key lighting or dual lighting type scenario there, just to kind of bring the profile picture to life. So that was the technical piece in that collection, and that's still minting today and is quite consistent in there. We're on the Polygon network, 5 Matic is the price, and the goal there is just to try and make NFTs accessible to everyone. So you know, with a small kind of onboarding price, I can deliver these things and yeah, have a bit of technology behind it as well. So with my third collection, with this actually launched a couple of weeks ago, we've got a new collection called Reloaded, and this time the technical component is that we're moving into a 3D space. So I've actually gone and built a 3D renderer on the back end for Lambo Landers. It's a 3D model spaceship now that is compatible with the Sandbox metaverse. And you can actually move it around, swipe it around on your phone, change the background, and there's actually some dynamic components to it as well. In that around Christmas time, it will snow. Over time, things might happen. It is kind of affected by world events and things like that. So towards Christmas, we'll probably see these starting to snow or different things happening in the backgrounds. If significant changes happen in the world, we'll probably see the background change to some sort of animation or something like that as part of that as well. So that was a huge component, actually doing generative art in 3D. Difference, I guess, from the 2D plane is that you actually have to generate these things in 3D, script them up to be able to pull out all the traits and stuff, like the weapons, the hull types and things like that, to spit out all these different models and come together to create a whole NFT. So that's something that I've really kind of prided myself on, especially it was a bit of a this was a reboot of the first collection, and this was a bit of a nod to that previous collection and bringing it back to do it some justice, I suppose, in a 3D plane. So yeah.
I love I love the way that you've done your multiple collections that are kind of related, or very, very much related, but also so different, especially the Landers. Like clearly you're like, I've told you before, like we're a 2-man team and it's like an immense amount of work doing the project. And you're doing it solo, both the creative and the dev side. And you're obviously great at both of them. I love that. Had you done 3D stuff before this, or were you more on the 2D kind of artwork and the pixel
My background is mostly game development, so the kind of stuff that I built was like in Minecraft or things that I did for fun. But I did a lot of building. You know, when you have a passion for it, or if you're in that kind of gamer kind of mindset, you know, you can kind of spend hours, and it is a bit bad. I mean, outside of developing things, I actually am an athlete. I try to get my vitamin D throughout the day. I'm a bit flustered right now because I just came from the gym and about a 5K run. But you know, you do need to have a healthy balance there as well.
Yeah.
And I've kind of drawn away from the kind of playing games and more into kind of spinning that into like a C# object or oriented scripting type thing. And that's the hobby that I have now. And I'm trying to kind of make products. Web3 seems to be the platform where I can bring a lot of those skills and really kind of zone in on that and make products for people as well. So it's incredible. I'm really enjoying it. No, sorry, I'm kind of rambling.
Are you planning on kind of using these in a game that you make?
Yep. So with the money that I have raised, 20% of that is going to a visual aid charity. I thought when I was building these NFTs, it's just a shame that people can't see the wonderful artwork that we're producing. So I'm actually decided to donate a portion of that. And we've bought land in the Sandbox metaverse. So if you're familiar with this kind of style of building, it's actually called voxel, which is just like a 3D pixel. Yeah, that's what the Sandbox metaverse is built on. So at the moment, I'm using a lot of Sandbox game engines and things like that to produce these kind of works, which kind of segues into our fourth collection known as Hatch. So anyone who's a holder of our current collection has been given an egg. And that's all it is at the moment. If you're just a holder of these eggs, over time, sometime this year, they will start to crack, and you will hatch an animal out of it. Now, you don't need to send the egg anywhere. You don't need to trade it with anyone. But yeah, over time, it'll actually hatch. A bird might come out of it, another type of creature. There's actually a pool of 12 creatures that you could potentially roll with all of their traits, all of their things. And they also evolve over time. So they grow, you feed them. And yeah, this is the kind of technology that we're heading into now. So I've tried to remove a lot of the user interaction from that. So I don't want these gateways where you have to send your NFT somewhere, you have to pay to put things anywhere. It's just an NFT that you can check, and then over time you keep an eye on it, and you know something might have changed. You can feed it, you can do things with it.
Like a Tamagotchi.
Like the old Tamagotchi.
Very much like a Tamagotchi. Very much like a Tamagotchi. I'm having a look at some of the mechanics behind that, I suppose, around giving it life and things like that. If you don't feed it for a certain amount of time, maybe it resets back to an egg and passes away. But yeah, some of those things we're looking at, but yeah, I think I don't want to introduce some challenges to that as well. But
that's pretty awesome. Like 4 collections in like how long? Just since early this year. That's a pretty massive
about 9 months.
Yeah. So that like kudos to just for that, let alone like what the tokens do and what you can do with them. It's very cool. What's been your most challenging of all of that?
I guess a lot of people don't see the development side. You know, there's a lot of things that I would nut out early, like, yes, we are progressing very quickly on some of these collections. Yes, the technology is up there, but a lot of people don't see how we nut out the workflows to begin with, how we actually recognize those little challenges that we have along the way. Like, how do we go from the idea to producing the NFT? How do we make it generative along the way? How do we align our metadata in such a way that it's going to align with all of the platforms that we're aiming to build on? A lot of thought actually goes into this before we actually execute this kind of stuff. I do have a pretty strong background in IT, so I am using a lot of kind of familiar business practices to deliver some of this stuff, and I'm quite fortunate to kind of thrive in that space, and say, you know, this is going to be a technical fit for our project. You know, this is how it's actually going to functionally work, and be able to deliver on that. So yeah, a lot of people don't see the grind that goes, and there are times where you have to move slowly, and you have to actually go through things with a fine-tooth comb, make sure everything's lined up, you've dotted your I's, crossed your T's, things like that. And when you press go, it's going to pop off. So very challenging times, and you know, my advice for that is just go to sleep. I personally, if I come across those kind of solutions, I just go to bed, because I'm stewing on it for too long. And sometimes I'd wake up in the morning refreshed, and you know, I'd go solve it straight away. So
I like that you can do that. How do you just switch off? Tell me.
I think it's a sign.
My husband does that. My husband dreams. My husband's an engineer, and he dreams solutions. So I love that when you said that. Yeah.
I was going to say, so you probably know, I know, like being a dev, when you're grappling with a bug or an issue that you actually can't figure out, half the time I wake up 2 a.m. with some idea that might work, and you try it the next day, and that's actually what fixes it. That happens so often.
100%. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at the moment. I do have a bit of alpha. Like, this is one of the creatures that I've been working on. So I do a lot of the kind of animation. This is something that's going to come out of the eggs. I'm not happy with a couple of things in the way that it works at the moment, but I am kind of working on a couple of keyframes for them just to smooth out the animation a bit. But this is the kind of quality that you'll get out of your egg when it hatches. Obviously, it will be colored in, have different kind of traits associated with it. You know, like different eye colors and things like that. So animation is another component that we're moving into, and it's using a lot of these engines as well. And this type will kind of grow over time and become like a big.
That's so good.
Spectacular. Yeah.
You know, like I think of Pixelmon when I see these, but yours is way better. That was the biggest.
Look at the way it moves. Look at the way it moves.
Well-known fail ever. I mean, this is like how you do it properly. So well done, man.
Look at the tail. I love the tail. That's awesome.
And so for 5matic, I think what we've got on offer is pretty good. We've got some partnerships as well, payment mechanisms. So I did admire what you had done, Ben, with the multiple currency for your minting. That was incredible. So I might have a chat to you about that offline. But we've actually partnered with a facility called CrossMint, which allow for credit card payments on your minting facility. So as part of the DApp that I have here, I'm just kind of using a standard Hashlips DApp. It works, it's reliable, but I've actually just added a buy with credit card button there, and that takes us to our CrossMint facility where you can buy things for the price of a cup of coffee. Our stuff is priced at so around $4 USD or 5matic. You can actually pick up some of those collections as well. So that's how we've managed to solve some of that stuff.
Yeah, I saw you did that when we were on for your launch party. I hadn't seen it before on the DApp. That was cool, and I know that there were a lot of people using that, which is awesome. It's always good. Like obviously I know from experience, but it's always good to be able to give, especially if you're on Polygon, people another way to pay. It definitely has an impact.
Awesome. I love it. I love the fact that you're a one-man band, that you never give up. It's the true Aussie spirit right here, right now. Molly, aka Richard, aka Lambo Landers, awesome, absolutely awesome. You can buy it with a credit card. I was at the drop party a couple of Friday nights ago, and the generosity of spirit, but also the generosity of the whole NFT community here. It was giving away prizes, highlighting other projects. Richard, I just take my hat off to you. You did an awesome job. And if people want to go and find you or find Lambo Landers, what's your handle on Twitter, so they can follow you? Is it just Lambo Landers? Will they find you that way?
Yeah, at Lambo Landers. You can Google Lambo Landers. We're the #1 search that comes up. I think it's just because of the unique name, and lambolanders.com. We don't actually have any other kind of social networks or anything like that. So, yep.
Thank you so much, Richard. And there will be a POAP coming. We want to just thank you so much for being a part of this today. You're a community player. You always were. And we're just delighted. And I love the fact that you used to build spaceships. It just floats my boat. I love it. I love it.
Thanks for having me. Like, yeah, I get the art style is probably not for everyone and things like that, but you know, we're building some interesting things here, and you know, going into some online, like some real life utility in the coming months. This is actually probably one of the last collections that we'll ever release, given that these evolve over time and things like that as well.
I love that dynamic nature of them. I love that. I think that's awesome. And I cannot wait to see my egg and what I get in my egg. I cannot wait.
You have an egg, do you?
Well, no, I think I have. I don't know what I have. I know I have something. I have some of the most recent ones that you dropped a couple of Friday nights. I think I've 3 or 4 of them or 5 of them or something. There's an egg. You said something about an egg, and I know I'm going to get an egg. I know.
Yeah, definitely check and let me know.
Yes.
Yeah, they're going to be incredible, and you know, we are trying to solve the Pixelmon problem in some ways, and I think at our price point, it definitely does hit some of those targets. So
beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. I'm gonna chill out, and you'll probably catch me in the chat. And I'm actually planning on going to help out the guys over at Oz NFTs. So,
good.
I'm probably gonna go jump in the car and head out that way.
Beautiful.
I just wanted to say real quick. I really actually appreciate the pixel art, because I've tried myself to build, like, you know, sandbox assets. And it's not easy, as from what I've seen, is to create like the highlight in the shadow and the depths with pixels. So I just wanted to shout you out on like getting that texture and stuff with your Lambo Landers. It's amazing.
Awesome. Yeah, so talented, and I hope you two can connect, Valerie and Richard as well on socials, and maybe talk more. And you never know what might come out of that conversation. Richard, can I get you to stop sharing your screen?
Yeah, sure.
Beautiful. And then we can go on from there. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, lovely faces.
Thank you so much, Lambo Landers. You're amazing.
That was awesome. And I love pixel art, so that was a lot of fun. Hey,
yes.
Anybody want a POAP?
Yes! Yes, you do. See, before we do that, Kelly, can I just welcome a few people just into the room?
I've got a few minutes left on the secret word, so go ahead.
Yes, so I want to welcome the awesome Leslie Spurlock. Leslie,
hi.
I'm so delighted you're here. Thank you.
It's so good to see you.
It's nice to see your face. I always just see your cartoon character. So hey.
I know. I'm actually a real person.
No, of course you are. Yeah. Beautiful. You're beautiful. Love it. Welcome.
Thank you. So are all of you. Wow.
We also have the revolutionary, the setting NFT history, Victoria West, joining us as well. Miss Victoria, there you are. Oh my God. So excited.
You're a real person too.
I am, mostly. I want to file a complaint that Leslie gets to sit in the dark, and I have to be on video. So I want to mention that, because I don't think that's fair, Leslie.
Well, I even turned on another light. I don't know why it's so dark.
Oh, because you have your screen in the background, but that's okay.
Yeah,
I like how the photographer's pending.
You look awesome. Look at you with all your lovely.
That didn't help.
How has it been? For those of you who don't know, and jump in anytime. Professor, those of you who don't know, Victoria West dropped and changed NFT history yesterday. Innovative Genesis collection that went nuts. I mean, you have never seen anything like this in your life. It is a photograph that ages. It is run by the community. It's an animal farm on steroids. We get to vote and collect and see whether the image stays young, old, middle-aged, and their prime. And it's just been the best.
It's been awesome.
And let me say, Pamela, that we are missing your 15 votes to win right now.
15.
She has 15, and it would put us over. It would put us over if she would go ahead and vote for age 50. And I sent you the details, Pamela. So
I agree.
you're waiting for
I don't
your
even
vote.
know what's going on, but you should definitely vote for age 50.
Yeah, I know.
Definitely vote for age 50.
Yeah, we ended up with Pamela. You have the controlling vote.
That's
and
hilarious.
Jedi,
She's a whale.
Jedi overlord. So we have 2 women in power now. And yeah, the vote's just waiting for you.
Right, I'm gonna hand over to Kelly, and I'm gonna go and vote.
You go vote.
I gotta vote. I gotta do this. I'll be straight back.
Go do your vote.
I'm away.
We're gonna do the POAP.
Yes, I'll get.
We'll reset the room a little bit, and
Yeah,
then then we're going to our next fun thing. So for those of you who are new to POAPs, hopefully you have your POAP app ready to go. If not, you can go to POAP.xyz, and that's POAP.xyz, and you'll see links to download the app. Open up your app and then click on the plus sign next to where it says Mint, and then click on secret word. And now you're going to type in the following word. And this is all one word, all lowercase. Down, under, and the number 2, all run together. So DOWNUNDER and the digit 2. And then you should have it. And this particular POAP features the corals, Brenda Stone art, Everyday Sloths, and Lambo Landers. So hopefully, if I have followed the schedule right, these will go in order, and hopefully we'll have the people who are on, the POAPs will match, and maybe we'll see. So far, so good, but we're only 2 hours in. So who knows?
That's cool. You put them all together. I like that.
Yeah. So I did it so that they kind of came in, because we had some limitations. So just so all of you understand a little bit more about POAP, POAP currently is free. It is, there are costs involved, but POAP is covering them for now. So eventually there may be fees involved, but because of that, because it's free, they do limit how many a particular event can have. And there's a lot of ways that they figure this out. So in order to kind of work with them and work with their parameters, I did say that we would just do one POAP an hour. So we kind of put some art together to make it all work. Okay, so we have 2 POAPs down, quite a few to go. Brenda, what is up next? Brenda and Peg, back to you guys.
Okay, we have
right. Go ahead.
We have Blue Thumb. Where? I'm not sure. Is she here?
He may not.
Can we, Brenda, can you just share a wee bit about Leslie, Victoria, Sarah, and Carrie, these 4 awesome artists, while we wait for Blue Thumb to join us, because we've had somebody drop out, so it's all good. So we share what's been amazing in their lives, what they've been doing, the fact that they are, OGs in the Tezos NFT Web3 space, and I'm on the website currently voting. I'll be right back.
Okay, awesome. Well, I love this multitasking at the best.
Zoomed in, reset the room. Now I got to go vote.
Yeah.
Pamela, before you go vote, there's just been a change. We have a new overlord, Black Math.
You are kidding me.
Oh, wow.
You are kidding me.
That's about the most twisted overlord you could have ended up with. So
pretty much.
To get real.
Oh my God, I'm away to sort this out. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Okay, you do that.
This is getting serious now. It's very serious. Really got to go take care of this.
Yeah, does everyone know how it's working? With Victoria's NFT collection, she's released a number. Have we talked about this already? Or no, did I miss it? No,
she did it a little bit, but no, I don't really know exactly what's going on, and I love it. I mean, I think
do you
it's
want
like
to give
so fun.
Do you want to give a quick snapshot of the whole idea? Please, Victoria, you probably will tell it best.
Sure. So I did a collaboration with this brilliant developer who's kind of a legend on Tezos. So he's built a lot of the cool things that we use over there. And up until recently, he was pretty much just working with like PFP projects and doing all the contract work for them. But he and I did a collab where, so the piece is an aging person. So it starts as a child and moves to old age. But what goes along with it makes it really unique, because for each edition that you hold, it's a vote. And then everyone in the edition community votes for how they want the NFT to look. And the person who owns the one of one controls everything. So they can override the will of the people. But if they do that, they get punished, and the NFT will change into something else. And then the community have to vote in line. So they have to have their votes close enough that it won't trigger them to be punished. So if they don't work together, they're punished and the NFT changes. And they have to work together to bring it back. So it's like
so it's really about consensus and working together and finding common ground. Is that what I'm?
Yeah, it's a social experiment. We're basically torturing our friends and
fabulous. Hey, I think that's fantastic. Anytime you can torture people as part of your art experiment, I think it's fantastic. That's amazing, though. I really like this. I think this is so fun. And this is on Tezos as well.
I voted. I'm going to show you.
Are you the overlord?
We're in the fucking lead. We are in the lead.
Please, because Victoria just gave an explanation to everyone in the space about it.
Awesome.
So you got to show us now. Anticipation is building.
This is the.
Oh my God, it's just the best.
So Victoria is award-winning photography. Award-winning photography, portrait photographer. Right. So this is the piece. It's called Genesis Generation. So that's a big hint that there might be more coming. So if you missed out, in fact, there will. If you missed out,
I saw this earlier and I didn't fully comprehend what it was. Okay, I saw it in passing and I was like, oh.
So I'm going to show you this. This is where
Watch
it starts.
This.
Ready? So you see the way it starts as a baby, young baby child. Look at this, right? You watching? Look at that. Oh shit! Let me make it bigger. I'm a dick. Let me make it bigger. There we go. Look, see what's happening now. Can you see this? Look.
Oh.
Right, this is where I want it to be about the 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
The woman is in her prime, and we're awesome, and we're good together. We're happy in our skin. We're financially secure, sorta, and we're all over it. And we don't care about how skinny or fat we are, or if we have makeup on or not. This is what I want, right? This is what we're voting on. So I want this one, but there's naughty people like. He wants it to look like a geriatric. He would like
take it
like that.
I'll take it.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
Look at this.
Looks pretty good there too. I don't know. I kind of like the way this person's aging. I'd be fine with that.
Look at this.
Oh, I just love it. It's just so beautiful.
So
that is lovely. I love this.
But what do you see? So that's what you're buying. But what do you see the voting structure? I'm well excited about this because for me, I've not seen anything like it in my life. So I'm going to show you now.
Really cool.
Website. So if I close that one down, you should be able to. Let me show you what I just voted on. Right.
It's a lot happening here. Okay.
This here, right? So.
Oh wow!
It all. And I just voted now because I have 15. I have 15 editions. I bought 15 because I am a megalomaniac and I wanted to be able to control and keep it nice and not have it looking like a geriatric. And I said to Kripke, you're a DJ, and why would you have a geriatric one? Like, if anybody should be geriatric inclined, it should be me, not you. But anyway, he did. So now you see this, look at that. Oh, leading votes 6.94%. Get in, Leslie, get in. And then these other people, they can bite me because.
So what will happen, Pamela, is you need to hit 20% under 50's normal speed autoplay.
Yeah.
When that hits 20%, then that is quorum. And that means that the will of the people will then say 50s normal speed autoplay. And then the controller, if he does anything other than change it to what you set it at, he'll be punished. But
yes. And I'm revoting because I didn't have normal speed. I had slow speed. So I'm revoting that part. So hopefully it'll put us over.
But I believe the other problem is if you reach the percentage of voting hits 20%, or no, maybe it's 30%. I'm not sure exactly what number he set it at, but if the percentage voting gets too high, but nothing has hit 20%, then you're punished.
Oh God. So we have to do some collaboration. We have to do some, I need to speak to people. I need to get the hackathon done and then I'm on it.
Well, the black math guy was on our team, but he's now the overlord. So I don't know what is going to happen now.
Well,
how do you become the overlord?
You buy the NFT, the one of one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
so
there's
if you have
additions.
that, okay. So it's not like something that changes. It's always that. I mean, it can change, but it's if they choose to sell it.
Yeah, she accepted the bid, his bid. So.
Wow.
Got it.
He's a lunatic. I'm going to just say it. I'm just going to say it. Black Math is a lunatic and he's going to control and it's never, I'm going to have to do some serious negotiating.
This is really funny. I love this. I really
I joined your vote.
So my big areas of Web3, I love DAOs.
Yes,
I love DAOs, and I like I'm very involved in Nouns DAO, and I'm in I love voting, and I love governance, and I love all of that. So this is like, I love all of this. Like, this is so fun. I guess I know what I'm buying next.
So yeah, Victoria, is it still open?
Me lots of money. Well, not really, because this is all too cheap. But you know, it's very good.
You missed the price.
Yeah, you've missed it, unfortunately. Yeah, it was a 24-hour access.
Damn it.
There's some on the secondary market for.
That's what I'm going to look for.
I think like maybe around 20 TES. I don't know where it's at right now. People
have got one on the secondary market. Just saying.
I'm gonna go work on that. I got things to do. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Next purchase coming up.
The thing is with this drop, we only had a 24-hour buying window, and a lot of people did not understand what it is because it's never been done before, right? So they don't know what they're looking at. But this is like a game changer because the contract that this is built on, he called it an Oracle contract, which means you can plug in any other contract and that will affect the original NFT, which is,
wow.
I mean, what that could mean for artists like going forward is so many potential things, like even including, maybe putting punishments on collectors who trade your work without giving commissions, for example. Like there's a lot of potential with it. So it's a historic thing that I was lucky to be a part of. Really all the amazingness was him.
No, no, I'm not taking that. It was 50-50 because without that awesome understanding of the aging process between your portrait photography the whole way through. And yes, Victoria, I'm gonna just give it all to you because it's very true. You understand how a woman's face changes. And I'm going to tell you what I did last night. So I'm sitting there and I'm playing it, right? And I'm going through and I'm looking, right, so I'm 50 now. So when I go on and I'll be a bit further, this is what's going to happen. Oh, I need to get some Botox in there. That's what I was fucking doing with it last night, thinking it's true because I was comparing my photographs, thinking this is what I'm going to look like. This is what's going to happen to me. So tell us about how you knew where to age that lady and what age you took a photograph at, first of all.
So the original photograph is the one where she's like in her 20s. So the young adult is her right now. How did I know how to age her? Aging her wasn't actually hard for me because my day job is photographing women, mostly 40 plus, women who hate being photographed and giving them photos that they love. So if you actually go to my website, You'll see like before and afters on my website that will blow your freaking minds. You'll all want me to photograph you. I guarantee it. I'm like famous in my area. Women are like, you're my bucket list. Like, all I want is you. Like, this is the shit.
I love it.
No, it's true. So that's what I've been doing for years for like to make a living. So obviously women, everyone wants to look a little younger, a little skinnier, whatever. So, you know, I photograph more mature faces all the time, and I know what happens, and I can tell how people are going to age just by the structure of their face, because I study faces, right? That's my job. So the idea of actually getting to age someone instead of reverse age, which is normally what I'm doing, was really appealing to me. So that part was easy and enjoyable. I'm gonna have my dogs barking. The hardest part was actually bringing her back to a child. So I used AI to help me with that as like a guide.
Very clever. Yeah, I just love that it's the blending of your talent and a dev, you know, like when you're talking before, I'm like, Ben, this is all your language, you know, yeah, like you'd be loving this project because it's all just, you know,
yeah, it's
stuff
amazing.
I
love it. That's exactly what I love about it. The mix of tech and art. That's kind of my head. So yeah, it's awesome. I got my edition. I've done my vote.
What did you vote? Did you vote against me, Ben?
I matched your vote. I did the same.
Oh, you did? You matched my vote?
Okay, I need to do my vote too, but I'll do it after the POAPathon, okay?
Where do you vote?
I get in trouble if I didn't do that, right?
So once you go and buy
yes, you would.
this NFT, which I did, where do you go to vote?
Oh, Victoria, can you share where we go to vote? And I just want to say a huge welcome to Crit King, the DJ. And I want to say, Crit King, bite me. That's all I want to say. Bite.
It's okay. It's all fun.
Yeah, but yeah, you say that now, but the minute we get on Twitter Spaces tomorrow, you'll be going to go, I want to do this, I want to do that. I know it, and you'll probably not even let me up on the stage. I'm there, I get it, but I cannot. I'm so excited. I got 15. I got fucking last night.
I know. I saw.
I got it last night. So the Tezzies, right? We bought Tezzies last week, and I was sharing with the world how I was going to get more of Victoria's Genesis piece, and I'm like, I'm going to be very nice to my husband, Dave.
Don't talk about.
I'm not going to say anymore. I just said
don't say
I'm
anymore.
nice to my husband, and I got more Tezzies, and that's why I am in.
So he got lucky, and you got lucky. There you go. And you want more of Victoria's.
I got more Victoria's pieces. That's what I got. And I'm like, I'm in the fucking lead. I'm in the lead. So, I love it.
I know. I couldn't believe you got 15. I was like, go Pamela.
No, Leslie, I know. I just had, I was kind of, like, remember I was saying yesterday, I was finger happy until my wallet was drained, and then I had to wait today. Came home from work, like, give us your like, you know, it's like my love language, give us your wallet. That's what
Pamela.
Yes.
It's Jerry here.
Hey,
Can I just say that you blew it earlier, because I've been hanging out in Victoria's Spaces behind Sarah's picture, lurking and following what was going on. And it became apparent that between you and us, we got something like 30% of the vote. So my plan was to come downstairs, get Sarah to persuade you to join forces with us, go back upstairs, take charge of the thing, and crown you as queen. And you could have been queen in absentia whilst doing your day job. But you failed me because you just rushed off and voted. So I'm afraid the whole thing is blown, really.
But let me ask the question, Jerry, which one were you in? Were you in the younger one, the middle-aged, the old, which one, who were you voting for?
Hey, take a look at this and have a guess.
Oh, you were going with the baby one, weren't you? That's what it was, Jerry. You were going with the baby one. No.
Can I also just for a serious moment say I unfortunately I did get rugged at the end of Victoria's Wonderful Spaces, but the thing that I was wanting to say there, and I should say it here, is that the voting thing was fun. In fact, it was hysterical fun, and really, really interesting to watch how it worked. And I went back 2 years to when I saw an interview with one of the founders of one of the blockchains. I can't remember whether it was HBAR or EOS. And he put forward the idea that you could bring about true democracy by having 10 people debate a subject for, say, a couple of weeks, and then vote for one of those people to go forward. And if you did that on 8 rounds, you could end up with the next president of the United States as part of true democracy. And it was fascinating to watch Victoria's spaces in that context, where we might look back in decades to come and regard Victoria like we do Abraham Lincoln. I mean, it's quite an extraordinary step forward in what is possible.
Are you in love? Yeah, Sarah, did you hear we actually have a king now and not a queen?
Exactly, I did. I cannot believe that he got it.
I know.
Oh my gosh, I saw the offer and I was like, no, somebody's going to pip him. But
I was busy in POAPathon. I could have got more wallets, but I was busy. I had to do this streaming thing, this POAPathon. Oh, this is the best. This is the best. This honestly, I agree with you, Jerry. It's a moment in history, in NFT history. We're early to the table, and I'm just so proud of, you know, I'm so humbled to be even in it. Me and Brenda are only in the Tazon space for 5 weeks. 5 weeks, and we've made friends with the awesome Leslie, who's a phenomenal badass photographer, and I'm going to own her badass photographer because she's like me. Then you have the likes of Victoria, had to turn her camera off there now so she could adjust her resting bitch face. and Ali just is adopting it all for all of us. So Ali, I have known is a DJ king, and there's a reason why he's called Crypt King. He's in Texas. He's awesome. And these 3 people have taken time out of their evening. They closed their show early. The Tezos Twitter spaces.
Thank you,
Victoria, to be here with us tonight, to add a wee bit of fun, a wee bit of flavour, to add their beautiful faces, and they've come here to support me and Brenda. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart to all of you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You are awesome. And where's your cap, Crypt King? And yeah, you need to.
Yeah, you look a little bit different.
Yeah, we're used to the muscles. There's no muscles on show, folks. I only invited him because he was the eye candy, and he had all these big muscles up here. No, there's nothing. That's all I
Yeah, you got the ape shirt.
Oh, look, ape follows ape. Oh, I'm not getting into that conversation. I am not getting. But Ben, you can mint an everyday sloth using ape coin. I might just point that out.
Yeah,
he did that for you, Crypt King. He did that for you, folks. I'm going to move on to the next amazing project gallery who are waiting patiently. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce you to Blue Thumb Digital. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hi, Pamela. Nice to meet you. How's everyone doing?
I'm good, lovely. I'm good. And welcome to POAPathon Down Under. I said POAPathon, didn't I? Oh my God, POAPathon. And we're only, how many hours? I'm 2.5. Would you see me at 6 o'clock? So welcome, Blue Thumb Digital. Claire, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us on POAPathon Down Under. Claire, can you tell us a wee bit about what Blue Thumb is and basically what you're doing in real life and in the Web3 space? Lovely.
Sure. Well, I mean, as you can see, we have a gallery. Yes, so I'm in the gallery today. We're at Richmond in Melbourne. So yeah, come by and just drop by. So we've been an online art gallery since 2012. And this is our 10-year anniversary. So yay. And
anniversary, that's
amazing.
Yeah, so we started, we had our first launch this year in February, our first NFT launch, and we started Blue Thumb Digital around that time. So it's been in the works since like November. February, we dropped our Genesis drop. That is a collection of 25 artists all across Australia, some of the best digital art there is. There were like 92 one-on-ones, and then we followed that up with Muses in, I think it was late June. And that was a much smaller drop, like 11 artists and all women NFT drop. Not sure if you've seen it across our Twitter or our Instagram, but yeah, that's what we did. And currently we are prepping, well, we have sort of been teasing our new drop that is with Year of the Woman artist Yasmin Shima, who'll be dropping 7 NFT artworks, all one-on-ones called the Free Frida collection. So yeah, there's stuff happening.
There's a lot going on. I love the fact that you were in that digital space before NFTs and Web3 went into their bull run, if you like. How have you felt the transition across to NFTs? How's that gone?
Well, it's been a long learning journey. The concept was sort of dreamed up by our co-founder George. Sorry, he had to pop off for a little bit. I think he is taking care of his kid today. So yeah, because I started out working with the online side of things, the Web2 side of things, and then they said, you know, hey, we're going to do this project. Are you on board? And I was like, yeah, sure. Like, this is all so new to me. I didn't know what NFTs were. Yeah, it was quite a hectic learning journey, but we've met really welcoming people. We've met so many talented artists like Sarah and Jerry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we finally launched our space this month, like our actual gallery space open to the public.
Wow.
Yeah, we've been moving offices, so we had really tiny ones. I think it's like in Sacraville Street or something, and then in Collingwood, but not on this scale.
I know
like,
that's the magpies, is it?
Oh yeah.
How I know that, I don't know, because I don't follow the Australian rules, because I don't understand it. All I know is they have the short t-shirts, like the vests. That's all I know. And they sort of, the Aussie rules is like a mixture of every kind of football thrown together, and then all they need is a bat, and they'd have the perfect sport. That's all I know. But aside from that, so this week you've opened your first digital gallery space in your
not this week. A few weeks ago.
Yeah, in your new location. I can see some of the beautiful frames behind you.
Yeah.
And tell me about the oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Tell me about the relationship with Sarah and Jerry, how that came about, because obviously they're a bit like me. We're not from this beautiful country, but we're so passionate about it because we live here, we're citizens and we're part of it. So how did that relationship come about?
Actually, we reached out to them for our Genesis drop, but that didn't quite happen. But they came to our launch and we sort of like reconnected again. But it's nice to see some familiar faces around. Yeah.
And would you agree, Claire, the amount of talent per capita in this beautiful country is unbelievable in relation to all types of artists, isn't it? I just think everybody has a talent here in this country.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually not from Australia either. So coming here and seeing, you know, like it's really nice that there's a culture around art and preserving art and uplifting the scene. And that's been really nice to see that it has its place in everyday life too.
That's right. And at last, we get to give artists the respect, the financial reward that they deserve. And we're trying to eradicate this starving artist title. I think every artist deserves a seat at this table. This is this decentralized, inclusive, especially for you, Crypt King, inclusive environment now that artist, I'm just taking the Michael, that every artist out of Crypt King can be a part of. So if you have a talent, and the fact Melbourne seems to be the hub, seems to be the, you know, the main place where everybody sort of gravitates to for artists. But now that we have this NFT pathway, as Brenda said, you can live in Cairns, you can live in Darwin with all the crocodiles, you can live anywhere and still have your art featured at your gallery. Would that be, is that something that you do a lot, or is the artist just basically centered in Melbourne?
No, I mean, if you look at our website, we work with artists from all across the country, and I think it was a few 100,000, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, and from our, you know, from our Genesis drop, we've like, and for our Muses drop, we've had people based in Perth, based in New South Wales, based in Tasmania, and I think Gold Coast. Yeah, so quite a few people out there. Yeah, and maybe one day once we're more established, we could spread our wings and take over the world. Who knows?
I love that. Being a megalomaniac, I love that idea. Take over the world. That's what it's all about. And you know what? You're doing an awesome taking that next step with the technology, with having the frames in your gallery so people can come in. Now, tell me, I just want to go into a wee bit of the detail of it. So when you have a frame up there, do you show a selection of the artist's work, or does it say static, or what way does it work? I'd love to know.
I can actually, I will take you to see a frame, so I can do for a close-up.
Yes, please. I love a close-up, not too close, but like a not too close.
So if you see, we have QR codes, and some of them are moving.
Oh,
so we have this one here by Marble Mannequin called Jellyfish Maker.
Yeah.
And we've got Mysterious Owl's work. Mysterious Owl is a street artist.
Yeah.
Tammy Kennett and Lucy. So as you can see, they're all videos. And
Yes.
Joy Chiang's work as well. She's a Melbourne-based
Yes, we know Joy. Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah.
So Claire, are they practically iPads, or what are they? Just miniature computers?
They
Sorry.
are no, not at all. So they are literally digital frames. Like you
Oh my
plug,
God, that's super cool.
you plug like a Type-C, and then you connect it to your computer. And if you want to change the artwork, you can. But they do have some very specific, I guess, technical specs. So you'd have to play around a little bit. But yeah, I mean, the nice thing is that they also play sound, and we get to see art something a little bit different from, like, I guess, traditional art. Like there's a new space for that in this gallery, and that's kind of nice.
I love that. I love that. That definitely, we've been talking a lot about that too, just seeing more galleries come on board with the digital aspect and how that actually will look and how it will actually outwork in the next coming, hopefully, future, especially for, I know we've found it really quite hard in our city just to get, local art communities on board NFTs, but that's because we had to start from the beginning and actually just onboard them straight from the start. So thank you. That's really good for me to see as well. Now I can encourage our arts communities to do something similar. I know that's a goal of mine, to have an NFT gallery in North Queensland. So watch out, world.
So also I would love to ask, so how are you finding onboarding your normal gallery clients into the NFT space? How are you finding that?
I would say we need a lot of work around that, because a lot of people, as is the common, I guess, issue in the space, is a lot of people need to be educated on what it is, how you can use it, how to avoid scams, and why you might want to pick up a particular piece of art. And so we sort of we do need to educate more of the team as well. And but the response has been good. We've had artists interested in us, and we hope we can also engage the native crypto community, as long as traditional buyers and the people who did come to the launch, I think a few of them were interested in the frames, but we could definitely do more, I think.
Well, it's taken time, and we were saying earlier, Claire, that we use here in North Queensland, what we did is we actually used the POAP. So we used POAP as a way to onboard people. So we have the QR code at the door. We sent out an email to everybody beforehand, download the app. I know it was Oshi did that, to download the app. And then when you come in, you got your free first NFT. And that sort of opened the door, to really have that as a way of onboarding people. But definitely, we love to talk. You need to come on our TED Talks with Victoria and Leslie, because seriously, we have all the main people in there who can help bring more eyeballs, bring more, to what you're doing, and show the world exactly what you've achieved. And they run spaces regularly. So seriously, follow Crypt King, Leslie, Victoria, myself, and we will hook you up to make sure, because I think a lot of it depends on Twitter as well. It's building that community on Twitter, and if we can do anything to help, the Tezos community is one of the kindest, most generous community there are, and it doesn't matter that you're on Ethereum or Polygon or whatever blockchain. It doesn't matter. Just come on in, because that is the way to do it. And as I said to everybody, 5 weeks I'm in this Tezos community, and they are just next level. Next level. I feel that I finally found me home. I'm so grateful. The amount of expertise, education. I mean, Crip King has a thing where basically he educates with his weekly. He also shows a lot of photographs of him hiking on flat ground. But just a lot of education. He has a wee post that you can download, and I get it into my wee wallet every now, or my wee inbox, and it's awesome. So it's about linking. I think the biggest learning curve in this whole world is linking in relationships and friendships, bringing the right people together so that a rising tide lifts all boats. So honestly, we would love to help you, take this a step further and see it as success, because what you're doing is amazing. Has anybody any questions for wee Blue Thumb they'd love to ask?
Well, I have a question. For any artist or creative wanting to be a part of your gallery, how do they do that?
Yeah, sure. So we have expressions of interest form on our site. Our site is bluethumb.digital, or you can, follow us on Twitter.
Yep, already following. Great.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, our Twitter handle is @bluethumbart, capital B, capital A. Yeah. So if you're interested, just send in an expression of interest. And, we do different drops with different themes all the time. So I think if there's a good opportunity to collaborate, then we could reach out to you if you send in your portfolio, and fit that into our project pipeline. And
thank you. Cool. And does someone have to be in Web3 to come and be a part of it, or what if they are do you have to be an established Web3 artist?
I think we would like a nice mix of people. Yeah, for people who are interested in the space, I think we've onboarded some of our traditional artists, like Ed Federhovic, who is from Perth, and there were a few that stayed with us, from our traditional side of things to here. So yeah, if the project's a good fit, then who knows? But we definitely welcome everyone. Yeah.
Lovely, thank you. So we'll just share your Twitter handle, and people can come and find you that way. Thanks, you are doing incredible things. Love hearing all that's happening down under. Pamela and I are up the top of Australia, but you guys are down where it's cold and rainy and wet all the time. But it's fantastic, and we hope to get down to your end of it. We go down often, but just to really connect with the Web3. This POAPathon has brought everyone together, even on our continent. Really, hey, Pamela.
Absolutely. It's brought lots of, community builders. It's brought lots of NFT projects, generative projects, artists, and we are just delighted. And thank you so much for agreeing to take POAPathon. You are awesome, and we'll do whatever we can, honestly, to help, get the word out there, introduce you to people on Twitter, artists, creatives, all of that, and really, do what we can to assist with the mission that you're on, because it's so important. We want a seat at the table. We don't want to be left behind. We want to have that technology, So when you see somebody doing something like innovative like you, we want to help it. So thank you so much, Claire. You've been awesome. We appreciate you taking time out of your day. And has anybody else got any questions for the love? Oh, yes, Miss Sarah.
Hi, just a real quickie. Thanks, Pamela. How are you, darling? Going well, I see. Hi, Brenda, Victoria. What an awesome, oh my gosh. Yes, we did have our 5 pieces or whatever it was that we were going to try and get together with you. Hi, Leslie. So cool to see you.
Hello. Nearly, Leslie, you're in the dark, but nearly.
I know. I'm sorry. I don't know why. Usually it's not like this. I guess because it's nighttime. I don't know.
There's a little switch on the wall. Did you push that down?
I have my lamp on. I have my lamp.
Can I ask a really quick question of Claire? Because I'm not sure how long you're in, Claire. When we came to the opening, for which thank you, it was really, really cool. And on the giant screen behind you, you had the rotating NFTs, and I think you digitized quite a lot of other art as well. But the smaller frames that we saw that you just showed us, that had the individual artists work on, I think one of the clever things you do, correct me if I'm wrong, is that when a collector buys a one-of-one, you preload the frames with the art. Is that right? Or have I got it wrong?
Yeah, so basically if someone buys the piece and then we, because the frames are here, so we ship it out from here. So we would load the art onto that frame for the collector. Yeah.
Wow. I think it's quite, well, quite is the wrong word. I mean, I say quite because I'm English. I think it's a really, really clever initiative. I've not seen that before. So I just wanted to give you the flowers for that because I think it's a really cool idea. And yeah, I'm sorry we weren't able to have anything ready for the Genesis, but
that's all right.
Working on a lot of pieces at the moment. So we'll definitely hang out again. And thank you for listening.
Oh, no worries. Good to see you.
Brilliant. Claire, is there anything else you want to share? You've shared your Twitter handle so people can follow you. You've submitted your POAP, and at the top of the hour, we will get the next set of POAPs, and there'll be a secret word, and Kelly will come on and share it with us. But I just want to say thanks very much, and do reach out. That's what we're here for. And have a lovely rest of your day. You did great. Thank you.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Okay. My lovely, thank you so much. And I see a few other. Hi, Kelly.
Hello. Okay, so no POAP quite yet.
Okay.
So coming soon. I'll be back.
Well,
keep going.
Keep going. I got it. So the next person I want, this person is not even a person to me. This person is the most divinely talented human being.
She's a god.
She is just the Florian. That's all I'm going to say. This artist has, in the last few weeks, blown it out of the water. She has sold out collections in minutes on Tezos. Her work is just, and it's just next level. It really is. And it's my really humble opportunity to introduce you to the awesomely talented Renee Campbell. Welcome, Renee, you awesome lady.
Hi guys, it's good to see you all.
I love your hair.
Renee. Hi. You're so nice and bright, like as always. Everything you create and everything you do is just beautiful. But it's like, oh, it's nice to see your red hair or your pink hair and your photos.
Yeah,
it's good. It's so good to have you here, Renee. Renee is very, very shy and humble and doesn't like to talk about herself too much. So we're going to rectify that today, aren't we, Renee?
Okay, let's go for it.
So we don't tell us about. You're a beautiful artist in what you do. So I keep getting it wrong. It's not micro photography, it's macro photography. And then you metamorphosed your style into something. You just went with the trend. The trend was AI, and you went with that trend, and you really got out of your comfort zone of taking your macro photography, and you really created something that the demand exists for because you've sold out. Every time you drop something, you sold out. I actually messaged Renee this morning and said, can you keep me one of your pieces? Because I'm not going to get the opportunity to get one. Yeah. So tell us about how you metamorphosed from being a macro photographer to introducing the world to the beautiful creations of the Florian. Please, my lovely.
Okay, well, macro photography.
Oh, sorry. Oh. What's happened?
Right, okay, you can hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Everyone's faces went, huh? Yeah, so macro photography has always been my love. For over 20 years, I've always reached for that lens. So then as I was, a few years ago, I picked the camera up again after having kids and getting very sick. For 10 years, I didn't shoot. And I picked up the camera and started shooting again and really found my home and where I wanted to be in photography. And then for me, art's just, I always find a way to create. So even when I was sick and with my kids, I would find other ways to do things creative with them. And AI was kind of the same step. So one day I had a migraine and my friend started talking to me about AI that she'd been doing, but she's quite geeky. I'm not. And I just didn't think it was ever going to be for me, but she set me up and said, here, just go in there and you write a little prompt and then see what comes up. And within a few hours, I'd created my first Florian. And it just fell into place. So I didn't think about the fact that I was moving to a different genre. It just happened because it was just another way to express what I was imagining. So, and then I minted my first Florian one night just before going to bed. I just thought, oh, I'll put one out there and I'll see what will happen. It was about 10:30 at night. And I put it out, and within an hour or so, it's sold. I didn't even get a chance to tweet about it. And that's where the frenzy began. It was very unexpected, and I'm very, very grateful for it. I love it because it means that I can create what I want, what comes up in my head, and I can keep creating because it's being received so nicely. So it's wonderful.
So what is a Florian, Renee? What is it?
Okay, so a Florian is the whole story of the Florians is that the humans, it's my way to kind of make social comments. So the humans did not take care of the earth. So the Florians have risen up to be the gentle protectors of the earth. And so I've always been very influenced by surrealism and people and painters like Magritte. So I've always loved that idea of a faceless person. And that's where the idea of the Florians came about. Even when I did shoot ages ago, I used to shoot nudes. And when I did that, I didn't like faces in the shot. I just think it took away from everything else that was going on. So that's where the Florians were created. And then with that, each Florian has a job. So they all have little Earth missions that they have to go and do for Earth to protect it. So you have, there's more coming, but you have people like Ash, my one of one, who was regenerating the earth. You have Sheila, who's out now, who's my special Aussie one. and
good day, Sheila.
She's I couldn't help it. So she is, what happened to the screen? Who's doing?
Oh, Pamela's sharing it.
Fantastic. I'm showing your work. Look at this.
Please do.
That's Hannah. She's an artist. So she takes care of the Japanese, the blossoms, the Japanese garden. So they all have different, some are, you know, might be deemed more important, some aren't, but at the same time, you know, it's all necessary. You need artists in a community. Then you need food, you need water, you need, like, all of these things are important. Sheila is a historian. So she's looking at how the Indigenous people took care of the land. So they all are giving me an opportunity to put my beliefs into the world through the art. So I love that. See, there's Sheila.
Oh my gosh, she's spectacular.
This is Uluru in the background. For those of you who may not be in Australia, Uluru, formerly known as Ayers Rock. Uluru, and this is the Florian. This is what a Florian is. And keep you talking, Renee. Don't you listen to me. It's all about you talking.
Well, so this Florian, Sheila gave me very, she gives me very Catherine Hepburn feels. There's something about it. Yes. Just kind of took me there. Yes. So she's a bit more fashionable than some of the other ones. You know, they're all a little, they have their different moods. So, look, it's just growing. I've got, every day I come up with a different idea, and then I go on and I try to create what's in my mind. So each piece is at least 2 images that I've put together, and they take hours. Like, I could go and pick up a camera and take a photo and it's pretty quick. These guys take me forever, but I love it. I absolutely love creating them. So hopefully everyone loves them too and keeps loving them, because I just want to create them forever.
Well, we hope you keep creating them, hey? Because yeah, like Pamela said, they are in high demand, and like we keep, you know, yeah, there's a bit of a brawl on between all of us, because sometimes, like, you only release 20 editions, and it's amazing to see the secondary market of that too, you know, as a fellow artist, just watching your journey over the last 4 weeks, if not 3. I don't even know what it's been, but God, it's so inspiring. So thank you. Keep doing what you do, because I think when I see you win, it makes me, you know, I know that we'll win too. The whole community wins. We all get value out of this. So just keep creating. I love that you said you think of a new one every day, release a new one every, I don't know how you'll do that, but just keep bringing them, because we then have to keep buying. We want to keep buying them. And Pamela and I are always like sending each other a text going, did you see Renee's new Florian? Oh my goodness. Make sure you get me one. Make sure you get me one. But it's beautiful what you have evolved and what you've like created out of something that, you know, talent already, but then it's just incredible seeing it come into Web3. So
it's evolution.
Beautiful. Yeah,
it's evolution of Web3, I think, and specifically for artists, I think you really epitomize everything about the space that an artist can achieve. So without even knowing it, Renee, and accepting it, you are inspiring other artists, and you're blazing a trail for them, because you come into it as a photographer. You've now moved on to this next stage, and I think the story of Web3, especially NFT projects, and artists, is resilience. Just keep going. I say it all the time, and I said to Ben till he's blue in the face, and I'm blue in the face. I said to Brenda, and you, for me, every time I meet somebody and they're like, oh, I've tried this, I'm like, oh, let me show you something. And I whip up Renee and I say, look at her first work. She was a macro photographer. Look at her now. Look what she's done. So pull your big gear pants up and be resilient. Keep going. I wheel you out every time, Renee, so I use you a lot.
Yeah, case study for sure. We've talked about you a lot of our community and a lot of our fellow artists, hey Pamela, around our region here with onboarding. We're just like, this is what's possible, especially with our Tezos journey over the last 5 weeks. It's been incredible.
And I just want to circle back to Victoria, Leslie, or Crypt King. You've known Renee longer than I have. I've just met Renee in the last 5 weeks. I would love if you have any opinion or want to ask Renee any questions. I love her hair. I just want to say it as a female. I love fashion. I love her hair.
Well, Renee and I are very alike in a lot of ways that we found. And I will say that I ran across Renee pretty early in my journey in NFT space. And I was never a huge fan of flower photography until I came upon Renee. And when I saw Renee's work, I was literally blown away. There's only a few people that I really go and show my husband and say, hey, check this out. And she was definitely one of them. And yeah, and he was blown away too. I'm so glad she came to Tezos because I can finally afford her work. And I absolutely love the Florians now too. I think I have every single one of them except for the one of one. And she's an incredible human and an incredible artist as well. And I just adore her.
Thank you. I adore you too.
Thank you. And for me, I did not even know Renee was an artist when I first came to Tez, because I saw she was supporting a lot of people. And so like for me, it was more, I just saw her as somebody that was supporting a lot of other artists. And then once she dropped her drop, like I saw it as more dark than a lot of other people saw it. I saw something in it for me that was dark, like I like the No Face as well. I'm a big like American Horror Story fan, and like I saw something in there that was a little, I think, more darker than other people saw. And then also the colors were amazingly popping. And I'm a big fan of like, I do right click save and I zoom on stuff, like to try to check out details, and it was all there. Like details were clear, everything. And for me, that means that the artist is going like one extra step, they're going the extra steps. And so like, yeah, I was blown away too. And then just a nice person. So like, I have a thing where I always tell Victoria and Leslie, it's like, it's fun for me to collect from artists, but it's more fun to collect from people that are actually cool, like are nice, and like not only just see it as some artists see it kind of a one-way street, where it's like my brand, where others, you can clearly see they put lights on other people just as much as themselves. And I saw that for Renee doing that as well. So yeah, no, a big fan. And I think she's niched out her own little, self. And so like, she's got her own thing, like that's gonna stand her out from everybody else in the space,
Thank you. I do tend to do my own thing.
I love that. I think that's what makes us all successful is like, we are all individuals, and we come together with our own ideas instead of like trying to mooch off of each other,
And Crypt King, you're also an artist yourself, and you have that appreciation for different types of art. I mean, I always go and stalk Crypt King's wallet to see what he's buying, and what he's buying, then I go and buy. And he keeps that very much on the down low. He's like our Ben up here. See these humble men, they don't share that they're artists, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, something happens, you know, and their genius is just.
Well, the secret thing about me is, so I hate everything I produce, and like I hate my, like, if you ever know those artists that like really hate their own art when they're done, like that's me. I finish a piece of art and somebody else will tell me it's good, but for me it's never good enough. So like I'm like one of those artists that is consistently beating myself up. But yeah, I've sold over, I would say now it's close to 300 pieces of art between OpenSea, Wax, and other places. It's just whenever I started collecting apes, I was like, I'm not gonna sell a $300 piece of art. I'm gonna flip a $30,000 ape, you know, and like, so yeah, that was that double-edged sword that that, you know, a lot of us ended up going through last year. But no, I think like, and I'm honored to be around people like Renee, like Victoria, like Leslie, like all these people that were actually like, I think professionals before NFTs, you know, like, and so like it's an honor to like even hear them talk technically, you know.
Absolutely, and you said something there really, really important. You know, you are very humble, and I think an artist, somebody famous, some famous artist said, an artistic piece is never finished because you're such a perfectionist. And I think I see the parallel between yourself and Ben. Ben's of the same ilk as yourself. They never think that their work is as fucking awesome as it is. So I want to just say to you, if you're sitting here watching this on YouTube, or wherever you are, yes, you are good enough. Get it out there. There will be people who will buy it. We need a variety of work, but take advantage of this Web3 space. And just on that, I just want to ask Victoria if she wouldn't mind launching the official Tezos art event on Object, just by introducing it, just saying it is now officially open. Everybody mint your piece, list it to the marketplace, and let's see what Australia has to offer. So, and New Zealand, I haven't forgot about New Zealand, our neighbours. So Victoria, if you just officially open it, like if you can pretend you're cutting a pair of scissors and it's a red ribbon and all, go on.
Pamela, you didn't tell me I needed to do this when I agreed to sign up. I'm not an actress.
Victoria, can you get some scissors out the drawer? Get the scissors out the drawer.
Enthusiastic. I'm
cut
like
a piece of paper or something.
You're doing the gallery opening. You're the official gallery opener.
You pair of scissors across the screen.
Actually, I do have tiny scissors. I have tiny scissors.
Yay!
Okay, now find some paper to cut or something.
That count?
It's virtual. It's a virtual opening. She can virtually cut things.
I have a paper towel. I'm gonna cut the paper towel.
There you go. Toilet paper. We're cutting toilet paper.
It's open.
Paper towel. Okay, it's done. Open. And also, I just want to say, Renee. I want to say to Renee too. I think I met Renee when she like was pretty early, like when she had first come in. I think she came into one of my spaces, and I also like Leslie. I don't usually like floral photography. It's not really my genre, but I know a good flower photo when I see it. And Renee definitely is an amazing macro photographer. And when Crip King was saying that he was zooming in to look at her details, I was thinking, yeah, of course her details are on point. She's a macro floral photographer. You have to be the most precise perfectionist to pull those off. And also, Pamela, when you pulled up her Australian piece and it was next to her on my screen, so she was here and it was here, the color match between that and her backdrop, I was like, this is what I'm talking about. Her work is her, and you can just see that so clearly. So yeah, congrats.
I planned all that color matching. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I bet you don't. I bet it's just, you know what you like so well that it just comes out in everything, you know, and your work's really recognizable, and so are you. So congrats.
Thank you. And can I just point out to Leslie and CK, I have 4 Florians. It's not 4 Florians, 4 Genesis. And no one's asked me about voting. I've got 4 Victoria's votes.
Renee.
No, Renee, I answered you in the message thing. I said for you to vote for us, that we needed your vote.
Yeah. So Crip King, what are you voting for? What's your one?
I'm voting for I'm voting for the oldest lady possible, no movement. So she just still, yeah.
She just stays like a geriatric DJ. The whole
no, the elder is such a beautiful picture. If you look at every other
really
one of
pretty.
the to me it's timeless. The oldest one that she has is, and I've only started appreciating elder art like recently, and I'm blown away by the slide all the way to the end.
Yeah, all joking aside, there is, and I learned this the other day in Victoria, Leslie, and Crip King spaces, there is a genuine, it's a cultural thing where in some cultures, the elders, the older generation, carry the most respect because they're the wisest. Is that right, Crip King? You help me out here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. In our culture, you wait to get to that age so you can finally get it shifted. I don't know, for me, when something about like Victoria started talking to me about like her fascination with wanting to photo people that elder, and then Francine Craig's art, me getting attached to her art and how she does older people. Like, I don't know, it was something for me that it was like a light switch where I was like, oh my God, I understand that fascination now, and so like I'm like, yeah. That's why when people were saying like vote another way, I'm like, no way, I can't let down. I call her Mama Alpha, the older one. I can't let her down,
I'm with you there. I just I could have said I'm gonna vote with you. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna vote for the old one because there's a wisdom in age. Like I actually
But 50 is older.
I know
50 is older.
The older you get, you've got to value age. And as a society, we don't tend to value age. So I'm with the pro value of the age.
No, but you don't have to look at it. You can value age without fucking looking at it. You don't have to see.
She already made her decision, Pamela.
No, I'm sorry. I got to go with the pro age. I love you guys, but I do because coincidentally, sneak peek for you guys, I have actually started creating elder Florians.
Alpha.
Yeah, I just have to tell you, I've got 2 already created and they are going to be the elders. I haven't assigned their jobs yet, but they're created. So that's showing it's like you have to value aging and not be afraid of it and see the beauty in it. So I'm sorry, that's where my 4 votes are going to go.
Okay. I really appreciate that conversation, being 64 years old. Okay, I'm the oldest one here, I think, tonight. And I'm the oldest person in the space most of the time, but yeah, I really love that. I don't necessarily love that, it would age to that character. I'm just saying that I love to hear the conversation about the fact that older people are beautiful too. You're someday all of us are going to be there, or all of you are going to be where I am. And it gets better. It gets easier. You kind of just, say what is, at least I do, don't go for the plastic surgery and things like that. If you want to, go ahead, that's all, whatever. So, thank you so much. That's beautiful. And I love the Florians. I'm a huge botanical fan. I grow flowers. If you guys know the New York Botanical Garden in New York City in the Bronx, it's one of the jewels, of the world botanical garden. I'm a twice certified master composter trained out of there. So I just, I can go and hang there all day. But I have been a fan ever since I was introduced to your art through Pam and Brenda, and coming to the Tezos spaces. And I love your space. West, sorry, I forgot your first name already. Victoria. Okay, yes. And sorry about that, Victoria, but I just do love the Florians. And I didn't know at first that was AI. I thought you had, drawn the whole thing, and I was just blown away. But even with the AI, the detail, like we were saying, and you know, we were admiring Brenda's work earlier too, for the same type of thing that you can zoom in and, you know, see so many things within the one piece. So thanks so much. Love it.
Beautiful. Thank you, Peg. And for everybody who doesn't know,
can I say one thing? Can I say one thing real quick about the AI? Like I respect, like, so about a month now, I've been diving deep into AI. It's not like you want to go make a good piece. Like you can understand how good Renee's piece is just by exposing yourself to AI, like going to try to make something like that. It's so like, you maybe take like a week straight just to find, you know, and then it's 2 separate pieces back and front and all that. It's, yeah, like, so much respect, you know, because it's hard to get something so clean like that. And yeah, I have a lot of respect for AI artists now that I've dived into it even much more than before, you know.
Yeah, well said.
Beautiful words. Renee, if somebody wants to follow you on Twitter, well, you all, I'm not going to say if, when you all follow Renee on Twitter, her handle is @Renee Campbell. You will see the beautiful Florians in her pinned tweet. And she is one to watch. I'm going to say that. I'm going to put that out there. I'm going to have to move on a wee bit because
one sec. I'm at Renee J. Campbell.
Oh, sorry, Renee, say that again.
I'm at Renee J. Campbell.
Renee J. Campbell. For those in the back, I'm going to say it again. Renee J. Campbell. Follow this amazing artist. One of the best that we have here in Australia, in our beautiful country. I now want to thank you, my gorgeous girl. I'm sure your nerves are wrecked because I know how humble you are and you want to get off the screen. So that is okay. You can go. We love you.
Guys, I am going to go and listen to you now. Thank you.
Stay for the POAPs. POAPs just coming.
Make sure you listen for the POAP. And I have the next POAP and you're on it. Okay. So Renee's included on this one. So you're definitely going to want this. So get your POAP app, get your phones out, click on your POAP app, click on the plus sign next to where it says mint, and then click on secret word. You guys ready?
Yeah.
The secret word is all lowercase, all one word, Aussie 3 with 3 spelled out. So AUSSIE. THREE, Aussie 3, and go quickly because they are limited. This is a limited edition.
Wow. Oh my God.
And if anyone, any guests or hosts, if you guys miss out or something because you're off doing something, just reach out to me.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I have something really exciting coming up now because we are going with a live link to the CryptoCon. This is a big convention that's happening on the Gold Coast. Yay! Yes, we got it. And we're very humbled to not only have Benny G, that first coffee, but we've also somebody really a big expert. And I know who the expert is, but I just want to hand over to Benny G because I've been sitting there waiting patiently in the Gold Coast. All over to you, my gentleman. Where you go.
Hi, how you doing? How's the sound, firstly?
Perfect, perfect. And thanks for your patience for waiting. Thank you so much.
That's okay. We've had to use our patience this morning anyway. The lineup here this morning was incredible at Aussie CryptoCon. There's so many people. It's
over 3,000. It's like 3,200 people here for the conference. So it's a 2-day conference. It's all today, and the event started last night. So some people are a bit dusty this morning. But it's going to be a great day with a lot of swag, a lot of interesting stuff, and I'm going to get a bowl of coffee apparently as well, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, so I'm glad we could take some time out to do the POAPathon. Great listening to everybody else's stories. So congratulations, guys. You are wonderful artists. I myself am not an artist. I'm more of just a play arounder in the space.
And I'm a bullshit artist.
I love it. Totally Australian.
It's people like myself that sort of participate in the back end of things and purchase the art and share the art and talk about the art with other people, with real people that are sometimes not in the space. So it's really good to see you guys just putting it out there. And I love the art up in Cairns. I used to live up in Port Douglas. So it's nice to see it all going in the airports, things like that. So congratulations. Yeah, so I brought Darren in because I didn't know what I was going to talk about. Clearly, I like coffee. I I've got a little Instagram page and a Twitter page. It's called That First Coffee with no extra E at the end, because that was already taken, of course. But basically, I just take a photo of my first coffee every day, and what that's evolved into is dropping an NFT or a bit of information in the top of the coffee. So sometimes it looks like a hungry ghost. Sometimes it looks like a Lambo Lander, which you've had on earlier. Quite often it looks like an Everyday Sloth. So that's sort of how I've been tying it in. And it's also turned into What Do You See Wednesdays. So there's a few people who are not artists like yourself who will stare into the coffee foam, and people are now drawing shapes around the foam and saying, I see a, oh mate, there's been some incredible things. They've seen dinosaurs, they've seen people crying because they've lost all their money in crypto. They've seen so many cool things.
Any shamrocks, Benny G? Any shamrocks?
No shamrocks yet, but that would mainly be because my latte art is terrible.
That's normally because I don't have a Guinness for breakfast. I do it for my lunch.
Lauren, I'm so excited to see you here as well, and I recognise the wee accent.
As well, Pamela.
I know, thank you so much. I do like it. I can't help it, but I do like it, and it gets me away with blue murder, believe you me. So tell us, Darren. So Benny G brought Darren along. Tell us what you do, Darren. For those of you who
I've only got 10 minutes, so I'm actually talking at the conference today. Well,
I know you are. I know.
I've got a talk on Web3 education. I run the Gold Coast blockchain meetups here as well. I do the Australian NFT network, and then I'm also involved in several NFT projects and other cryptos and Web2. I've been a startup guy for like 15 years in Queensland, so I've been involved in lots of stuff over the years. And this last talk I have on the day is NFTs more than they appear. I'm also like a tech builder guy, so I build everything, including I'm loving the AI image generation. So I'm a big Mid-Journey fan, Stable Diffusion. So yeah, I could talk for hours on image generation, but I could talk for hours on anything because I'm Irish and I like a bit of banter.
What he always brings out is how helpful he is to other people. Yes. So, you know, I can ask Darren a question day and night, and it could be the most, when I first got into space, it could have been the dumbest question, and it probably was. Is he nodding yet? No, he's not going to confirm, but he'd answer it in a really clear way. So it was great to have a person to come over here and have a chat to these guys.
Well, thank you so much for doing that. Thank you, Darren. We need to connect further because I'm trying to work out which part of the world you're from. Are you from outside Belfast, or whereabouts are you from?
From County Down.
I knew County Down. I knew. My husband's from where Donna had Dee. I can't say it right, but anyway, he's from Newton Ards, outside Newton Ards, aren't you, Dave? Yes. I had to check with my husband to make sure I knew.
How do you meet your husband?
I am a Derry girl, and my husband's from Newton Ards, so you could imagine how fun that is. So we should connect in the future. I want to wish you, I don't want to keep you, gentlemen, because I know you are at the crypto convention. I want to wish you all the very best of luck. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking time out and coming here today. I love the crack as well. I love the banter. I always have to get pegged to clarify for America that it's not the other alleged crack, it's my crack. So love to connect with you further.
I've clarified that a few times. I remember a boss asking me if I was trying to buy drugs off people, and I'm like, oh, crack was.
Well, Benny G, I just want to thank you for everything you do. Your first couple of minutes on here, you called out nearly every project we've featured already, and that's in your nature. That is what you do. You're like very much like Renee as well, promoting other people in this space, and that is invaluable. And I always say to people, if you don't have the money to support to buy an NFT, the best thing you can do is retweet, is share, engage, do something that you can give to really promote the space. And nobody does it beautiful than you. And you have red hair. I mean, we're probably related, to be perfectly honest with you. If not, I'm claiming you anyway. And Darren, we're probably, you know, I came over here. I didn't come over here in the boat. I came over here of my own free will. So, but we'll follow up later, Darren, and hear a bit of crack from you. I have no doubt. But thank you, gentlemen.
The point I'd like to make is about community. Like, the Australian community is one of the most supportive communities that is around. And I'm a big believer in local support and supporting local people, because if we want a vibrant community, it's about supporting each other. It's about getting behind each other's artists, even if you're not necessarily in love with that piece of art. It's about supporting each other. Because like I've minted some stuff that I wouldn't say that I'm particularly in love with, but I want to support the artist as well. And the next art piece I might love, and the next one I may not love. But it's about sort of, if we all sort of look to support each other rather than looking for overseas support, that's how you build a long-lasting community. So, I'm looking forward to continue to mint, and there's people I've only just discovered on this call, and I will be checking out your artwork. So, best of luck.
Corals, I just want to say the corals, and I'm being selfish. I'm just saying the corals because I'm the founder of the Corals NFT, just in case anybody doesn't know, and I'm bringing the second wave onto Tezos Object. Get in. So I'm just being selfish there.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Good, Pamela, go for it.
I just want to say, because yes, we're here. We're trying to save the Great Barrier Reef. I'm here. I usually don't talk about my project.
I know.
Yes, it's still alive. Like the Great Barrier Reef, I think we're on the same path. We're still trying to save the corals, and the NFT project's doing the same. But I don't want to keep you folks. Thank you so much for joining us. Darren, let's catch up in the future, because imagine me and you on Twitter Spaces. Oh my God, nobody would need to speak, just us two.
No one would understand anything. It would be great.
Yeah, that's the worst bit. If I start speaking to all the Irish people, it's like I'm three speeds. I feel like I'm down a little bit.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
So best of luck to everybody. This is a great thing. I think it's awesome, and I love the artwork and everyone involved. Some amazing projects, Everyday Sloths, droppers and stuff coming later. Lambo Landers. I've got them in. I've got them. Thanks very much. Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Good luck. Take care. Bye.
That's awesome.
Thank you, Benny G. I just want to set free some of our hosts. I want to say good night to those in the East Coast.
Yes.
And West Coast.
Good night.
I just want to say thank you so much. You're awesome. I'll be there tomorrow morning for the DGen Tezos room. I cannot wait to see how this voting turns out. Peg kissed Gary V on the lips. Tell everybody this. She kissed Gary V on the lips in front of his mommy at VCON. Just want to share that.
Brenda?
Being the old
Brenda did?
No, Peg. Peg.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. No.
Peg from the Bronx. He kissed Gary V on the lips, and he gave her an NFT off. He loves her.
But was it like side face and then she turned? Like, was it like they were supposed to go cheek to cheek?
Unmute yourself, we don't unmute yourself.
I'm not mute.
No, he pulled me to him and I went for it.
I love that.
You gotta take your chances.
That's what happens in old age.
Gotta shoot that shot. Gotta shoot that
COVID
shot. Right?
COVID and all. I mean,
Hey.
Dude, I'm there. She was like a whippet. She was like a whippet. She was straight out.
Well, I can't wait to meet Peg. Peg, when are we going to meet up? Because I need one of those. Go inside.
Gotta go to the Bronx. Gotta go to the Bronx.
Come on over to
come on
up to the Bronx. Yeah.
Oh my God. This
is
Vice
of Pegs, only it's a dinner for two.
It'll be a kissing booth outside her house. There you go. Love it.
So I just want to say my heartfelt thanks to my sister from another Mr. Peg, the Gary V kisser. I want to say thank you to Leslie, the badass, just badass. Yes, with her camera. Victoria is just, she's created history today in the last 24 hours. And my wee always supporter, like the wind under my wings, it always says to me, yes, you belong here. You're part of the team. You're part of us, we Crypt King. I love that. And I just want to thank you all and set you free.
You guys, keep doing this great stuff.
Thank you so much.
Meeting all of you. And Victoria, I did vote. I did go and buy one on secondary. And I voted for 50. Yeah, I voted for 50.
Yay!
But I only got one, so
doesn't matter.
I'm not a whale. I'm not a camel, a whale.
Everybody's vote matters.
Yeah, that's right.
Of course, yes.
All right, bye.
Okay, good night.
That's okay. Yeah,
sorry, Victoria.
It's been amazing, and what you guys are doing is fantastic. I'm gonna go eat some food and listen to you guys. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming, guys. Thanks for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your
Love
support.
you.
Bye.
I love you too, me Peg.
Wasn't that the best?
Bye.
I think it's just like we're just with friends and family. Isn't that just the best thing about this? It's like
you're just letting the East Coasters go.
yeah,
to sleep now,
You
that's
guys
all.
go to sleep, and then we'll just keep trudging on, and then we'll bring in some
I'm
new
staying
people.
up just a little while longer. I'm going to push this until I just can't.
Thanks,
still
Kelly. Good to see you.
California.
Kelly, you have to come on. You have to come on Pam and Peg, Kelly. Okay, so
No, there's something with the timing. I think it conflicts with something else because every time I try to go look at it, I have something else that I'm doing. So when do you guys do the show usually? Is it Wednesdays?
As I say, we're on at 8 Eastern and simultaneously in Australia, where Pam hosts at 10 a.m. on Thursday. Okay, so she's
awesome.
14 hours ahead. So we're Wednesday night, basically Eastern. Okay, so you'll have to set aside some time for us.
I will find a time and make sure I'm there. Yep.
Thank you so much, Peg.
Awesome.
Good night.
Bye, Peg.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, Ben.
I want to come back to you, Benny G. I just want to come back to you, and I want you to talk a wee bit more about your journey in the space. And I just want to thank you for showing up for POAPathon too. I reached out to the CryptoCon organizers to try and get a live link in, and I couldn't get any answer from anybody. So the fact that you've done this for me, it's like a wee dream come true, because I've shown the Americans that the Australians are in solidarity with each other. We're doing as much as we can to help each other. And it was just unfortunate that we had set this date about 6 months ago, because I wouldn't have done it. And, I would not have done that. But having said that, you've shown that it is possible as a man to multitask. Benny G, that's the first thing. Okay? That you can do it. And see anybody that comes to me and
Could you
says,
call my wife for me? Would that be okay? Tell her the same thing.
And anybody that says otherwise, that, I couldn't do that, I was going to CryptoCon, I'm going to say bollocks, because Benny G rocked up. Not only did he rock up, he brought Darren Rogan, one of the speakers, on. So you can all go and shut your whole faces, because Benny G is a legend. That's all I want to say. You can all shut your whole faces. Benny G is happening.
I actually had them lined up. I had 3 or 4 lined up, and I said, no, I only want Darren. And now I feel a bit guilty. I've got to really just line them up one at a time. I had the Arcadians here. I had Jamison. He's got all these followers on Twitter. So there were people like, can we come and help? So I guess it speaks volumes. You asked about my journey, and I sort of got into this simply because it looked like fun, and it looked like something I should know about. I'm in education in real life, so I sort of shape and
Rebecca.
Rebecca, I'm going to introduce you to Rebecca. Or you probably we're going to talk. Keep going.
and it's just the best space, because you do need to keep your finger on the pulse, essentially. And like, I tell this great story. I've told this a couple of times today. I'll just, if you indulge me, I get to go into lots of classrooms, and I work with young people. So I went into a class of year 6s, 12 years old, and I'm talking to the teacher about my interest in NFTs, and she's going, I don't know what you're talking about. Stop talking this foreign language. So I turn to the class, because I'm actually the principal, so I can do what I like. And I say, guys, who knows what an NFT is? And like half the class, hands up, eyes open, ears wide. Like, finally someone has said something that makes sense to me in the last 2 or 3 weeks.
That's awesome.
So I followed up and said, great, I'm interested. Who owns one? And 6 kids, hands raised, all young ladies. Blew me away. And I said, my God, seriously? Wow. I said, how did you do this? What happened? And, half of them said, Mum and Dad have purchased one for me. And 3 of them said, we found a way to buy these NFTs. Now, that's 12 years old. That's 2022. And we got people my age who go, what's this crypto? And just block it all out. So that's why my interest sort of kicked off. Joined a couple of communities, bought a couple of dodgy NFTs, bought a couple of fantastic NFTs, found some great communities, and realized that my role in all this is just to connect, participate, make it fun, blow it up, Don't ask for anything. Tell people about my coffee. Joke about having a ginger beard and just have some fun. So I guess I say that to people in the room and people who are participating. If you need someone to be silly and be fun and blow something up and who won't ask you for things, you know, hit me up.
Hey, Benny.
This is something I say, Benny G, every time. Oh, sorry, Ben, I talked over you there. I apologize. I'll let you go in a second. I always say to people, enter this space and reach your hand out to help others first. You must add value first. You cannot come in demanding because you will not survive in this space. And you do it beautifully. And I'm just blown away. And you know what? Girl power. I'm just blown away. The 6 girls in the class were female. So I just want to hand over to Ben now. Go, Ben, you go.
Oh, hey, I just wanted to say, Benny is an awesome supporter of Aussie projects. Probably the best one that I've seen. Just getting behind so many of the projects. You know, you popping into the Discord in the morning, dropping in your first coffee image, saying g'day, just simple things like that. Like you may not realize, but they just kind of help the project creators and the people behind them, you know, just perk up a bit in the morning just to see that, say g'day, and you're consistent, you know, and I see all the different projects you're involved in and helping. You know, you don't have to be a creator in the space to do something great. We definitely need, you know, people like you in the community. So yeah, just, I mean, it's good to see you, good to see your face.
Yeah, this is me. I see your face too.
Orange beard PFP, but yeah, man, just appreciate what you do. Don't ever see it as a minor thing. It's just something you do small but regularly, and it's a massive thing for the people in the project. So I just want to say thanks, mate.
You're too kind. You're too kind. And yeah, it fills my heart. It fills my heart to hear that, because you do sort of sit behind you, be a bit of a keyboard warrior, and you go, God, am I being annoying? You know, if I posted this picture of a different coffee every morning and people going, what a wanker, what is he doing? But you know, you also know in the bottom of your heart that my intentions are good. You know, I'm not posting the coffee saying, by the way, send me ETH or do this, do that. It is genuinely to help people out. It's not even helping people out. It gives me something to do as well and keeps me informed. So yeah, I don't want to oversell it. It's just being a part. What's been really interesting is how it's influenced other people on Twitter. So, you know, there's names that pop up now, and you probably have started to see them, Ben and others. Like there's Ray. You know, you might have seen the guy called the Love Captain, who was NFT Gus before me. Like, you know, he was doing that before I was, and you know, he sort of influenced me. We all get together now, you know.
Yes.
And it's like a little Aussie army, and it's a little club, and you know, and strange enough, like for the artists in the place, Meta Collect is I think it's Australia's first NFT gallery, because they raced ahead and did it all. It's literally 700 meters from where I live. So guess where I live a lot now? I go down and haunt those guys. So I'm learning more about the art space, and I love those little the screens that were up before, and they've been hanging in the gallery, and I'm learning all about that. You know, that's going to be the art gallery of the future. So yeah, I could talk about this all day, but I know Pamela's giving me that.
No, it's great. No, I'm going to introduce you to, anyway, the next person that's up is Rebecca, and I just want to introduce the two of you straight away, because both of you are in education. So Rebecca, if you haven't met Benny G, Rebecca, talk.
Benny.
Hey,
I'm there tomorrow. Can I see you tomorrow?
I will be here tomorrow.
Can't wait.
I'm not the only person with a ginger beard though, so that's sort of a bit annoying.
Oh. That's all right. I'll come and hunt you down.
Excellent. I would love that. That would be fantastic.
Yes, love it. And Benny G, I would love to invite you on Artist Toolbox next Tuesday morning. And it's a Twitter space I do to tell everybody about what happened at Aussie CryptoCon, if you wouldn't mind, as a VIP guest.
VIP guest. I'll be a VIP guest again, because I'm not a VIP guest here. I didn't buy the whale pass, that's for sure.
Doesn't matter, who cares? You're my VIP guest, Benny G. I want you on there, because I think your whole ethos, what you believe in, how you add value, you would know you were an educator, you would know you were in there, because I see the same traits in Rebecca, exactly the same trying to help people and think about different ways how we learn. So I would really appreciate that. I'm gonna schedule you in. I'm gonna tag you in it. You're on Tuesday morning, 9:30. You're gonna be on.
Nice. Yes, good.
How's that?
You know, I love the invitation in public, so there's no way I'm going to say no, is there? So brilliant, brilliant.
There's only two men who've ever said no to me, Benny G. I'm going to tell you who they are. One is my daddy. One is my daddy. The other one is my husband, Dave. I had to marry him because he said no to me. Only two men in my entire life. So don't you be breaking my record now.
I haven't said no yet.
No, Ben, you always just say yes.
You always say yes, Ben. You
Yeah,
say
that's
yes all the time. So good. I love it.
Just waiting for the right time.
Here you know. So Benny G, that's there. I will get it tweeted out. I will tweet it from the artist toolbox, and you can come on and give us your, summary debrief of the CryptoCon. We'd appreciate that. Lovely.
Anytime. I'll try and take some notice. So I don't drink anymore, so that's also. I'll have a clear head. I won't have any like massive blackouts of I don't know what happened because I was too hammered again. But
You're amazing.
I should have a clear view. Do you mind if I pop out because I can?
Yeah, you go now. You go. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We'll get you the POAPs. Don't you worry. We'll get them sorted for you. I know you're busy. We'll get you organised. Don't you stress.
That's because people are hitting me up for them because I think it's a big joke that I'm doing this. So it's in a good way. In a good way. So I'd love to be able to give them the secret word and get it out. So.
We'll say to Brenda, would you message Kelly? Oh,
yes.
Will you message Kelly just to let her know to keep ones back for Benny G, the first coffee?
Yeah, she's right.
Yeah. I'm here. I'm just doing some other things while I'm listening.
No,
I'm actually, I was just buying, I was buying something else from you guys. So I just keep buying things. And so that's what's.
You are a multitasker.
You don't see me like on my phone.
Yeah.
I bought like so many things already. It's ridiculous.
I know.
We will make sure that we get you some POAPs, Benny. I do have some set aside. So if you miss it, we'll hook you up.
Wait.
Especially yours. But we're not quite ready for the next one yet. We have to set certain times up, so it's not quite yet, but we'll make sure you get the next one.
100% understood completely. All right, beautiful people. I am going to go.
Enjoy.
You did awesome. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, awesome. How much fun is this? And my voice is holding up, which is great. Now, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce this next lady to you, a V-Friends alumni as well, inspired by Gary V and the most awesome artist, Rebecca Grugan. Welcome to POAPathon.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yes.
Look at the moods. I love it.
I do have some moods with me today. We're really excited to be here. Trying to juggle everything and trying to get myself down to CryptoCon on the Gold Coast. I'm only managing to be able to do that tomorrow, so looking forward to keeping my journey going. And all of you guys in here, many of you have been a part of that the last sort of 4 weeks. I don't even think it's been 4 weeks, but it's been an incredible ride so far.
So Rebecca, tell us what the moods is all about. Tell us about your inspiration coming from Gary V and VCON. Tell us all about that, and tell them how we almost met at the airport.
We did almost meet. I heard you in your green dress at VCON.
Yeah, on the Megatron.
Nice. That completely confused me on the main stage. But then you were 2 seats down from me when I was speaking to Josh from Oz NFT. We were on the same flight home, and he sort of said, "Have you met Pamela?" I'm like, "No, we met for a second, and then we didn't talk again." But that soon changed when we got back in the last couple of weeks. You've come into my life, and your voice now is in my head when you're not even on a space.
Yes, amen. I know that feeling.
It's a very strange thing. But yeah, so for me, I own 2 early childhood centres here in Australia. So I come from an entrepreneurial background. I've had businesses in the past, but have always been creative in the back end. And then we opened a primary school a couple of years ago, which will be high school next year as well, using the Montessori philosophy. And after the pandemic, the concern around the mental well-being of people, the lack of understanding of emotion, and how to explain how they were feeling and how it was showing up in their body. And I just don't mean, I mean everybody, not just the children. We were seeing it in educators, we were seeing it in parents, we were seeing it in children. And after obviously Gary's last book, 12 and a half, and also Brene Brown's Atlas of the Heart, which is a very key part of the work I do. The moods started as an idea from, when I was out over in VCON, I was like, all right, I'm going to do a show here next year on the sideline, and we're going to have global artists come together and collaborate around emotions, because it is humanity. And then when I got back here, I spoke to some of the Web3 people in Australia and decided to go and do a solo exhibition, which is in 2.5 weeks. It opens. And I'm a ceramicist and ceramic artist, and also acrylic on canvas painter. It started with just the paintings, and then some of these dudes started coming out of the clay that I was building end of last year, and then progressively this year. So the moods is only, the name came together 2 weeks ago, and they will be NFTs launching, I think, in October. I'm letting the Oz NFT team do that because I have no idea what I'm doing yet. Yeah, I'm really excited about what the project means. I did my first collaborative piece. So that at the exhibition, we have a collaborative piece with 4-year-olds. So I did 40 4-year-olds last Wednesday. It took 6 hours. But we did how they translated emotions. So like, you know, this, I have to show you this one. I know you can't see, but this little sad face, this little girl was crying the whole time. And you know, what they've come up with has been incredible. So what I'm teaching people with that piece is about fractionalization, so fractional ownership. So that piece will be available for sale as an NFT, but all of the families that were involved in creating that will have fractionalized ownership. And our goal is to teach and educate people from now and up. So what I mean by, instead of Web3 reaching down to bring people up, I'm trying to be on that down here and bring people up with us in a way that makes sense to them. So Tuesday we're doing 6 to 16-year-olds. I've got some 15 to 19-year-olds doing angst. And I'm so excited about Wednesday, where I'm interviewing a group of 8 17 to 80-year-olds, and we're doing regret. And that will create a piece on regret, which will also be fractional ownership. So it's really exploring the space of Web3 and how do I make it make sense for more people. The moods is a way I can do that, but it's also now in our curriculum. So we've been testing it the last 2 weeks in our early childhood setting with the actual curriculum behind the emotional intelligence. And we are about to start next term in the primary school. So whole lot coming. I went to a high school in Melbourne last week and got to talk about it. And same as Benny was saying before, you know, like we've got to be supporting this next generation, not just our own as parents, but they're already there, they're native to it. But this is, if we get it right, transformational as Web3 as a whole, not just NFTs. And as I presented to my staff of educators, the moods, the moods will, anything that the moods makes will end up going back into a project which will actually, they will have fractional ownership of that wallet. So I'm trying to raise low to middle income earners and how to get on board early, but then they don't have the capacity to do the work because they're doing the emotional work for everybody else. So yeah, that's where we're at. We are going to Tezos for part of it, I believe. But working out what does that look like, because I learned so much from Renee. Her auction drops the last week or so.
Yep.
So just not sure where to go from there.
Okay, well, we'll have a week, because I'm very humbled to be involved with Rebecca and the Oz NFT guys in really just opening doors, I think, and bringing the right connections to them. I'm very passionate about that. I think what Rebecca is doing once again is revolutionary. And to have somebody with that level of emotional intelligence to understand, you got to start at the bottom and work your way up. Whereas a lot of us are going the other way. We're working backwards, where she's reaching her hand up to the next generation and saying, right, here we go. And really, really, you know, being a prime example of the utility attached to Gary Vee's book. You know, you're putting it into action. You genuinely are. I mean, one of the most intelligent women I've ever had the pleasure meeting. And for me, I'm more than humbled to go down to her opening exhibition in Brisbane. I'll be sitting on the panel with Brenda. We will be talking about onboarding NFTs, what it means for you, bringing her real life collectors on board into the Web3 space. And even doing that, revolutionizing. There are people out here in Australia on the ground, grinding all the time, and really taking what we learned at VCON, bringing it back. That Brenda brought her energy and everything. You know, she was so inspired and lit up like a light bulb when she came back. She got the airport job. You know what I mean? So this is what VCON achieved. And I built the relationship with Josh at the airport, and then the other side of Josh was Rebecca in the airport. You just couldn't write it. Like, it's just how I think how the universe works and sends you people into your life. And I am beyond excited. Like, I know Rebecca is going to just come along to the world, give it a good shake, and leave it much better than it was before. And I'm going to be there for the ride, let me tell you. So if you don't know what, Rebecca, if somebody wanted to follow you on Twitter or social media, where do they follow? What's the handle that they use?
So I'm at Rebecca Grugan. We've got at the Moods, the MUDES, and the website is themoods.io.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'm just going to, Rebecca, you stay there. I'm just going to go live to Sydney. With Josh and Pete. I'm just coming to you now, Josh, if you want to unmute. And I see you, Mangus, we dudes. But I'm going to go to Josh right now. Hi.
What's up, guys? How are we today?
We're doing great. How are you going? Live in Sydney? I love it.
Amazing.
On the ground reporting.
We're good. We're good. We're here. We've got Aiden here. Aiden's helping us out for the day.
Hi, Aiden.
G'day. Everyone says hello. And Pete's working hard.
Love
there
it.
We go, guys.
Yes.
In real life, in real time, onboarding people onto the Tesla blockchain. Amazing stuff. We've been meeting some amazing people. We have been battling with the rain a little bit. Can I swap my camera around? No, I can't. Oh, it's okay.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah.
So we're here in Glebe Markets. It's been raining, so we've been sort of back and forth with our setup, but it's been a lot of fun so far. We've been chatting to people. They're very curious about what Tezos is and what NFT art is. So we've just been explaining the concept, explaining how it supports artists. It's another way for them to gain exposure and revenue. And we've sold. I think we've sold about 9 pieces so far. Pete's about to do 2 more, so we'll get to double digits in a few minutes. So it's just a nice day out in Sydney. The sun's out, and I don't know, no complaints. Yeah, how are we all going?
Legends, we legends. 9 pieces already. My God, this is awesome. I knew you would deliver. I'm so excited.
Couldn't have done it without you, Pam. Couldn't have done it without you. So Web3 mama, crushing it every day.
Web3 mama, woo! I'll take it. I'm running with it. I've got the Hemsworth.
Absolutely.
I'll take it. Thank
It's
you.
been really good, guys.
Amazing.
Good. You're welcome. Welcome.
I'm doing a great job, and we wanted you on alongside Rebecca here as well. She's been singing your praises, so she has.
Hey, Beck.
Absolute legend.
Looking good, mate. Love the t-shirt, Beck.
I know, me too. I see it. Yay.
Amazing.
Been awesome. Yeah, Oz NFT dudes are unbelievable, and I think that they're going to be such a key pillar in Australia's movement as we grow.
Yeah.
And I just look forward to seeing where they take not just me with them, but also where they take this Web3 world.
Absolutely. And I think you've hit on the nail on the head there, Rebecca. In this space, the Aussies are very good at collaborating with each other. We play well in the sandpit. We genuinely do. We bring all our friends with us and we get stuck in. And The boys don't stop. They don't mind getting their hands dirty. Whenever I asked them to, I mean, they were supposed to be at Aussie CryptoCon, but when I asked them to do this, they were like, Pamela, we are in, we will be on the ground in Sydney, we're going to do it, and then we'll jump on a plane later on and we'll go to the CryptoCon up in Brisbane. So I just want to give them huge respect for their work ethic, for their can-do attitude, and for the fact that they're very handsome, which always helps.
Always helps. Thank you.
I swear, I have not seen one bad-looking man come up on the screen. Like, you're just, she is curating everything about the show.
She seems to be very good at that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the one or two wee good things. Yes, I'm very lucky. I'm very blessed. I will let you get back to it, Josh. Just
awesome,
you
guys.
In whenever you want. Just bring it on, and you can introduce it to Aiden and Pete whenever they're free. No worries at all.
Sounds good. We'll be in touch.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy, guys.
Supporters.
Ciao.
Bye. Oh my God, how awesome is that? That just makes my heart I'm like a Care Bears with a heart. Did you ever have a Care Bear when you were wee and the wee heart lit up and all? That's how I feel when I talk to these people. It's just the best. I just want to take just a quick opportunity and welcome the amazing, will you hear this man when he talks? The amazing Marcus, aka Mangus, who is in Japan. He has joined us here tonight as well, today even. Hi Mangus, I'm so excited to meet you in person.
Oh my gosh, Pamela, like it's so amazing to finally see you, like listening to you on Spaces all this time, you know, it's just been such a cool way to meet you. And then to finally, like, I click into YouTube today and I see you and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's what Pamela looks like. And, you know, it's kind of the same with a lot of the people that we talk to on Spaces, right? Because I didn't, you know what a lot of people look like. And it's just so interesting, you know, to see. And I thank you so much for having me on today. Like, I mean, you asked me to come do this and I thought, you know, whatever you're involved with, I'm going to get involved with as well, because I know you, like, well, anyway, what I know of you. And, you know, it's always so great to just meet like-minded people in the space. And then I met you and Brenda through Spaces. And then, you know, we meet pretty regularly in Twitter Spaces, and it's always so much fun. Yeah. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I got involved. As you said, I'm in Japan, right? I'm about an hour from Tokyo. And so, I mean, one of the reasons when I've been working as an artist for about 30 years and mostly as a photographer and videographer as well. But like getting into NFTs about, I guess, a year and a half ago, I obviously didn't know what I was doing. And so then it became like, oh, where do I find out more information? And it was like started on Clubhouse, and I was evolved into Twitter Spaces. And, you know, it's just such a great way. And for me, to be honest, like living here in Japan, far away from, you know, my culture, as it were, I just really wanted to speak English in these spaces. I kind of found like, this is a great way, like, just to connect with people, and I don't have to think and watch my words, and I can just let it roll. And this is kind of what Spaces.
And you do. See what Marcus comes into the Spaces, and I just want to introduce Marcus to all of you. I really genuinely do. One of the best photographers, let me tell you, in this space. My husband worked in Japan for a long time, and can I tell you, all I saw in the photographs that he sent back to me from Japan when he was there was the teeny weeny toilets. I kid you not, the teeny weeny toilets and all the different types of foods that he didn't understand what it was. I did not get any nice landscapes. I didn't see any mountains or green stuff or waters. I saw nothing but tiny toilets. He was obsessed. So Mangus, I have seen Mangus's work. And we happen to be in a space together, and this is what I always encourage artists to do. Get into these spaces, be your lovely self. If you're scared and you don't want to talk like Ben, you just sit in the audience and just absorb it until you build up that confidence level, and then you can talk. So I bought a piece of Mangus's because it was a photograph of Japan with the mountains, with the lovely lake. It was stunning. And I bought it, and I was all proud of myself, and I was going to show it to Dave and go, that's what you were supposed to send me, you muppet. He didn't. However, Mangus was in the space, right? Mangus was in the space, and he was beside himself. Like, I thought he was going to burst like a Ribena berry. I thought he was going to just go, and he was so excited that, number one, he sold a piece. Number two, that the collector was actually in the space. and then tell them the story about it, Mangus. Tell them the story.
Well, Pamela, that's such an amazing event, right? Like you were in the room and I didn't know that you had bought it, you know, and then suddenly, you know, you'd picked it up. And for me, it was super important because, so as I said, I've been working as an artist and a photographer for a very long time, but the NFT space is very, very new. So I'm kind of in the process of digging through things, looking through things I've recently shot and trying to figure out what to put up in the, you know, in the NFT page and all that. And, that piece that you picked up, right, was a piece, like a very new piece of photography that I had done. And it was basically, it was a photo shoot for a woman who was guest editing a publication here in Japan. And she asked me to do some photography for it. So, you know, we went through that process and we picked out like about 5 shots or so that were to be in it. And then the one that I had minted, the one that you bought, was actually the one that was for the cover shot, right? Like the, you know, of the publication. And so it was like the first one of that series that had gone up. And I still don't have much work up quite yet, you know, compared to all the other stuff. And so I was like, well, this is the kind of work that I really, really want to do. And I really want to put up. And Pamela, you were the first person to get that, you know, and that just gave me this incredible encouragement because like some people, like they support you because they know you. But Pamela didn't know me at that time. And she had just picked it up and it just gave me like this incredible feeling. And I really felt empowered, you know, and I just, that kind of probably came out in the talk that, you know, we had that day. And it was just such a memorable moment for me and such a, like a watershed moment for me, really. So I thank you for that.
Ah, jeepers, no, I thank you. I have something beautiful to go and look at. And I am a huge fan of yours now, and I keep looking out for everything that you do. And I just want to say that I want to really inspire artists and anybody here listening, right? You just need to find that one person, and you won't know if you're not playing the game. So if you're not putting your work out there, you may never find that collector. But just like myself and Marcus here, you know, we found each other, and now it's had that knock-on domino effect in their lives. And, you know, as human beings, we're on this earth for a very short time, but in that short time, we need to make an impact, and you got to do what you have in your toolbox to do that. And for me, I just wanted, I wanted a beautiful photograph of Japan, and Marcus was there, and I'm just so grateful. You do beautiful work. He goes off into the mountains for weeks at a time. Tell him where you were last week.
Yeah, in fact, I just got back, right? Yes, like on Thursday night. Yeah, Brenda's like, are you back from holiday? And I was like, I just got back. Yeah. So yeah, I was up not far from that place, Pamela, where that photo that you bought was taken, up in the Japanese Alps. I was up there for about 5 days with my wife and some friends, and it was incredible. And it wasn't really much of a photography trip per se, but in the end, it's like I like to shoot really early in the morning, and so I wake up right, you know, before the sun rises, and everyone is still sleeping. So it's kind of a good thing. Like I can still do some work even, you know, and get those shots. But I was up there, and then I also shoot quite a lot in the local area where I am, which is it's Shizuoka Prefecture is the name of the place. And there's a peninsula called Izu Peninsula, which is also a very, very beautiful peninsula with, you know, I mean, obviously water all around it, or almost all around it anyway. And it's just a really awesome place. And I go there. I've been doing a project now for the last few months. And I go there about once a month and just pick a different area and shoot it, you know. And we have this great community here in this little town of Shizuoka. And, you know, this is part of what the Web3 space has really meant to me, is which is like, so I work with a lot of artists that are older than me, right? I mean, they're in their 60s. One guy I think is even in his 70s. And these are new people to the space. And like the guy was talking about before with the beard, you know, he was like, you know, older people older people don't know, right? Like what's going on in the Web3 space necessarily. And all the younger people do. Well, it's not that people in their 60s and 70s aren't super interested in wanting to, you know, people are certainly looking at it. And so I help run a little artist co-op here in the city where I live, in my local city. And there are 4 of us. And then, so I'm trying to get those guys involved, right? So it's all like about this sharing and onboarding and teaching other people how that they can find a voice in Web3 as well. And getting people that, you know, I think they are a little intimidated. Like one of my friends, she won't even get Twitter. It's like, I mean, so if you're in the Tezos space, which is where I operate, if you have a Twitter account, then you have a Tezos wallet, if you guys don't know that. So it's built in, like it's a secret thing. It's like way back in your Twitter account. Everyone with a Twitter account has a Tezos wallet. So I'm just like, hey, don't you have a Twitter account? Like I'm doing this incredible collaboration with this woman, and that's about ready to drop probably in the next week or so. And anyway, I'm like, don't you have a Twitter account so we can do this together and you can share in the revenues and blah, blah, blah. And then she's like, I don't want Twitter. Like, I mean, so this is part of the attitude, right? Like people, like they're just not interested, and that's totally okay, right? But again, it's somewhat of a challenge to work with people who aren't really that savvy, you know, in the Web3 space, but just to introduce it to them, to get them going with it. And once, I think for the most part, they see it, they kind of, you know, then they want to get more involved.
That's it. And it's all you have to do is spike that curiosity. I know Ben is this is Ben from Everyday Sloths. He's also an artist dropping on Tezos. I've convinced him, and he's dropping his collection on Tezos, Marcus. And he's also a developer. So he loves Japan. He's always telling me stories of Japan. So I thought he has to go very soon. So he just wanted to come on and meet you. So I'm going to introduce you two gentlemen.
Yeah, I was just looking through your works on Object. Like Pam said, I'm a huge fan of Japan and have been twice now, waiting desperately to go back for another holiday with the family. I actually was looking, and a lot of them, when they're on the grid, I couldn't even see that they were photos. They almost look like paintings until I clicked in, especially these Shrouds of Fuji is like stunning. How much work, post work do you do on the photos, or are you capturing a lot of that color just in the right time of day and weather?
Yeah, it's a combination of all that, right? I mean, in the end, so I wake up super early in the morning, and Fuji is like just an amazing thing to photograph because like we're in the land of the rising sun, right? Everyone knows, you know, and why is it that? Well, the sunrises are spectacular, you know, so if you can get up, you know, and sometimes they come up at 4:30, you know, at 4 o'clock in the morning in the summer months. So, you know, you got to get up to capture that. So, you know, the lens, you know, the cameras, they're capturing it in that digital raw. And so the data's there, right?
Yeah.
And then it's up to you as an artist to bring it out and bring your vision and bring those colors out in the way that you see fit. And so to be perfectly honest, with the colors, I mean, what am I doing? I'm kind of afraid to go overboard, if you will, right? Like with the colors. So it's like, where can you get the colors, you know, in Photoshop to kind of like be that thing that, anyway, that I really like and isn't too much, isn't overboard. And so I'm always trying to find that area. And I like the color work quite a lot, you know. So, I mean, the colors are boosted, let's just say a third of the way up, not as much as you might think, you know, but they're there. And then I also do that other type of work that's kind of graphic work that it's a really, really interesting piece of software. This guy's been developing this software for 20 years now. It's on version 5. I've been using that since version 1.0. And it's called Studio Artist if you want to know about the software. And if you don't know, written by a guy called John Dalton, who was a early adopter of AI technology. So when you look at those Fuji Glow series on my homepage there, that's actually kind of an AI engine thing that it's almost like, it's like an evolution of AI, right? Like AI 20 years ago, if we think about that point in time, and then it went down this branch, you know, in the evolution in Dalton's view, and then it went down this other view now that we have as what we kind of know as AI in the world today, right? Where they're using this massive database of photos. So it's kind of the same engine, if you will, but what's cool about Dalton software is he lets you tweak it. So you can open up, like, you know, and get under the hood of what he's offering and then kind of do whatever it is that you want. And so, the colors, like that's another part of the series. So I actually start as a photographer and then I move my photography into this other area, you know, through Photoshop and things like that, Ben. But hey, if you're in Japan, you please, by all means, contact me, and I'd love to meet you.
Absolutely, I definitely will. But yeah, no, I love the work, and I love that mix, the graphic-y looking stuff that you've got. And like you said, it does have that AI feel to it, but there's something different about them. But
the
yeah,
shrouds, yeah.
just
The shroud. Sorry, Ben. I was just gonna. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say the shrouds of Fuji thing. It's too funny. All right, I'm gonna be quiet.
I was just gonna say, just like those shots of Fuji and some of those sea shots, like they're just amazing, and I love that aspect, that kind of post-production, I guess you'd call it, that still has an artistic element to it, because you're kind of doing the right things and drawing out the right colors. I don't know if purists would call it cheating or whatever, I don't know, but I love that. Like, you've taken the right photo at the right time, the right composition, everything, and then you're kind of drawing out those colors, which is art in itself, you know. Like, I've got a friend who's he does astrophotography, and everything's in black and white, and then they do all the work to draw out the color in you know, post, and it's still, it takes kind of a bit of a skill and creativity to do that right, you know, to, like you said, not go overboard and not just kind of ramp all the sliders up and everything. It's a craft in itself, and so I appreciate kind of both aspects of your work there.
Yeah, you're awesome, Marcus, and I just wanted you to find out how awesome you were. And that was one of the reasons I wanted you to come on today, because I wanted you to see what I see and what I'm hearing from others, from somebody else. So I just wanted to just give you loads of flowers and say, please keep taking the photographs, please keep being your amazing creative self, and stick around and host with me for a wee while longer, if you wouldn't mind.
I've got to go, I'm really sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, Ben. You wee dope.
Awesome. You're doing an amazing job, team. Keep it up. I'll try and tune in maybe over YouTube while I'm driving around.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
1 second.
Oh.
1 second. Before you go, let's give you a POAP.
Yes.
Because we have another one ready to go right now, and I am going to bring it up on the screen. I just need to find it. There we go. Because this one is has some capitals in it, and I want to make sure that you all see exactly what it is. So get your POAP app out, click on that mint plus sign, secret word, and it's 4 down under, because this is hour 4 we just finished. So it's FOUR, capital DOWN, capital UNDER. So 4 down under. Hopefully everybody sees that.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Not that way. Whoops. That's for later. All righty.
Love it.
Carry on.
So thank you, Ben. You've been awesome. If you're about later, I'd love you to come back and talk about your art, because he's a big brain dev, Marcus, but he's also a closet artist, and I've just brought it out of him, and he's joining us on Tezos, and I'm very proud of that fact.
I'll jump on for a little bit when I return. I'll have a little window.
No worries. Thank you so much,
See you,
Ben.
Mom.
Much love. Mwah. Bye. So I'm very excited. We've reached lunchtime now, and Brenda's away getting the kids. Hi, Miss Sarah. I'm so glad to see you pop on there, my lovely. And look, it's Marcus. It's Marcus. Can you believe it? It's just wild exciting.
Hey, it's gorgeous to see you, Marcus. I'm so happy that you're part of Tezos, and like, you know, we love your work. So it's really cool to see you. And I just wanted to check with the gorgeous lady who read, oh, I know what it is. I put 4, FOR, rather than FOUR. That's my stupid fat fingers all hung over the brain.
Sarah, thank you so much. So Sarah's come on to help me today too, because
that's why I put it on the screen, because of the because of the spellings. I knew there was going to be issues, so I'm like, I'm going to put it on the screen.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully you got it. If you didn't, just message me and we'll get you a link.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So it is my absolute pleasure. This is somebody I've met in spaces quite recently as well. I am very, very excited. And I'm so glad that he changed his name on his Zoom, because I was like, who's that? Who's that? I can't remember that. And I'm looking at the list going, I can't find it. I can't find it. And then he changed it. Thank God. Thank God. And now I know who it is. So thank you for doing that. And welcome, welcome, Secure from Robo Ghosts. Whoop, whoop.
Hey Pamela, how you doing? Thank you for having me on board. And yeah, when I saw it, I am doxed, but like I have so many names. I saw it come up and I was like, oh yeah, I gotta change that. I have fumbled a little bit. My screen is off to the left, so if you see me looking off to the left,
I did. I was
I'm
like,
looking at the camera.
well, it's lovely to have you here. I'm going to introduce you to the lovely Mangus. Marcus, he's in Japan, an amazing photographer. And then we have the lovely Sarah, another photographer who lives in Australia. And our wee posse are going to just chat to you about everything you're doing. I want you to tell us it all and share with the whole YouTube community, the POAPathon community, what amazing stuff you're up to, my lovely.
It's beautiful. Thank you, Pam, for the platform. And Japan is my favorite country I've ever visited. And don't tell all the other countries I've ever visited. I've visited a lot. And yeah, I just resonate with Japan so strongly. I'm a massive sneakerhead and fashion enthusiast. I come from the streetwear scene most strongly. So Japan is definitely like I would say I don't know, like design, like home, I would say. So yeah, I definitely resonate with Japan a lot. I spent 3-4 weeks in Tokyo recently, and yeah, that's just a great place to visit. But yeah, it's been a busy 6-7 months, hey Pam, even though it's a bear market. It's not been too bad from a builder's point of view, as the cliche goes. So
yeah, it's true, but isn't it, it's true, like from the builder's point of view. That's what I said. You see what everybody's all whinging and giving off about the bear market and all. You know what us smart big brain people are doing? We're building. That's what we're doing. We're talking, we're building.
That's it. It actually took a lot of pressure off my shoulders. Like every morning I was like waking up, running to the computer, seeing what was trending on IC Tools, checking listings tabs, and like, you know, and then that takes away from your ability to actually focus on what you're doing or what you're putting out. So the ability to actually take that step back and improve and like add so much depth to what we're building in RoboGhost has actually been an awesome opportunity for me. So like I got into crypto in about 2017 and yeah, thumbs up. So,
yes.
So look, I got into crypto like 4 or 5 years ago, and then NFTs, I think we cracked a year about a week ago, which is exciting. So, you know, I was there for the bull market. I was actually ready to go in Jan, and we decided to sort of pause. I redid all the art from scratch, and then we sort of hit this slide. So we've actually gone and built like everything, all the bolt-ons and everything that's come that adds value to the project has actually been like derived and built over the last like 4 months. So it's actually added a lot of, I would say, like value and opportunity to the IP that we're building post mint when we actually go live. So
yes,
yeah, I actually listed I sold my first NFT, I'd say in January. And then, so that was I launched with a bit of a bang, Pam. It's a bit of a name drop, but I did a collaboration with Shaquille O'Neal and
right, stop, everybody stop, right? Say that again, nice and loud there. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a name drop. Yeah, so my friend Justin Mella is a very famous artist, and he invited me to be a part of his project to do a collaboration with Shaquille O'Neal. So that was my first NFT, which was pretty exciting. And then I have actually launched my own manifold contract to avoid that OpenSea contract to sell out my first collection of sneaker cards. And then now what we're moving into is RoboGhost. So it's been a busy 6-7 months.
Right. I just have to rewind. So we have Shaquille O'Neal, okay, with your famous artist friend. What was his name again?
Justin Mella.
Justin Mella. I know the name. I know it. I just can't think of it right now because my head's full of bleach. Justin Mella. And then we had now I see behind you, right? And I want you to tell the sneaker story. I genuinely do, because when I heard you talk about this in Spaces, I'm like, this is the quality, the caliber of the people we have in this beautiful country. Tell them the story. Go on.
Yeah, okay. So look, I basically, when I was studying finance at university almost 20 years ago, by the time I got to the end of my degree, I was actually making enough money doing graffiti to not have to go work in a bank. So I was pretty thrilled with that, and decided to take that opportunity to pursue that career. And now you can see in a studio filled with toys and sneakers that this is the world that I live in. And who would have thought studying finance and accounting that this would be where I got to 20 years later, or 19 years later to be technical. So basically I started doing graffiti on sneakers and toys, and then you fast forward 19 years later and yeah, I've worked with a lot of big brands and companies, including like Jordan, Nike, Adidas, Converse, Puma, Kid Robot, like a lot. Been lucky enough to do art projects, collaborations, and then the Robo Ghost is kind of like actually tying all of that into one. So, you know, we're releasing a series that really taps into that collector culture, has the aesthetic of my career built into it, obviously, and then we'll reward people that have been a part of the journey with me up until now. So yeah, who would have thought? It was a weird one. I sat on a bed, on my bed at my parents' house and painted a pair of shoes 20 years ago, and now I'm in a house filled with cause toys and sneakers everywhere. So who would have thought?
Wow. It's very rare as an Irish woman that I am speechless, okay? Very But when I hear and I'm looking at you and you're saying 19 years ago, I'm thinking, there's no way. What are you talking about? Would you indulge me? Would you show me one of your sneakers, please? Can you bring, because I see them behind you and I'm a huge sneaker fan and I just want to see what you've got.
Yeah, sure. So these are a couple that I've done for, so I'm wearing a Dead Fellas hoodie and I've got the green lights on the background because I'm a Dead Fellas maxi. So
yes.
This is a pair that I made in behalf of the Dead Fellas. So it has the PFP and obviously Betty's spotty fur and everything. And then actually tonight, so please no one screenshot this, but tonight these will get posted by Shinzai Gelverse, which is an anime PFP project out of Japan by some pretty famous artists with Australian devs. And this is for the founder and they're making a anime and manga. So yeah, so I've been making shoes for a long time for rappers, museums, galleries, brands. And then it was a really fun way for me to tie like my passion for sneakers into the NFT Web3 world. And then obviously we'll be doing that for RoboGhost and then some digital collaborations as well.
Wow. Wow. I just can't, my mouth and my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth because I'm like, sneakers, look at them sneakers. I need them sneakers. That is awesome. I just know, I can feel it. Us Irish people have this phrase. It's not very PC. I can feel it in my water. I know the dizzy heights that you not only have achieved already, but I could just watch what you do in this space. Oh my God, I just love it. If you're not, now let's get down to the nitty gritty. What is your handle on Twitter for people to follow you and learn more about the Robo Ghost, because it's really, really important. This is where you brought everything like a tapestry and together, you've weaved it all together, and now you're ready to say, world, here we go. So where do we go to follow you and find out what's happening next?
Geez, what a beautiful setup. So the Robo Ghosts on Twitter is the handle. So we've just launched it a couple of weeks ago. So it's the Robo Ghosts, pretty straightforward. So we'll start to ramp up our pre-mint partnerships and everything over the next couple of weeks. What we're doing at the moment is educating people about the world of the characters. So the narrative was actually designed 19 years ago for me as a platform for me to take artistic inspiration from when I'm creating artwork. So I've had solo shows, museum shows, toys and sneakers, and everything I've ever created has actually got a connection to the Robo Ghost in it. And no one has ever known because I haven't really publicized the narrative. So if you bought my Kid Robot toy in 2015, the entire inside of the box was covered in the robot arms. If you have my Globe Skate shoes that we sold a couple 100,000 pairs of from like 2012 to 2015, all the box was covered in robot arms. And I think I've kind of just been teasing these characters for the last like 18 years. And outside of the solo shows, I've never really represented them in their full form. And obviously this gives me the opportunity to do that. So we're tying it all together through the lens of a platform called the Robo Ghosts. So we aren't minted yet. We'll announce when we're minting in the next few weeks, but we have built a generative PFP project that really ties in my love of shoes, toys, pop culture. I used to write for a cinema magazine. I worked in a video store for years. Like I'm just that pop culture guy, right? I traveled doing Comic-Cons as a guest for like 3-4 years through the US and Japan and Hong Kong and Singapore and Malaysia. And it's just very much my vibe. So that series is going to bring that. Obviously, we're going to tie in shoes. We've got a ton of giveaways and collabs. But really it's a IP launch for us. So we'll be going into tangible in real life and digital collectibles and a whole bunch of stuff. So the roadmap is I would say under wraps, Pamela, and I'm very bad because I like to chat and I'm actually half Irish. So I will just like refrain from giving everything away, but like there's a full lore built out for the characters. And what we're doing at the moment is just putting lore artwork out into the universe so people can learn about the characters, where they came from. And then we'll really start to focus on the actual mint of the project over the next couple of weeks.
I'm going to give you a new moniker. I am going to call you the Australian Gary V. Can I call you that? Can I say that? Because right now I can just see him sitting where you're sitting with all his stuff behind him like you are. But you were way ahead of Gary V, because I've only been following Gary for 14 years, but you were way ahead with the 19 years. My God, this is awesome. I'm so excited about this. I need to get you down a pair of sneakers, because I need you to do something on my sneakers. Don't you all be running and booking in with them. It's all for me first. I just want to say, ask Sarah or Marcus, do you have any wee questions, or you want to talk to this awesome, like this is a wee genius, like look at this is amazing. I'm so humbled that you're here. I'm delighted we connected, and I do think everybody's supposed to connect in the right moment in time. I'm very passionate about a specific moment in time, so this is your moment, my friend. I'm delighted to see it, and I'm going to hand it over to Mangus or Sarah, whoever wants to go first.
Hi there, Secure. I really, really love your work, and I did find you on Twitter. And I have followed you, and I also found the project on Twitter, and thank you for that. I think what you're doing is unbelievable, as in artistically, and I really love that. But I'm also really intrigued that you were saying that you've minted on your own manifold contract, because I haven't done that yet. And we've been in the NFT space since June last year. We've been curated onto a number of the curated platforms, so Known Origin, First Dibs, Maker's Place, Sloika, and so we've actually gone with their contracts rather than doing our own manifold one. And I know some of the platforms, I think Maker's Place, which we're also curated on with our video art, they don't accept manifold yet, but I'm just really intrigued to know. I understand why you did it, because you said you wanted to escape from the OpenSea contract, but I'd just love you to share maybe with the people that are listening who haven't minted yet, using their own contract. What do you see the benefits, the tangible benefits, just so that there are people that might not know those? I have looked into it, but I'd love you to just share a bit more, because you're going to know more than me.
I don't know if that's true, but look, I think for me, so I have a friend, Mr. Boney, who has a collection called the Bounties, and he's an amazing Australian artist. He's one of the Nouns forks, and very early Nouns forks from about 11 or 12 months ago. Yeah, the Bounties are sick. Actually,
I'm a Nounsler. I'm on the Nounsel, and I do some work with Mr. Boney, and actually I had tweeted this out that we were doing this show, and he did respond like, "Oh, thanks for saying, but I didn't know you knew him. Now I should make sure he knows you're here."
I was
That's
out
awesome.
with him. I was out with him on Friday night, actually, and then OX Gami is actually a mate of mine as well, who is a noun holder. So
I met Gami in NYC at NFT NYC. Yeah, so I got to hang out with him. We did Noun O'Clock Live at Margaritaville, and I got to meet him there. It was really fun. Yeah.
Well, we might be bringing some nounish traits to the Robo Ghost. So there's a bit of alpha. I'm literally designing that
that's
today.
huge.
So yeah,
that's huge alpha for me, because like I pretty much own every nounish thing besides a noun. So
yeah, you and Mr. Boney will have that in common for sure. So look, I actually I minted my first NFT on the OpenSea contract, and then speaking to Mr. Boney, he kind of gave me the insight into all the reasons that is potentially a bit of a trap. And it's to say that obviously you don't pay gas. There is some real ease of access and opportunity going on the OpenSea contract, but you don't have ownership of your contract. You can't manipulate it post-mint. You can't, your NFTs that are minted on the OpenSea contract also then aren't available on other marketplaces. So you really don't own what you're producing outside of once it's actually minted. So I made the decision to go to Manifold, and the decision was the best one I could have made. Yes, you have to pay gas when you mint and then you sell, but the ability to manipulate your NFTs post-mint, the ability to batch mint, to have your own contract, you can bolt on inside and outside of Manifold to make it whatever you want it to be. You can have like NFTGs, I think they're calling them, which are like NFTs that actually evolve over time. So I can update my NFTs through my contract on Manifold to reward holders that have held them for a period of time to make them evolve into something a little bit more special or animated or 3D or whatever you want to do. So
dynamic ones, is that dynamic ones? Is that what you're talking about?
that's it. Yes, that's that's the word. I couldn't get it. So
you're all right. I'm there. I got your back, my friend. I got your back.
Yeah, so look, for me, it was like it was the opportunity to learn more about the process, because I do have devs on RoboGhost. Like, I'm not doing the dev work, but I like to learn. And as you can see behind me, like, you don't wake up learning how to make toys and stuff. So, you know, I'm entirely self-taught. So when Manifold was available, the opportunity that they give you through the ability to go through their walkthroughs and their guides, they're so fantastic. You know, I haven't done coding for 10 or 15 years, so I had a little bit of a background there, but I really was able to stumble my way through it with ease, and would highly recommend it for anyone who wanted to mint on ETH. It is a very simple process. They tell you how to get your Rinkeby ETH. They walk you through everything. So it really is a great experience for me personally, and I'm very happy I made that switch from OpenSea after minting the first. So yeah, very lucky.
Does that answer that for you, Sarah? Yeah.
Yeah, it really does. I guess the only thing I've heard of Secure is that some collectors have said they're not 100% about the fact that we can manipulate after minting. And I just wondered if you could maybe talk to that, because that's the one thing that I've heard negative, and I've heard so much positive. But that's one of the reasons why we haven't gone down that route yet. And I also, that's the first question, I guess, about manipulating. And then I guess the second question I had was, is there going to be anything similar to this for Tezos, do you think? Or are we not quite there yet? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think transparency and communication is the most important thing you can have within an NFT project at the moment, which is one of the reasons I'm on camera and I'm doxxed. Like, my real name is my real name. And, you know, if you're buying in my project, you're kind of investing in me and my career. And I think that, and the reason I bring that up is, like, when projects are manipulating art post-mint, obviously I think it can really leave a sour taste in people's mouths, because that's not what they were investing or buying into. So for me, it's all about communication and transparency. And as fast as we all go and get a dev or a marketing manager, a communication manager for bigger projects is probably the most important thing you can have, because too much communication can actually be bad. Not enough can be bad. You know, people were criticizing Doodles 2 weeks ago for disappearing for 40 days, and then they were, you know, but I'd disappear as well if my next tweet was to value my brand at 703 million. But, you know,
absolutely.
So, look, I think,
yeah, they were a little busy, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I think so. So look, just a little bit, like, yeah, there's, I know actually they've got a lot of really cool things happening, but it's for me, it's just about the comms. And like, I saw an interesting thing happen the other day where an artist had sold an NFT and that wallet had been hacked. And then that NFT was stolen and put into a liquidity pool. So the artist actually went and altered the artwork on the contract and put stolen in giant letters over the top of it. It's the first time I've seen that happen. I think it's really interesting. I don't know if I support it or not. I haven't put a lot of thought into it. But it is interesting for me to be able to do things like that. For me, and RoboGhosts, we're looking at ways to reward holding without having to do things like staking. So, you know, I don't want to do a token and stake, so we'll do a holder reward. And yeah, we haven't really announced what that is yet, but I do like the opportunity to do it. You just have to tell the people up front, because no one wants to wake up and look in their wallet and see something different than they purchased yesterday if they weren't expecting it.
Yes. spot on. And it's like this whole space, right? I value people who are transparent with me up front. I am who I am. I'm not pretending to be anybody else. I could hardly, you know what I mean? I sort of stand out a wee bit, but I don't because of my accent, but I want you to tell me the truth. I want you to be as open and honest as you can be with me. And then, you know what? I'll be like a St. Bernard dog with the brandy around my neck. I will follow you anywhere. Tell me a lie and you're dead to me. That's what I'm going to say. That's the way I was brought up. My mom and daddy said, if you murder somebody, and just tell us. But if you murder somebody and lie about it, we'll disown you. So you know what I mean? So it's that sort of human ethics.
I think this must be an Irish thing, because I say to my child, and I've been saying it to him and since he was 5, that it's not the crime, it's the cover up.
Correct.
So just don't lie to me and we'll be fine. And like, since he was 5 years old. And yeah, we've had many conversations about that. So he knows.
I love it. And the fact that you're open and honest about the communication with your holders, because what you said there is very, very true. As a founder of a project like yourself, we are buying into you. We're investing in you. So Simon Sinek used to say, people do not buy what you're selling. People buy into why you're doing it and who you are as the brand. So you're the brand, your likability factor matters. And the more you can dox yourself, the better it is, because you're going to let more people in. And those people want to invest in that. That's very, very important. And so for me, yeah, I'm all in. I'm behind. I'm with you 110% secure. I'm telling you now, you're never going to, you might even get on my Christmas card list. It's a very coveted position to be in. Sarah's in it. Brenda's in it. It's very coveted. If you're on the Christmas card list, Marcus, you're on it. You're winning at life, because I will give you know what I mean. It's something to aim for, so you can, you know. And I feel that you're certainly going to be on the reserve list anyway, but definitely on the Christmas card list, I think.
I love it. And I see a friend in the crowd who's just turned up. So hello, Mr. Boney. You did just come up. So
yes.
Funny to see you here. But yeah, I think that's it, Pamela. I mean, for me, part of
that's Mr. Boney.
Yeah, I can see him there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think for me, like a big part of doxing was just about that, was just like building in that, like I would say, like confidence in the project. You know, that sort of free meta mint has kind of faded away. I think as we progress and more like Web2 brands are coming in and taking space, I think it's important for us as artists to be the face of our own brand. My point of view is, if I can't be the face of my own brand, how can I expect anyone else to be? So
yes.
For me, it's really important to champion what I'm doing, be a part of communicating that to people, and then, you know, owning wins and losses as they come through, and then just sort of, you know, being clear and communicating that to people as well. So it's just basic decency, you know.
I know,
it's not hard.
sit there, own the wins and the losses. See the fact that you even say that. Like, I tell people, it took me 9 months to give birth to the Corals NFT project. 9 whole months. And it was hard. It was really hard. And without my wee developer, I would never made it, because it was, you don't realize what's involved until you actually have done it. And when you do it, you know, it's like, it is giving birth to your child. Like, people are invested big time. And I am very open about the challenges I faced. Obviously being an Irish woman in Australia, ringing up the Great Barrier Reef Foundation saying, I want to give you $1 million. It sounds like I am on a racket and I'm trying to money launder from Northern Ireland. That's what it sounds like. So there has been a lot of challenges, and I'm open. I tell people the truth. I say, look, it's been hard. And you know what? My project's not going to make you a wild lot of money. You're not going to be like a Bored Ape, or you're never going to be that rich. But what you are going to do is be a decent human being. You're going to help donate $1 million to save the corals of the Great Barrier Reef. You're going to have a beautiful piece of one-on-one art in your wallet, and you're going to be a decent human being. So just shut your whole face and be a decent human being and help out. I'm not here to make $1 million. I'm not. I've lived my life. I'm a retired police officer. I was a lawyer before that. I've done it. I've got the t-shirt. I'm badass. I don't want your money, but what I want to do is make some impact in this world. And how I'm going to do that is by you buying my Coral NFT. And I'm launching Wave 2 on Tezos. And I'll tell you why. Because it's, see Tezos, if you don't know about it, learn about it, get a wallet. It is the next big thing. I've actually met the two creators of Tezos blockchain. It's a husband and wife. It is the next big thing that's coming, I'm telling you. And this is my alpha I'm giving to all of you. Only it's just us on this call. But I'm telling you, Tezos is the next.
And anybody on YouTube.
Anybody on YouTube that's watching. There you go. I've given you the alpha.
Keeping the alpha very small.
Yeah.
Just anybody with internet.
I want to see who this Johnny Money person is. I don't know this Johnny Money. I have to meet this person. You'll have to introduce me. Secure. Who's this?
My screen's so small. I don't know. I haven't given the password out to anyone. Mr. Boney was just in the chat. So
Yay! Hi. You're at Aussie. You're at the CryptoCon, aren't you?
Yes, we are. I'm at the CryptoCon.
You're going to.
I'm from the Pink Flamingo Social Club, by the way.
Flamingos. You're next on my list. Look, I was just checking you off, but you didn't have the flamingos on you. You're trying to confuse me. Secure tried that earlier, and I think it's very wrong of you to try and confuse an old woman who has been talking since 9 o'clock this morning. Like seriously, you naughty children.
I'm more concerned about trying to confuse an ex-police officer than I am.
I would too. I would, and I was in CID, I was a detective, and then I was an inspector, so I was like high up. I've got big brains, I just hide them.
I'll stop talking about where I learned how to paint then, hey?
You graffiti artist, you. I love it. I just want to say to you, Secure, you're one of these remarkable human beings that once again, like Rebecca, like everybody on this space right now, you're going to shake up this world and you're going to leave it a better place than it was when you found it. And I am eternally grateful that we were able to cross paths, because it's like I can be your Web3 mommy as well. Like everybody else adopts me as the mommy. So I'm 100% behind you. Anything I can do, any spaces, any people I can introduce you to, please do not hesitate. Reach out. I have a wide circle of friends, or a wide circle of tribe, but I have a close circle of friends, and those friends, as I said, I'm like a St. Bernard dog. I will help you. I will show up. I will do what I can, because this beautiful country gave me a second chance at life, and it's my duty to give as much back to it. So whatever I can do, and I am going to bring my when we meet up. Where are you based?
I'm Melbourne's got a lot of shout outs today, so I'm Melbourne as well. So, but yeah, look, obviously really appreciate the platform to the POAPathon team and to you, Pamela. I know it would have been a mountain of work getting all this organized. So yeah, thank you for having me on and for the time, and I'll hang out for a little bit, and then I've got a dev call shortly, so I've got to jump off for that. But yeah, thank you for having me on, and look forward to hearing the rest of the people speak today.
You're amazing. You're simply amazing, and I'm delighted to have met you. I really am, and all these people here, I'm sure they can say the same thing. You're remarkable. I would say young man, because that's what I think you are. You're a remarkable young man. You're going to do great things, and you said the word Shaquille O'Neal. Like I just kind of, I get nothing. I can't even match that. Well, I'll tell you what. I have met Bill Clinton. And I have met the Queen twice. The Queen, now God rest her, she's not here, but I have met Bill Clinton, and I'm going to share with the YouTube community. You know what? I understand Monica a lot better having met him in person. I understand her. I get it, because the man got out of the car, and I was in my police uniform because I was his close protection, got out of the car, and he just looked at me and he spoke with a big Texan drawl, whatever drawl he has, or the Dallas, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Because before that, I thought he was ugly, and I was like, nah, well, she's mad. She's mad. She was obviously touched in the head, but not, that's what it was. So just thought I'd share that with everybody. Anyway.
So funny.
Moving on.
So funny. I think he wins with, I take Shaq over Clinton. However, Queen trumps them all.
He does.
Yeah.
He does.
Queen wins. I would have loved to have met the Queen. Yeah.
She was a wee tootie thing. She's like a wee doll. God bless her. I was doing her close protection too, but that was in Northern Ireland when it was Scary Mary. Like I'm badass, but anyway.
Yeah, that's a little more nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Yes, now I see Mr. Boney in the YouTube chat. I was like, that's Mr. Boney.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
This is a weird timing. It's a timing thing.
It's a timing thing, yes.
So Donnie came in right at that moment. It just was a weird timing thing.
We're very naughty. So Donnie, pink flamingos, love it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I love your POAP because it is, as it says on the tin, pink flamingos. So Donnie, tell us, welcome. You're looking awesome. I might say I do have the most attractive men ever on my whole POAPathon. I'm going to tell you, these are all lovely. So anyway, Mangus, you're lovely, and I love
It's
the
true.
hair. And the
You really
ponytail.
did a great job curating.
Oh, thank you.
The
I bring the
gentleman.
best of the
Well
best.
done.
So anytime. So Donnie, tell us about pink flamingos, my friend.
Oh, well, first of all, I'll say thank you very much for having us on and organizing this POAPathon. It's a real honor to be sharing our project with you guys.
Yay.
So yeah, from the Pink Flamingo Social Club, which is a collection of 333 across, it's a multi-chain collection. So it's partnered with a multi-chain project or protocol, previously AnySwap. And so we had exclusive rights at the start, or a test case for them to use their NFT bridge. So we started about a year ago on Phantom, and we have a sold out collection on Phantom, Avalanche, and Matic. Wow. And our last collection is going to be on Ethereum. So we're kind of in that stage at the moment, marketing and networking and doing all that kind of stuff. And then post the Ethereum mint, we've got we planned this thing called the Great Migration, because flamingos are migratory birds. So we plan to kind of utilize a treasure hunt style kind of exploration of these chains. And by participating, you can kind of go in the chance to be minting from our final kind of collection that will be 222 split across 4 chains in like a loot box style. So we're designing like a bot that can kind of acknowledge or kind of like monitor these protocols and see how people engage with them. And then if they meet certain criteria, say they deposit, 420 of a token into a thing, then we can see that, and then we'll airdrop them the next clue. And it'll be these clues that kind of send them around, more of like a community building, but also we want to kind of give back to multi-chain and get people using their technology, because they've been a big supporter of us and we really appreciate them. So that's kind of the premise of the Pink Flamingos.
Wow. Can I just say, lots of big brains in Australia. There's lots of big brain people, like 4 chains. My God, I thought I was being all cool and all bringing the corals over to Tezos, and I was able to use multi-chain. And then you just trumped me with, sorry about the use of word, choice of words. Sorry. Then you just beat me with the 4. Oh my God, it's amazing.
I didn't mean to trump you, or I didn't mean to one up you there, but that's what we like to do also at the social club. We like to kind of be innovative and push boundaries. And it's been really cool too in doing it, because we started on Phantom, and I don't know if you guys know, but there's quite a strong Australian community on Phantom. Yeah. And from that, we've kind of inspired, but also help other artists and projects go multi-chain. And we believe in the future will be multi-chain. I don't think one chain is going to win. I think each chain right now, I'm sure that maybe some will die off, but each chain kind of offers its own value. So something like AVAX, it's got the potential for gaming now with its subnets. It allows people to create a subnet, and so they can control gas, you can control transaction fees and stuff like that. Matic, we found it to be where the metaverses lie. And Phantom is quite a degen chain. DeFi seems to be quite popular there.
I love that. I love the way that in not even 30 seconds, you were able to identify each blockchain's community. That is awesome. Where have you been hiding? I need you. That is brilliant. I love the fact that you're innovative, that you're making the most use of the technology that is there. Tell me, are you a dev yourself, or do you have a blend of developers and
yes,
so
we have developers, but I mean, I've learned from getting into the space, I have learned a bit of Solidity and to help artists with like some simple one-on-one contracts and stuff like that. But we have a dev team that we work with in Portugal and also in America. And they're friends from a long time ago in Australia. We grew up with them, and they've gone on to do other things, and we've met back up.
Oh, that's lovely. I love that human story. I love that. I love a story, full stop. I'm Irish, of course we love a story. Where did the flamingos come from?
We were kind of, so I guess summarize a quick story. The main team behind the Pink Flamingo Social Club, we play in a band together, and we've been in the band for over 10 years. And our band has you know, the music's not necessarily like a mainstream kind of thing. It's quite theatrical, but we have like a comic book that goes along with our last album. And within that comic book, you've got a lot of characters, a lot of stories, a lot of narratives. So when we kind of discovered the NFT space, we were like, whoa, this seems quite perfect for what we have to offer. And then we had part of our dev team, like was an advisor, and he'd like our friend from a long time ago. He kind of was like, you know, that's a good idea, but I think you should do a project, you know, kind of on trend, just to learn the space, build your community and see that. So we kind of were like, okay, well, profile pictures, animal style profile pictures were popping at the time. And we were like, okay, well, you know what animal to pick? And we kind of went through a few, and then a flamingo popped up, and I believe the words said were, you would have to be a cunt to not like a flamingo. So we were like, yeah, flamingos, let's run with it. And you know, pink birds are quite bright, and they're migratory too, and that's kind of like what played into the multi-chain aspect. I mean, the flamingos were chosen first, and then because we kind of, our project's been quite built by the community on Phantom. We found quite a nice little home there, and you know, we were new to the Phantom chain, so we were kind of going on these AMAs, asking for some advice, and just kind of throwing the idea around. And it was actually one of our community members who kind of put forward the idea. He's like, oh, multi-chain have created this NFT bridge, and the birds are migratory, so maybe you can integrate that. And obviously it started off with trying to bring more wallets back to Phantom. That was the kind of first thing we started a year ago. But you know, in doing this journey and going cross chain, we realized that, like, yes, there's these chains have their own purpose, and or they have a strength that will, you know, if you can lean into that, you'll work on that chain. So we've kind of now like opened up like partnerships. You know, we can offer our community, like I said, AVAX Gaming. We kind of partner with a few gamers on there that, you know, if you bridge a Mingo over to there, you can have access to the chain, to the games. Same with the metaverse kind of thing, and same with DeFi protocols on Phantom. Yeah.
No, I'm going to be quite honest with you. I don't have much experience on Phantom. I have experience on ETH, Polygon, and now obviously Tezos. Tezos is blockchain for the artists. I really believe that, but they're also really, really keen. Like I have had the pleasure of meeting the two creators of the actual blockchain. It's a husband and wife team. And they are looking right now, because the POAP projects are such a novelty right now, they are encouraging the POAP projects to come to Tezos, but you know, in such a way as they're going to come. But when you bring a POAP project to a blockchain, you bring liquidity. You do, because the quality of the POAP project, especially in Australia, is nuts. It's nuts, and that's why I'm encouraging everybody. Have a look at it, get on it, see what you can do. I know Manifold is trying to create contracts that can be deployed on object. I know that's all coming as well. It's in the works. I was supposed to be on a call this morning at 6 o'clock. I couldn't do it because I couldn't get up that early. Like, I'm Irish, like we don't get up early in Ireland. Like we like to stay in our beds. And I was like, I have to do 9 hours of POAPathon. I can't do 6 a.m. as well. So, but I'll do it next week. But they really are very encouraging. So when you said about the 4 different chains, I'm like, oh, you gotta come to Tezos. You gotta come over to the dark side eventually.
I mean, I do have experience on Tezos because of the art, and I think you say it's like an artist chain. I would 100% agree, and this is where Phantom comes in. You have actually a lot of crossover from artists on Phantom and Tezos, and a few people kind of coming over from Tezos now to Phantom, and a few projects going over from Phantom to Tezos. And I think like both of those chains have really high quality art. The thing I think Phantom might have different to Tezos is its price point for its art is a little higher. And I think maybe because Tezos is like a, you know, Southeast Asian, quite popular, you know, the artists there, I guess, you know, they can more like, I guess money goes like further. So I don't really want to comment too much on that. But I think, yeah, I would, I think with Phantom, like in the crossover, like you can get a bit more money for your art. But I think it's a very similar quality, very similar style of like what's going on with the art side of things.
So tell us this, for those people watching, where do we go to follow the Pink Flamingo Social Club? Where do we go to see how amazingly you jump through? I'm going to call you the leapfrog blockchain persons. Where do we follow you on that? Where do we go? What's your handle?
Twitter would be our best bet. So it's FTM Flamingo. That's our Twitter handle. It obviously didn't age too well now that we've gone to all these different chains, but that's what we chose, FTM Flamingo. And then coming into our Discord, we're trying to, I guess everyone, you know, there's so many Discord servers out there. We're really trying to make this a bit of a hub for multi-chain knowledge. Say if artists want to go to different chains. Yeah, I mean, we see it as our point of difference, right? And trying to lean into that. So if artists want to come, go cross-chain, we can help them develop contracts and do that kind of stuff. If you're a collector and you're looking for the next chain to go to, if you're a maxi and you find our project and you want to learn more, we kind of want to create our Discord as this center point for your knowledge on multi-chain. And also, I guess I'll add, like, although we're minting on these 4 chains, as multi-chain develop bridges to a lot of other chains, we will be able to migrate our flamingos there. All we'd have to do is just deploy the contract to that chain, and then we can bridge the flamingos over. So these flamingos, any new chain that's going to be coming out, I mean, any EVM compatible chain at the moment, multi-chain has a bridge to. So the flamingos aren't just limited to these 4 chains that we've minted on, which is awesome. I think it's like a future-proof case. Like, we didn't.
Next level awesome, because know what you're doing. You've joined the space. You've had a wee scan about, as we say. You've done your recce. You've scanned about. You said, right, this is the problem. The problem is we want to have a contract that we can deploy on any blockchain, and that hasn't even been discovered yet. We're going to bring everybody with us. So you're rising like this, not like this. You're not going by yourself. You're saying, you know what? Come with us. It's great to be successful, but if you're going to be successful on your own, it's very lonely. So what we want to do is bring our community with us. We want to give you access to all the tools that you need. And my only drawback, I'm going to just give you one wee tooty drawback. I hate Discord, but you know what? For you, I will go on Discord. I'm in about 250 Discords. I'm not even joking. I seriously am. And I feel at the start of this journey, you know, you'll all know, start a Web3 and everybody says, join the Discord. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to join the Discord. It's almost like you live under a threat. I'm joining the Discord, and then you're in the Discord. And then I have to scroll, you know, when you scroll down the side of the computer, I have to keep scrolling to find out the many Discords I'm in, like, for about a minute. So that is my only thing. The rest, for you, I'm joining the Discord. I'm just going to tell you that. I will do that for you. I will sacrifice my sanity for you, because what you're doing is revolutionary. The fact that you're equipping everybody with tools, I love that. Education is key in the space. Onboarding is key, but it's just like isn't it the fish and the fishing rod? Don't give people fish, give them a rod and teach them how to do it. You know what I mean? This is what you're doing, and huge respect for that. I'm trying to do it in my own wee 2 meter square where I am. But what you're doing is phenomenal. I have so much respect for you. And I do believe that, you know, opportunities like the Aussie CryptoCon, like POAPathon Down Under, is giving everybody that opportunity to strengthen these relationships so that a rising tide lifts all boats. So huge respect to you. And you know what I can't get over, right? Here's what I can't get over. Everybody's so young, my God. Everybody's so young in this bloody space.
Space keeps you young.
Very true. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're very
Space ages you by like 2 years.
But I feel like knowing the tech and keeping up with it, like I've always kind of wish I did computer science when I was younger, you know, and I always looked at tech, but now I feel like I'm a part of it. I'm at the forefront. I haven't had to necessarily study or go actually learn, you know, the computer side of it to really feel like I can embrace new tech and use new tech and be at the forefront of this evolving and emerging tech. And I just wanted to go back to what you were saying before, Pamela. Like when we first started that project, we were connecting with a lot of people in Canada, people in America, people in Europe, and all this kind of stuff. And it's only been recently in the last few months that I've kind of turned my focus to the Australian scene and realized that there's so many people involved in it. And then all these events started coming out, and that's been awesome for me to realize, make it real. You know, obviously the other people on the computer are real, but there is an element when you just spend day in, day out on behind a screen and you run your project like that, it can seem very like unreal or surreal, where like now being at this CryptoCon and even just meeting people and going to these NFT Melbourne, Sydney, Big Vegas events, it's awesome to just like make it real and have a beer with someone, or, you know, chat with someone.
That's it, exactly. And I think that, you know, concretes or adds to that foundation big time, and it's really important to have that. I mean, even, you know, we've all been through COVID, we were all in that together, you know what I mean? We can't wait. And the Aussies, like, you know, we love a beer on a Friday and we love talking to people, and it's just that laid back approach to building friendships that I adore about this country. It's just the best. But being able to, you know, connect with people in real life. I mean, I think COVID taught us a lesson. It taught us a lesson. Don't take things for granted. You know, cherish your relationships, your friends, cherish the simple things like catching up for a beer and talking about, you know, what sets your soul on fire. Like, that's amazing. And I think we've all become that wee bit closer now because of that. But I don't want to keep you too much from CryptoCon. I adore everything you're doing. I know I've written so many notes. I'm a note taker, I can't help it. It's harking back to my old police officer days. I've taken that many notes and I will be in touch. And once again, anything I can do in my wee small quarter of the world, please don't hesitate, reach out. You're just a pleasure. I love your POAP. It's so bright and pink, except you said the C word as well, but I'll put you over my name.
Sorry, that's never again, never again.
It's all good. I'll enjoy it more than you will. It'll be grand.
Thank you. Pamela, I really, and the team here, I really appreciate everything you're doing for the space, and thank you for having us on. And yeah, it is a privilege to really talk to you guys. It's really good. Oh yeah, also I wanted to just quickly add on to this, the team behind the Pink Flamingo Social Club are throwing a festival, because like I said, we're in a band, so we're used to throwing like musical festivals.
Yes. And
we're looking to it in February next year, up on the Gold Coast. We're looking to throw a NFT festival, but it will be more like a music festival rather than a conference, and it's called DJing.
Oh my God, I love it. I'll be there. Yeah. Tickets. I want tickets. I'll be there.
Yeah.
I'll be
so
the
yeah, keep
oldest
an eye out on
swinger
it.
in town, but I'll be there.
I'd love to see it. Yeah, so that's something like, and that's actually being built with the friends that we have met on Phantom, as well as like Oz NFT boys and those crews. So yeah, it's just wanted to kind of add that to the end there.
Oh my God, that's brilliant. We will be there with bells on. I'm telling you, we are DJs, aren't we, Brenda? We are DJs to the nth degree. Trust me when I say that. We will be there, and you'll recognize me when I start talking.
I'll hear you.
You'll hear me, right? I love it. Thank you so much. And what else I want to say? I'm also going to use you as an example as well, Donny Money, because I've had so many people say to me, "Oh, you know, we can't be there. We're at CryptCon convention, or Aussie crypto convention," and I'm like, hold on a minute. If Benny G can bring that famous other Irish person, I can't remember his name now because it's been a long day, and you can come and do it, and you can multitask, they have no excuse. They're dead to me. You are awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, my lovely, and enjoy and have a beer tonight for me, please. Have about 10.
Will do. I'll have a Guinness.
Have a Guinness.
Have a Guinness.
Yes, have a Guinness. Oh, thank you so much, my lovely. You
Appreciate
enjoy.
it. Thank you very much.
I'll see you soon. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Have a good one. Thank you. Bye.
Cheerio now. Bye.
Have a good
Oh,
one.
nice that. I have the loveliest. See what I mean? That's why we had to do the POAPathon. Look at the many lovely people there are here in this beautiful place. I'm just so grateful for every single one. I'm looking at this screen now and I'm just like, oh my God, look at all the lovely people here. Haven't even got a chance to speak to you yet. Little Art Photag, Miss Carrie, you are just beautiful. Carrie's in New Zealand. Are you in New Zealand now, Carrie? You can unmute your wee self, wee dots.
I am, yes. Hi, darling. You're doing a great job.
Oh,
hi, everyone.
I'm not really doing anything because I'm just doing what I do regularly, talk, as my husband would say, talking. It's all I do. And I just want to say to you, Carrie, you've been here the whole day. My God, you've been sitting there, and I just am so grateful for the support. I'm grateful for your experience. I'm grateful for everything you do. It doesn't go unnoticed, and I know all the. Yes, I just want to thank you and appreciate you because I think you're amazing. I'm just going to say that you're amazing. I collect your artwork because I adore it. And for anybody who doesn't know, Carrie does amazing artwork. And basically what it is, right? This is me going, I'm going to butcher this, Carrie, I am. So basically it's real life liquid what's the next word? Real life word.
Sculptures. Liquid art sculptures, yes.
Sculptures, real, and she catches it at the moment. It just makes the most impact, and it is stunning, stunning. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. And she spends all this time setting it all up, and then it's just a wee, and it's magical. It is magical, and it's on object. But I'm going to talk to you more about that later, Kerry, because I see our wee friend. I see our wee disguised pigeons here. And I'm very, very excited because Disguised Pigeons has been all over Twitter with the coop coop and the toot toot. And I'm like, you're awesome. You're awesome. Welcome, welcome.
How are we all?
We're doing grand. We're doing grand. I don't think I'm holding up too badly for an old dog. You know me, an old chicken. I think I'm doing all right. Hanging in there.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, thank you.
I'm already ready for bed. It's only 12 o'clock.
It's amazing what a cement mixer can do. Amazing. Cement mixer, great. So, my lovely, tell us about the Disguised Pigeons. First of all, see, when I say the name Disguised Pigeons, I just want to laugh. It just makes me happy. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, seriously, what is that? So, oh, hold on 1 second before you just take a big deep breath. You just hold it. Don't be holding it so you go blue.
Hold that breath.
Hold that for a
I
second.
think we have another POAP to give out. I think we have
Who's
another
ready
POAP to give out.
POAP? Who is ready for a POAP?
Yes, we are.
All right, here we go.
Another one.
This is POAP number 5, I believe it is.
Yes.
So we're in the 5th hour. We're keeping it going nice and strong. So for anyone who's just tuning in right now, get out your phones. Make sure you have the POAP app. If you don't have it yet, you can download it at POAP.xyz. So it's going to look like that on the screen. People are flashing it. And you're going to go to the bottom right corner and click Mint. When you click Mint, you're going to click the secret word option. And you're going to type it in exactly how I say it. And this is going to be one word, all lowercase. And the word is, let me make sure I have it. Okay, here it is. It is high five. HIGHFIVE, high five. Did everyone get it?
Yes. R5, and you're still here, it says. When it gets to R9, and Pamela's dragging herself across the screen.
All right, congratulations, everybody. Keeping it going. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Valerie. We don't thank you. So you can breathe now, Disguised Pigeons. You can breathe that out now. So tell us about where Disguised Pigeons originated from, where you got the quirky name, and anything that you want to share with us about what's happening right now with your project.
Well, I think as all good project ideas do in Australia, it all came in at a barbecue, actually, between me and my longtime friend. Through high school, we after a few beverages, we decided to do our own NFT project.
Awesome.
And being avid collectors of like Pokemon cards back when we were children, and now Funko Pops as millennial adults, we decided to go with a trading card collection. And we decided to go with the Wax blockchain because that's where all the collectibles like Funko and stuff are. So we thought we'd go where our target audience is. But during that setup, we decided to come up with a backstory, and I think it's sort of changed our collection to be sort of multi-genre now. So yeah, with our sort of growth and with the backstory, we sort of started out with almost like Pinky and the Brain, if you've ever seen that cartoon back in the day. It's Larry is a domesticated pigeon who one day breaks out of his cage and decides he wants to take over the world.
Yay.
But in order to take over the world, he has to be in disguise because he needs to gather information. The problem with Larry is the only humans he has seen is on television. That's all he knows. So of course, Larry is a domesticated pigeon dressing up in different cosplay as different pop culture icons to sort of assimilate into human world and human behavior. But he's also worked out he needs money. And the best way to make money is to sell selfies of yourself on the internet. We've all learned that during COVID. You've got to have an OnlyFans.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Laurie is best.
Yeah, he's got his awesome eyes.
Look at this.
He's staring at you.
I love it. I love your POAP too. Your POAP made me giggle. It really did. And every time I say this guy's pigeon, like I can't help but smile. It's just, it's so Aussie, the concept.
Yeah. We had a good chuckle. Every time we think about it, we always have a good laugh.
And tell me this, is there any international plans for Larry, or is he just going to stay home?
Well, if we had the budget, for sure. First steps, we've just integrated merch actually on our website now, so you can pick up some merchandise.
Nice.
Next step is sort of media. So we're sort of trying to turn Larry into sort of an animated TV series, and then through some integration with NFTs there. So if you're a holder, you'll be able to access it, some clicks and that kind of membership works. So yeah, we've got some big ideas. It's just finding the time and budget. So
love it. And where are you based? Where are you in
Darwin?
Melbourne. Melbourne's well.
Oh, Darwin.
Oh, Darwin.
We're like across the pond from you.
I have to tell you a story about Darwin, right? Would I tell you the story? So we emigrated from Northern Ireland to Brisbane with Dave's company, and we were set up in this hotel and everything was going great. And then we found a lovely house in the outskirts of Brisbane, and I loved it because I love going in shopping and all. I like fashion, I like to shop, and that's okay, that's fine. I work damn hard so I can spend my money how I like. So I like shopping. Anyway, it's not right, Valerie? Yes, girls. Yes, Carrie. Everybody, yes. Whoop, whoop. So my husband came home. We were in Brisbane for 1 year. I was living the dream. Literally, the next step was I was going to learn how to surf. That's how much I was really becoming a really true Australian. So all good, all good. My husband came home on my birthday and said, Pamela, our life's getting better. And I'm like, what now? What now? He says, I got a promotion. I'm like, oh, cool, it's so good. Where's my present for my birthday? I mean, he's like, I got a promotion. And he said, I said, what? So in Brisbane, what? It was that. There's a wee teeny tiny detail about it. So the promotion is I have to go to either Darwin, Emerald, or Townsville. Now that man told me there was crocodiles in Darwin, which I know there is, I know it, I see it, I know it. He told me Emerald doesn't have a shopping centre. Quite true. It's a very little supermarket area in the bush in the middle of nowhere. And he told me Townsville had no crocodiles and had a Meyer shopping centre. Pamela was happy. Okay, I'll go with you. My husband, I travelled the whole way over the other side of the world. I can move up to Townsville. Now, the whole crocodile thing, I'm going to tell you this, guys, pigeons. This has a story. My daddy, Irish girls, no matter what age they are, believe their daddy. If my daddy told me that you were clean shaven, disguised pigeon, I would argue with you, black and blue, that you're clean shaven. Even though I know you have a lot of hair on your face, right? If my daddy said this was black and white, whatever he said was the law, okay? My daddy told me that crocodiles can climb the sides of houses and they can come in and eat small dogs, okay? So here I am in Townsville, got me a nice house, fed me gelato out in the Strand, bought me perfume and Meyer, and I'm happy, I'm all right, I'm good, right? One morning I wake up and on the TV, it says, crocodile found in Townsville on the Strand. Well, dear God, only dogs could hear me. I had my two cavaliers between my two arms, right? I was on the phone to Dave. Only dogs could hear me because I was squealing like a crazy person. The crocodile's gonna come, it's gonna eat us. So he had to come home from work and the boys at work were laughing, thought this was, I was saying, my daddy says it could be here any minute, could be eating us, blah, 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 blah. Turns out it was very far away in the Strand. I'm way far away, but I didn't know that at the time. So all privileges were revoked for 2 weeks. My husband got nothing. There was no speaking, no talking, no nothing. One Sunday he said, Mom, we'll go for a wee drive in the car. And I thought, oh, he's trying to be nice. He's trying to be nice to me. He took me to the Billabong Sanctuary. He walked me down the back. I fed the wee kangaroos with the stuff out of the wee bag and all that, down the back of the pen, and all of a sudden this fucking, like, it was like a dinosaur crocodile jumped out and ate this chicken and back down again. Well, I did. My knees, I nearly lost my balance and fell over because I was going to kill my husband. So I know for a fact there's crocodiles in Darwin and Townsville, and he told me a big fat hairy porky lie. So there you go. There's my crocodile Darwin story. Have you ever seen one? I've seen one. Like, I've been close to one. Have you seen one?
Yeah, you get quite a few, because where I live too, where I'm probably 10-minute walk from an actual crocodile farm. So the little baby ones always constantly escape. Yeah, because they breed them for like crocodile leather. Yeah, so all your Louis Vuitton crocodile leather stuff comes, a lot of it comes from Darwin.
Really? I did not know that. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I don't like them, but I don't know if I want them on a handbag. No, I don't think so. I think they should just go out, stay away from me. I love the fact that you live in Darwin. We've had Darwin, we've had Melbourne. I know how to say Melbourne properly, Melbourne. We've had Adelaide, we've had Perth, we've had Brisbane, we've had the Gold Coast, we've had everybody on. What do you want to share with the YouTube people watching YouTube about what our community is like in Australia in the Web3 space? Can you share what that's like?
Yeah, I think it's one of the most welcoming communities, actually. Because when I first started in this space, like almost a year ago now, I was probably mostly in a lot of spaces with Americans, Canadians, the rest of the world. And it's probably like most of the people here in the last few months have actually sort of ran into more Aussies in the space. And I think even yesterday, I think I've been added to 2 or 3 more Australian groups. As soon as I know you're Aussie, they just sort of latch onto you, bring you into the space. Everyone's welcome. You know, it doesn't matter what blockchain you're on. It doesn't matter what project you have. No one's fighting against each other. Not that I'm saying, you know, every community is like that, but sometimes it's like art against PFP, against this, against that. I just find a lot of the Aussie groups are just, well, there's so few of us. It's just like, yeah, bring us in, yeah.
Anything goes. And obviously I'm not naturally born in Australia. I'm from Northern Ireland, but I emigrated here 9 years ago. I'm a citizen of Australia, and because it gave me a second chance at life, I want to do everything to help it. Obviously I'm a VCON, a Gary Vaynerchuk alumni, OG. I adore the man, but he still puts his trousers on one leg at a time. I will say that he does. Nobody's perfect in this world, but that's what makes it all unique, isn't it? So I'm a huge fan of communities. I feel that we've been sheltered in Australia because of our can-do attitude, because of our laid back, let's have a beer and let's throw a shrimp on the, you know, and all that. Like, before I came to Australia, I knew nothing about it really, only what you hear elsewhere. But I think now we're starting to get up to the same step as everybody else in the world, and they're starting to see us. And I think it comes back to that Avatar movie, I see you. We are not going to stay quiet. We are bringing it because we have the nice attitude. We form really good, strong relationships. That's my dog, not my stomach. I'm just letting you know that's my doggy. So I think we should be very, very, you know, humbled and proud by what we've done here, because we are here, and there's a lot of big brain people doing really innovative things in this space. And I know what you mean about the art, the traditional art PFP. It doesn't matter in Australia what you are. It doesn't matter if you like PFPs or you like collectibles or you like, you know, art, traditional art. It doesn't matter, because we don't care, because we're in it for the long haul. And I think you're the perfect example, and everything you've said today is just awesome about that. Has anybody got any questions for our lovely disguised pigeons? Anybody? I've lost everybody. If I put everybody to sleep, that's what I've done. I put everybody to sleep. So
that's right. It's probably like 3 a.m. everywhere else, isn't it?
Well, that's it. Hi, Sarah. Have you a wee question for our disguised pigeons? Yeah, it is for everybody else in the world. It probably is. I had to send a lot of the East Coast to bed in America. Hi, Miss Sarah.
Hi there, darling. Hi there. Sorry, I was just collecting beautiful Kerry's piece, so I just muted myself. So you didn't have to see me, but I would recommend anybody that's listening, check out what Kerry does. It's really, really awesome.
She is.
And we've also been collecting Marcus's work for a while, and he is just like, he is such a supporter. It's great to see you. But yeah, hi there, disguised. I'm down in Melbourne. Been here for 20 years, traveled throughout Australia, shooting mostly from helicopters, drones, fixed wing, but have not got to Darwin yet. So I just wanted to say I'm actually going to follow you straight away because I really loved the vibe of what you were saying. I don't have any questions yet, but if you're going to stick around for a while, if you don't mind, I know I will have questions. I'm just going to now stop collecting, Kerry, and look at what you're up to, if that's okay.
Awesome, awesome. Anybody else have a wee question for our disguised pigeons? What blockchain are you on? Just so I know.
The Wax blockchain.
Right, tell me about this Wax. I've heard Wax, I've heard Phantom. I'm not familiar with either. I need to go and do my own research and educate myself. But tell me about Wax. So where does Wax fall in with all these different blockchains?
I think Wax is trying to be everything, but it really has focused on big brand and now like gaming, like
yes,
what do you call it, like play to earn. So they actually started in 2017, and they started with like Funko Pops, like the Funko brands. They've had, I think the Spider-Man NFT went through Wax as well with AMC and stuff like that. So they've really got big brand collaborations. Hot Wheels has been on there.
Oh, wow.
So they get quite a lot of people buying, but usually just for those big collections. And then they've really plugged the gaming because of the low gas fees, the quick transactions. The blockchain's able to support a lot of that really well. It's really well developed. And it's easy to get a Wax wallet. So you can get like a traditional wallet with your seed phrasing and stuff like that, but you can also use their custodial cloud wallet. So you can use things like Twitter logins, Gmail logins, that kind of thing. So if you've got people who are really technophobe, it's actually quite easy to onboard them to Wax. But of course, there's those downfalls of being a custodial wallet and things like that. So, there's all those pros and cons, but I think they do a very good job of having the option for both. So yeah, it's sort of easy to onboard. But I think the problem is they really focus on the big brands. So unless you're really into those big brands, a lot of people haven't heard of the Wax blockchain.
I would concur with what you said there and agree totally. You did say something very interesting. What cryptocurrency does Wax accept? Which coin? Do they have their own coin?
Yeah, they have their own, which is Wax. The good thing though is if you list your NFTs on Wax, they have a few other ones that sort of piggyback off the Wax blockchain, but they also support pricing in US dollar. So you can price things as like $10 US and it will convert it to Wax automatically for you. So you don't actually have to go in and change it. So if you want to keep your NFTs constantly priced at one sort of set US dollar price, you don't actually have to go back in and try and change it all the time.
That's amazing. I like that. I'm going to do more digging on that. That's awesome. And you can go in and tell me this. Yes, Marcus, my lovely.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just going to ask. I'm scrolling through the website, the Disguised Pigeon website, and I think you mentioned that there were trading cards. Is that right?
Yeah, they come as trading card packs. So when you buy our NFT, it's actually a trading card pack, and we group like it's like because Larry's dressed as cosplay, it's sort of like a theme. So we had one series was like a Doctor theme, so it was like Doctor Who, Doctor Strange, and Dr. Manhattan. And when you open the trading card pack, you're going to get one of those 3 cards. So if you want to get all 3 of them, you've got to buy more packs. Some are rarer than others, so some only have like a small percentage to drop. So we've got some that are super rare, like there's only 1 or 2 of them available, because we only sort of mint for 3 or 4 month periods at a time, and whatever number sells. So you could have 1 of 2, for example.
So then what do? You collect the cards, and then is there some other utility involved with that or not? Or how does that work?
There's more utility coming. At the moment, it is just purely collectible. And we sort of started out with that, but being a 2-man team, the things have come slowly. Like now we've sort of dropped the merge, and there's some free merge drops coming if you're a holder already. There's certain voting rights and stuff you have in our Discord if you link your wallet and you have our NFTs. But there is a bunch of media coming as well. Like we're doing animated TV shows, books, that kind of thing. And it's all going to be like a 1 membership. If you hold our NFT, you'll get free access to all of that.
Wow. That's amazing. And very, very much in line with the Gary V and the Uno cards as well. I don't know if you know about the Uno cards, or were you VCON by any chance? No.
No, I follow Gary Vee. I've kept up with him, but I haven't got heavily involved with his V friends yet. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll come. It'll come. You see, I'm going to show you something, because this will be right up your street. You'll love all this. So this is a VFriends collectible trading cards. And when you bought a VFriend 2, right? So this is a box that came in. This made it to Australia. Look at this. Mint condition. When you slide open the box, right? Look at this. You slide open the box. It's like, and I got a green one. I didn't ask for a green one. I just got a green one. And he did a couple of things. So this was his Uno cards that somebody kindly got a pack in America and sent over to me. And inside the Uno cards, right? You see this? This is especially for you. So inside the Uno cards, they have all the wee Gary Vee figures. Look. So these are all the VFriends 2. Isn't that awesome? Awesome. So you've got the Uno cards, but that's not what was in the box. What was in the box is actual collectible cards. So I'm just going to try and work out how to get them out of the bloody box. They have been opened. I haven't opened them. Oh my God. So I'll show you what these are. And basically it's all the Gary Vee figures, and they put numbers on them about rarities and all. I don't know why mine's is not coming out of the box. Oh well. Anyway, it's got cards, and it's got all the wee faces, the same as the Uno cards on them. And you got this sent to you as utility if you bought a VFriends 2. It was sent to you by Gary Vee. And the joy about these was when you broke open the packs, he's hidden certain things in the packs, and he's hidden things that he signed and things, and it's just been awesome. It's been like a crazy wave the whole way around the VFriends community, and I'm so excited to say I've got one, and I'm delighted. And I've got the Uno cards that I'm going to take home to Northern Ireland hopefully next month and show everybody and show off that I am now on the collectible side of things as well, even though I am old. So I'm very excited about that as well. So I thought I'd share that with you, Disguised Pigeons. That's why I sat it there. I sat it there so when you come on, I'll be able to show you that I've got something similar to you. But I need to get myself some Disguised Pigeons. I really do, because now I've got the bug now. You know what I mean? I've got the bug, so I have to do that. So I wanted to share that with you, and I wanted to thank you so much for being here today. Keep up the good work. Stay safe from the crocodiles. Okay, don't be going to the farm or anything. Stay away from the crocodiles, and keep going. It'll happen. You know, we're all in this together, and we all learn from each other. And I've learned so much from you today, just even about wax and about what you've achieved, you and your 2-man band. And if I can do anything to help you at any time, I'm only in Townsville. I'm only like a wee stone's throw away. And if you're ever down here, let's catch up for a wee beer on the Barbie. You know.
Yeah, well, you know, the Cowboys are going to make the grand final this year, so.
We are going to make the grand final. We bloody well are. The Cowboys are our local team, and we are going to make it. We did last week. Did you see what we did?
Mate, I was on the edge of my seat. Val Holmes, baby.
Oh, he's a legend. You know, they say about JT, but see Valentine Holmes, oh my God, he is the man. Sorry, we're very passionate about our sport. not
yeah,
us.
It's the closest thing to me, so up the Cowboys.
Yes. And you know, when I first came here and they had this wee phrase about the team, we first came here when they won the last grand final with JT doing that last flipping goal, the drop goal in the last minute, the last 60 seconds, and he did it. Our house, the roof nearly came off our house because I had my son and his friends over from Northern Ireland, and we were like crazy people. My husband, I think, broke one of my glass tables when they won. I was like, it's okay, it's worth it. But yeah, I adore it. It's fun. It's now the only drawback. I'm going to say one thing. There's one thing that I take issue with, right? So Northern Ireland, we play rugby where a scrum is when you dislocate your shoulder. Okay, it's not dancing about like a wee fairy. It's not. So that's the only thing. The rest of it I love. I love the rest of it. I just don't like the fairy scrum. They shouldn't call it a scrum then, because a scrum is you lose a bit of you lose a tooth, or you lose a dislocated shoulder, or you know, something wrong happens, whereas you should do too good to each other, you know.
Yeah, it needs to get out of the game, I think. Just tap the ball and run.
That's it. That's it. Well, Aussie rules, I don't get that. Anyway, we'll move on. Disguised Pigeons, thank you. You're awesome. I appreciate you, and keep going. I can't wait to see what else happens in the future with you. I will get my cards, I promise you, because I want to build on my collection now, and you'll be in good company. So thank you so much for joining us today. You're awesome, and I love your POAP.
All right, thanks for having me.
Pleasure, absolute pleasure. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right.
Okay, next, who we got next? Oh, wow. So we have the man himself joining us, Mr. John Beinhardt from Chimera Pillars. Welcome, welcome. How was the zoo? How was the zoo?
It was good. It was raining, actually. It's not the best time to see the animals when it's raining, but we planned this ahead, but that's okay. It was good. It was good to hang out with my friend. Yes.
Good.
And the child.
Yes, and the child. Calls us child, the child. That's the name, the child. That's all I get. And I'm friends with the man, and I get the child.
Well, I do love my child. I love the child.
I'm so glad you do. That's a great confession. I'm glad. So for those of you who don't know, most of us on this call are very, very aware of one of the hardest working artists, the hardest working men in Web3, humans, I'm going to say, hardest working humans in Web3, John Beinhardt. He is the founder of Toddler Pillars, Chimera Pillars. He has his own in real life gallery in Melbourne. Look at me saying the lingo, Melbourne. And he is one of the kindest, most generous hosts, friends, people I have ever met. And he has a really interesting concept of what to do with a baby. Isn't that right, John? Like, give it 6 arms. Give it 6
okay.
arms.
I was trying to think about if this was another comment about my parenting.
We've moved on. We've moved on, John. We'll move on. Okay.
Well, that kind of just, yeah, I mean, thank you. Those things are true, except for maybe the last one. But, but yeah, I guess, you know, this, just to put it into context, the Toddler Pillars is a project. Sorry, it was based on a series of sculptures that I had made 20 years ago. So they come from an in real life art series that, you know, these kind of insectoid doll sculptures were kind of what I initially made my name with in the art world, and they went viral a fair amount on the internet, like in the early days of the internet, Web 2, and I guess I was, you know, wanted to bring them back into Web 3 in this new form, and that was a collaborative process with my friend Tim Malloy, who's an award-winning graphic novelist, and also Christopher Ulrich, who's now working on my graphic novel for the Toddler Pillars. So there's a big kind of there's a bit of I guess there's a lot of history, and it's an evolution. But yeah, I've been interested in crypto for many years, and I've been in NFTs as a one-of-one artist since the beginning of last year, and I got into the generative art space in the middle of last year. So yeah.
Wow. And so you obviously, Toddler Pillars, huge successful project, huge. And I'm going to tell you a story about it. So when I met John for the first time in Spaces with Toddler Pillars, I felt, as I was an Australian, I had an Australian project and I supported all the Australians because that's what you do in this beautiful country. I thought, right, I need to be liking this project, right? I need to be liking it. So I joined the Spaces, and I think him and Tim Malloy was in the space. And like, I put my hand up to speak and I jump up, and me being my usual self, I'm like, oh, I love what you're doing in space. Aussies, you're amazing artists, blah, blah, blah. And then I said, but I don't like it. I don't get it. I don't like it. It's strange to me. You've done awful things to a baby, and you've given it 6 arms. You put a hole in its tummy, and there's things growing out of its head, right? So I'm saying all this. They're graciously laughing, thinking, oh, who is this Neanderthal, this Muppet here that's come on into our space? And do you know what they did, right? And I'm not an easy person to convince. I'm not. If I have made my mind up, it's very difficult to change it. So I'm sitting there, and the community that they have, the people in there that adore this art, and who support them 100. I mean, the room, the space was packed. And I thought, oh God, I'm going to be lynched. They're going to lynch me. I'm just going to be, that'll be the end of it. And I'll be banned and I'll never be allowed in Twitter spaces ever again. But you know what they did? So John put a shout out to the community, let's find Pamela a toddler pillar. And I'm like, oh God, please don't find me a toddler pillar. I don't really want it. And what they did was they found, so what I didn't understand was they have so many attributes and traits, right? They can find something that really, really hones in on the things that make me Pamela as a person. So the Irish side of things, so they can bring in the koala, the Irish side of things, everything, bits and pieces of it were green emerald, and it wasn't too scary Mary, okay? It was a nice looking toddler pillar, a little baby. And I thought, and somebody in the community said, right, I'm going to sell you this. I'm going to give you, you're going to buy. And I bought it. By the end of the space, I flipping bought it. I bought it. I not only bought that one, okay, I think I have a couple of chimera pillars, which are the animal version of the toddler pillars. And because I love Muppets, I grew up with I grew up with the Muppets. Okay, I love them. I think they're funny. I still watch them to this day, and I'm a grown ass woman, but I love the Muppets, and I call people Muppets all the time. It's a term of endearment. But anyway, so he did the next range was called Chimera Pillars, and he had limited editions of different types of one, and he did one right. One with Miss Piggy and Kermit in a Mad Max chainmail outfit coming out of the stomach. And I was like, I have to get that one. I have to get that one. And I was at VCON when it happened and I missed out, right? I was like, no, Gary V, Todd the Pillar, the Muppets. It was a really hard choice. So when I came home, I messaged John. I'm like, hi, John. Can you help me? I love the Muppet one. And he was all, I'll exchange the Muppet one for your one. I was like, oh, he's lovely. So I was going to get the right one, the Muppet one. Wouldn't take my other one back. He said, no, I'm just going to give it to you. You keep it, you keep it. But then, so I got the Muppet one and I'm beside myself and I showed it to everybody, and it is the best because I can just see Tina Turner in Kermit and Miss Piggy doing the Mad Max thing. It's the best. But what they also do is they reward their community like you would not believe. Like they airdrop you derivatives, they airdrop you different interpretations of them. But the best thing about it, right, is the fact that they bring their community in. So they ask their community to give their version of a toddler pillar, a chimera pillar. What should we do next? And oh my God, their community are eating out of their wee hands because they love it. And some of the things that I have seen, I could never even imagine them in my 50 years on this planet. It is just the next level. It just makes me so happy. And now I'm addicted. I love toddler pillars. In fact, I try to convince other people about it. And you know, you couldn't have a better advocate than that, Mr. John.
Yeah, well, thanks. That's been a common experience. Like I've never really found the toddler pillars to be particularly dark or challenging, but a lot of people have. I've always sort of seen them more as like humorous, you know, albeit dark humor, but definitely I think they're cute and I think they're quite hilarious, and maybe a touch psychedelic as well. But there's definitely a lot of dark themes in the traits, and people have been upset by the 6-arm thing. And but then I remember when we first minted, I think it was November last year, I heard time and time again, like when I first saw toddler pillars, I was like, oh, what's that? You know, that it was uncomfortable. And then they I guess they grew to find them cute and funny once they sort of, you know, took a closer look and got to know the fact that we have, like, you know, 888 unique traits, and there's a lot of nostalgia in there and a lot of fun things to sort of find, and there's really a lot more to it. But the chimera pillars as an expansion, they're the ones that are still minting, and they're a lot more family friendly. there's no gore, there's no body horror, or there's minimal body horror, I should say. And there's more humor, more whimsy, and more pop culture sort of mashups. So there's a lot more humor in the chimera pillars, but that kind of suits the world that we're creating, because as I said, we are creating a graphic novel, and the toddler pillars are kind of like these I guess I'm not going to go into any great depth, but the toddler pillars came through from the orphanage dimension into our world, and they've created like a I guess there's some kind of disruption, and the toddler pillars are kind of creating some kind of toddler pillar apocalypse in our world. And the chimera pillars are coming to rescue the toddler pillars from the corruption of the lonely pillar. There's a backstory to that, and also to rescue humanity from the toddler pillars. So there's an entire story about it. So it makes sense that the chimera pillars are more palatable than the toddler pillars. So the chimera pillars are like a spiritual bunch. Yeah. But I guess one of the more exciting and kind of tech heavy parts of our project is like literally within weeks, maybe a week or two, we'll be rolling out our merge and burn utility, where you'll be able to take 2 chimera pillars and merge them into one NFT and really customize, like, you know, which traits from the two NFTs that you keep and which ones you ultimately burn. So there'll be a customization process, and each time someone does this, there'll be less chimera pillars, so it'll bring value to the entire collection. But it's going to be very gamified and lots of fun, and there'll kind of be, I guess there'll be a bit of a fight for rarity, because there are some extremely rare traits, and if you take 2 rare traits in a chimera pillar and merge them into one NFT, then ultimately your NFT will go up the rank in rarity. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun.
Wow, I love that. I love that idea. See the minute you said that, then my interest is piqued. It's like Victoria with her Genesis collection. You know, when there's any kind of voting or any kind of likelihood of you creating a wee bit of magic, I love that. I'm in. I'm like, yes, let's go.
Well, you could search for all of the Muppet themes traits and merge them all into one NFT. You know, all you need to do is gather the Muppets together and put them all in one place.
I love that idea. I love that idea, John. And, you know, not only has John, you know, been instrumental in probably onboarding and educating throughout his Twitter spaces, marathons that he's done. He's done many, many hours. I wouldn't like to think about how many hours he's done in Twitter spaces. He's also so well respected around the world. Tell him about last year at NYC, John. Tell him about that.
Oh, well, that was, yeah, through our partners, we kind of got featured on some billboards and in a gallery space over there. I didn't actually make it to NYC. You know, I think that was still during the long Melbourne lockdowns. I'm not entirely sure, but then I didn't make it to this year's NYC either. So I have no excuse for that one, except that I've been working around the clock. But yeah, we got on some billboards, and the toddler pillars were on billboards and exhibited and whatnot. So that was pretty cool. That was fun.
I know, because last year I remember Peg sending me a photograph, because she was at NFT NYC. She sent me a photograph last November, I think it was, with the toddler pillars on in the square, on the big billboards, and I was like, oh dear God, look at it now. I'm going to have to buy one now. Made it NFT NYC. It was the best. But John, not only have you been instrumental in promoting the POAPathon through spaces and working alongside me, not only have you done that, but you have submitted your POAPathon, but you've also taken part in the Tez Oz event that was launched this morning. Can you tell us a wee bit about the piece that you uploaded into Object for us? Because it's hilarious.
That's the kind bear. He's basically a pot smoking koala bear. He's got the marijuana, you know, leaf on his tummy, kind of like a Care Bear. And he's very green. He's very stoned. I don't know. He's sitting in a field of marijuana plants. Yeah, I mean, I think that. I mean, he's basically he's a trait. He's a chimera pillar trait. He's one of the little guys that sits in the hand of the chimera pillar.
Yes.
But our artist, Tim, just basically took him out of that context and created a world for him for Tez, because we just wanted to get involved, basically. So we've created a new NFT out of that character. Yeah.
Love it.
And love that.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, I was just
Sorry?
going to add, that's the thing, you're multi-chained now, right? Have you mentioned that, Pamela?
No, not yet. No, go ahead.
you were willing to take, you know, to be brave and jump to another blockchain. You know, you're on Ethereum already, and you've had great success over there. But thank you for just being brave and jumping on Tezos for this, jumping on the Tezos event for this particular week. You know, we know how much you were really excited, and you just lapped up all of what, like when, you know, when Pamela and I were just telling you all about our new journey into Tezos, you just lapped it all up, and you're like, teach me this. And last night we were on minting your work, and just love seeing you transfer to the other blockchain too. So thank you so much. Yeah, I think Pamela's just about to share. It's the best.
That's the kind bear. Yeah, he's very stoned. I mean, you know, admittedly there are some a lot of stoned traits and psychedelic traits in both the toddler pillars and the chimera pillars, and that's maybe in part because, like, it's funny because I've been clean and sober for 11 years now, but both Tim Malloy and I have had quite a history of, you know, consuming various substances in our distant past, and I think that those substances have influenced our artwork to this day. In fact, the toddler pillars themselves, the original sculptures, were definitely created in some kind of altered state. I think there was a lot of acid was being consumed. Yeah.
I applaud your honesty, and you know what? By sharing your story, you probably have so many people can relate, John. Honest to God, more than you'd think. So I applaud that. I love the fact that you referred to this as, you know, as similar to a Care Bear. Myself and my husband's surnames are Care, and we have a wee podcast called The Care Bears. So I love that you said that. That is just awesome. We might steal it. I have to get on after the POAPathon today. Oh no, I bought yours last night. I've already got yours. I've got yours, I think. I bought it already.
Oh really? I haven't looked yet. So yeah, I've got to go and have a look at all of the commotion over there.
Early
I've got a bunch of Tez, so I should buy some as well. Yeah.
Well, I want to say to everybody watching, to own a piece of toddler pillars, chimera pillars, John Beinhardt, Tim Malloy inspired, to own a piece of this at 0.5 of a Tezos, which in Australian dollars is about $2.30, you will be nuts not to get your hands on one right now. Having said that, they're actual chimera pillars, John. They're at a very reasonable price as well. And that's what I admire about you. You're so talented. You bring such talented people into it, especially with your graphic novel. You brought your friend over from America to help you do that in situ. You genuinely want to get as many eyeballs or hands or wallets on your chimera pillars by putting it at a really reasonable price. Was that a conscious decision?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I'd like these. I don't know. I think a lot of NFTs, a lot of NFT minting prices are quite high, especially on Ethereum, and I wanted to make ours quite accessible. You know, and if that value is you know, driven up over time because of the various things that we're providing as a utility with that, or you know, this whole merge and burn mechanism, which will ultimately reduce the collection size over time, then that's kind of what I want to, where I want to drive value. But I like the idea of the starting price to be low. It's 0.03 ETH. So yeah, I think that's quite low for a mint. Yeah, I guess one thing that I'd probably emphasize too is if you have even just one toddler pillar and one chimera pillar, at the very least, we have ongoing airdrops, which are artworks created by Tim Malloy, as well as every single panel and page from our graphic novel will over time be airdropped to our holders as NFTs. So that's like literally hundreds of artworks. So I think if you've got one toddler pillar and one chimera pillar, you end up with like 80 different artworks, all with high resolution, unlockable files and full commercial rights. And if you have, and then it sort of goes up in levels, and the highest level is if you have 9 toddler pillars and 9 chimera pillars, you'll get about 400 of these artworks over time. Yeah, so you'll end up owning full commercial rights to the entire graphic novel and all of the artworks therein. Yeah, and the high resolution files, of course. So that's one of the kind of things that I guess is exciting our community and getting them to hold multiples long term. Yeah.
Yeah, and you said that last night. That's one thing that I take my hat off to you. You give, one second, honey. You give full commercial rights to any person who owns one of your NFTs, even in this one that is for Tez Oz. So I think that's pretty, pretty generous of you. But like Pamela said, it's, 1 second, guys. Oh my goodness, this is like switching out. Like Pamela said, you're actually just, bringing in the community more. I'll stop. Let you take over.
Yes,
I think that toddler doesn't have 6 arms.
Yeah, there was 6 arms there. Hi, Miss Hamilton. Yeah, and I know there's probably loads of people on here would love to. Hi, my gorgeous Garrett. We'd love to ask John a question because he is so well respected in this space. He is so generous with his time, and he just balances so many different things in the real world, but also, in the space.
I love how we distinguish between the real world and the space. It's like living 2 lives.
It is, but definitely one of the thought leaders, one of the people that I'm humbled to have. I'm calling a friend, and he is going to be on my Christmas card list. Definitely, you're going to get one, and I cannot wait the day I meet you in person, because you're just going to be hugged to death. You're just going to get, and just prepare yourself, because I hug everybody, COVID or no COVID, it's going to happen. So, has anybody got anything they want to ask John? Ben, hi, you're back.
Hi, I've got like half an hour, so I thought I'd pop back in. Hey, John.
Hey, Ben, how are you?
Good.
So is that a Liechtenstein in the background? Liechtenstein. How do we pronounce that?
Liechtenstein, yeah, it is. I kind of see. I replicated
massive.
on the whole wall. Yeah.
Is it a mural or a print?
No, I painted it.
Oh, you painted it. That's massive. Yeah,
that's
awesome.
the whole wall.
Yeah, I was very impressed. I always thought Ben was a coder. I did not know about the art until he was sitting on the Zoom one day, and I'm looking, I'm like, oh, I love your picture on your wall. He says, not a picture. And I said, well, and they told me who it was. And then he says, I painted it, just threw it in at the end of the conversation. I painted it. I'm like,
you didn't believe me.
I didn't believe
I
it.
had to send you video proof.
He did, yeah. He sent me proof from actually painting it, because I wouldn't believe him. I'm like, no, you did not. You did not. You just do big brain code stuff. You don't do painting. And he did.
I'm actually a creative who learned to code. It's not the other way around.
Awesome, isn't it? Isn't that just awesome? Real life versus Web3. Same thing.
And we're grateful that Ben has actually brought out a piece, not to take the spotlight off you, John, but for you as an artist, you're a part of the Everyday Sloths, but we're so excited to see your piece for Tez Oz, and just celebrate you as an actual creative, not just as someone part of a big PFP project. Yes, if everybody does jump on later and have a look at the hashtag Tez Oz, there'll be some incredible code art.
Yeah, I need to get one added. It was a bit of a hiccup yesterday.
Oh, you haven't added it yet?
I haven't yet.
Sorry.
No, I haven't had a chance yet. The one yesterday kind of had some issues, so I'll get one up. Maybe tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow.
Absolutely.
I jumped the gun a bit.
It's okay. We love a wee bit of FOMO. We fear missing out, Ben. So get your ass in gear and get it up.
Yeah, hurry up.
So we're very excited that we have John Meinhardt here. John, what I want to ask you about too. So there's obviously a very vibrant art scene in Melbourne already. How have you found that the transference into the Web3, these NFT galleries has been? I know you were at one during the week. How have you found that side of things?
Well, there's only one NFT gallery in Melbourne, but I have noticed other galleries have started to incorporate NFTs into their thing. Like there's, I've seen NFT exhibitions within galleries that have been established for a while, traditional art galleries. I own a brick and mortar gallery, but we don't show NFTs at this stage. We're still just kind of in the traditional art game at this point. But I definitely have, aspirations of doing something in the other space at some point, like as a gallery person. But yeah, sorry, I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yeah, sort of. I like it. So the Oshi Gallery, and earlier on today we had the Blue Thumb Gallery, which are a new gallery as well.
They've been an online sort of marketplace for a very long time for individual artists. Yeah.
Yes. And then the Oshi one, was that fun during the week?
Yeah.
You were at that gallery, and was
it's amazing how they've set that up. Actually, it was really cool. There were projections everywhere. There was like this kind of 3D holographic projection in a prism. That was a bit of a highlight for me. I've seen that kind of thing before, but they had some, and they had their screens were really nice. Like there were non-reflective kind of matte screens that just looked really, they just looked really fantastic from all angles. I think my kid's about to bust in.
That's okay. I was just going to John and the kid name. I was just going to ask you, for all the viewers on YouTube and here, how can they find the toddler pillars or the chimera pillars? Is it on Twitter or is it a website? How would they find it?
I mean, toddlerpillars.com, chimerapillars.com. Our @ symbols are, on Twitter, toddler pillars or chimera pillars. Twitter's probably we're probably most active on Twitter. And chimera pillars are minting from chimerapillars.com as well. So and I think we're minted. Toddler pillars minted and sold out in November last year. So they're available in the secondary market on OpenSea, but chimera pillars are still minting. I think we're getting close to 40% minted at this point.
Awesome. And I just want to give you respect as well, John, because you do reach out your hand and help other people, not only myself included, in promoting a lot of Australians, New Zealanders from down under, but you're happy to collaborate with other people as well. I know you and Ben were talking about collaborating in some shape or form. Like, it's not an elitist. John is like the enigma, because he's in the real world with his real bricks and mortar, and then he's giving his all to the Web3 space and collaborating with other projects like the Everyday Sloths. I mean, for me, I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it, but he does. And one of the thought leaders who I greatly admire in the space. So I just want to thank you, John. It's been an absolute pleasure getting to know you. And I'm glad to be able to share everything you do with our online community as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed a lot of this today. I had planned to be more present, but I ended up with the kid, so at the zoo.
Well, at least you got out. I said to him, I was texting in the background saying, make sure you don't get stuck in one of them cages, John. A penthouse cage they'll have specially for you. But
luckily the cages were locked, and I was fine. I was safe.
Thank you so much, my lovely. It's been a pleasure. And yes, what I'll leave you with is go to the Tezos event, #Tezos, search it in the search bar on Object. Object is a marketplace. In there, you will find toddler pillars, Kind Bear. It is a green bear smoking marijuana, high as a kite, and it's a koala bear. It's the best.
Koalas are very stoned animals, I have to say. I mean, they don't smoke marijuana, or at least not that I know of, but they do eat a lot of eucalyptus, and they're very intoxicated. So it kind of works.
It does. It's awesome. I love what you did there. You're awesome. So thank you so much, John. I appreciate it. Does anybody have any last words for John? Let him go back to the kid.
I got a quick question. Do you have a favorite trait with the toddlers?
The toddlers, I think I do. I mean, it's very hard. I like a lot of the traits. Like I said, we've got 888 unique hand-drawn traits for the toddler pillars, and another 888 unique traits for the chimera pillars. So it's kind of insane. But I like one called Never Ending Massacre, which is it's Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre riding on the back of Falcor from the Never Ending Story, and he looks like he's having a grand old time. He looks very joyous with his chainsaw, and it's popping out of the chest portal. So and I think that's one fun thing about our our project, we have many sort of mashups of different pop cultural references in one image. And there's some really funny ones. I find them, yeah, they're quite funny.
I think I pulled it up here. Is it this one here, the never ending?
Well, that's him there. Yeah, can you see? Yeah, Falcor and yeah, and Leatherface having a time. But
Man, this is really good. I love it. These are awesome. Actually, I might have to get one. I'm into like, this is bringing me back actually to my childhood, as weird as this is, right? Like, it's kind of weird seeing a baby with 6 arms here, but a lot of these traits are like bringing me back to some childhood stuff, and even like some of the horror bits. I'm a big horror movie fan, like buff fan, you know.
Well,
so.
there's a lot of horror movie related traits in the toddler pillars, but not so much in the chimera pillars. Chimera pillars was definitely aimed more to be sort of whimsical and fun and silly. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you for hopping on. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Best.
I wanted to say one thing. Yeah, thank you so much just for making your mint process really easy. Hamilton, 1 second. You know, when I jumped on and bought yours only just maybe a few months ago after I actually met you, I understood it a bit more, and just it was such an easy process. The wallet, you know, connecting wallets, and so thank you. You know, like, and Ben, I know appreciates that as well. All the stuff that you guys do behind the scenes to make that, to bring down all the barriers for us just to collect your NFTs, and also the price point. So thanks for that. I know I won in one of our spaces, I think. So now I've got 2. Great. So we'll be seeing what I mint and what I burn, you know.
You
and I love that you
them, yeah.
to see as an artist as well. So thank you for bringing all of who you are to this segment and to the POAPathon today.
Yeah, cool.
Love what you do.
We do. We love our John Pillar. John Pillar.
Some people call me Johnny Pillar. Actually, it's been strange. Yeah.
Thank you so much, my lovely. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
I think I'm coming back in an hour or something to be one of the interviewers. So yeah.
Yeah. If you can either come back at 4, John, or just come back at 5. Come back at 5 as we finish up, and you'll be grand. Just come back at 5. But if you're free at 4, come back at 4 too. I would love to have you, because then I can go to the ladies.
Oh yeah, well, that's important.
I'm a hardliner. Listen,
maybe someone else should take over for a moment while you do that. I'm concerned now.
You're so funny, you wee dotes. Thank you so much, John. Appreciate it, and we'll see you in an hour.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye. Oh my God, I see we Liat. Oh my God, there you are. Hi, dudes. Hi.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hi, it's so good to see you. Oh,
good to see you too. I've been you know, listening and watching the whole day. Yeah.
We're still going.
I know. I don't know how you're doing it, Pamela. It's amazing.
I have this stuff. It's called this, and I've sent my husband to the off license to get me pink gin. So I'm like Baraka. I don't know if you have it in America. It's like a fizzy tablet that makes you go. Ooh, it's like batteries for Irish people. That's what it is, and that's what
and then you'll just drop, right? When it's time to drop, that's it.
I will. I'll just be a little bit.
It might be one of those banned substances here in America.
Maybe, but like. I'm holding on for grim death today, so that's what I'm using. And I just want to say a huge thanks to not only Brenda, Sarah, who has been here from the start, Ben, who's gone away, done all the messages for the family and come back, little art photog Carrie, who has just been, she's been like a wee anchor for me. Can I tell you, she doesn't even know she has, because every time I look over, I see that her screen is there and I'm like, oh, it's okay, somebody's there, it's okay. Yeah, you got me, yes. And we, Sarah, all these people that I have met in the Tezos family who have had my back, who have supported me today. Like, my heart is so warm. I am there for you, whatever you need me for after today. I am there. Trust me, because you're all, every single one of you are awesome. I appreciate you. You're showing the best of Australia and New Zealand being here right now. So honestly, I can't thank you enough. I'm just, you know, I'm just delighted. It's like sitting on a Saturday afternoon with my friends. It's like, woo, I love it. And we talk about art. It's the best.
Pamela,
What?
we appreciate you. I know you've done all the talking all day, but I'm sure I speak on behalf of all of us to say, thank God you were here today, because this wouldn't have happened with everything that you have put in. So big flowers, and thank you and congratulations. And it will, you know, everything you give out will come back a million times, I'm sure of it, because you're the first person to reach your hand out. So thank you. So I just want to end like with that, because you give all of us praise, but you deserve it. Okay.
I don't have any artistic talent. All I have is a big mouth that works 40 million. So I just put that to good use. That's all I do. But you know what's next on my list? The corals. So I would love you to interview me now. That would be awesome. I do. I want you all to ask me about stuff. Just do a quick 10 minutes so that we have plenty of time for everybody else. But you can, I don't know who wants to start and ask me about the coral. Oh, POAP is ready. Hold on, hold your breath. The POAP is ready.
Before we get into it with Pamela, before we get into it, everyone here who has been tuned in deserves another POAP. So get your phones ready, right? And for anyone, again, who's tuned in and new in this hour, you're going to download the POAP app at poap.xyz. When you do that, you're going to see the mint button at the bottom right-hand corner. You're going to click mint and you're going to choose secret word. Okay, secret word. I'm going to do it with you guys. And the secret word is all lowercase, one word, there's no spaces. Secret word is lucky 6. And you're going to spell out the word 6. So LUCKYSIX. Lucky 6. And congratulations, who's ever been here since the beginning. You've made it to the 6th hour. Yay, love it.
Well
all right,
done, everyone.
Let's continue on.
That's awesome. We got there. Well, 6, just 3 to go. Whoop, whoop. Thank God. So I'm so excited to be here. I really am. I love this beautiful country. I love the people. I love everybody that's been on this Web3 journey with me. I don't like the bad ones, but that's okay. Listen, you know, swings and roundabouts. So I entered this space early last year, very early last year, and I'm going to tell you a story now. It's going to put hairs on your chest, right? Would you hear this story? So I entered the space through LinkedIn. Gary Vaynerchuk, who I've been following for about 14 years, because I followed him because he said the F-bomb quite a lot. And I thought, oh, my people, I'll follow him. And he talked common sense. And I felt at that time in my life, I am highly educated in that my mom and daddy made me go to university. And I have a law degree, I have an MBA, I have all that. I have too many brains for my wee head, right? So my mom and daddy made me get all these degrees. So that was grand. And I was on LinkedIn thinking, I'm a smart person, okay? So Gary Vee reached out to me. I just want to put this into perspective on LinkedIn, right? Reached out to me on the DMs in LinkedIn. This was early last year, so maybe around early March, maybe before that. And I'm like, ooh, look at me, Gary Vee just DM'd me. This is awesome. And he was all, so he was saying to me all the things that Gary Vee says. I know, and this person was awesome. He was like saying, right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to challenge you because obviously, you know, you were a lawyer, you were very constitutionalized in all the things that you did, and you followed the path your parents laid out for you, blah, 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 blah. And he said, I'm going to teach you something, innovative, something new. You just sound like Gary Vee, right? You do know where this is going. So it went on for 3 months. In that 3 months, I had added everything I had accumulated in a wallet. He taught me how to set up a wallet. He taught me how to transfer money into the wallet. And I kept saying to him, and it came to, this was March, April, May, came to May, and I was like, oh, can't I wait to buy a V-Friend? I'm so ready. And he was like, don't you worry about that. You don't need to buy a V-Friend. For your birthday, I'm going to give you some V-Friends. Don't you worry about it. So I didn't. And I happened to think at that point that Gary V and me were like this. We're like besties, right, at this point. So I may have dipped into my husband's retirement fund and thought, I'm just going to get that too, and I'm going to put that into this wallet because I'm the bee's knees, and it fed my ego, right? It fed, because I was like, oh, look at me, I'm with Gary. Yeah, no. So one day, something dropped, so I don't know what happened, and I want to tell you about the degrees in education first to show you how amazing this scam was. Like, I'm not a stupid person, but this man played to my weakness. And at that time, my Achilles heel was the fact that he played to my ego. I was in a new country. I was trying to find my feet again. I wasn't in a police uniform. I was struggling, and they were so freaking clever at getting into the psyche, okay? The scam went for about 3 months. I had a lot of money in the wallet. And one day I woke up, and it was, I remember it because it was a Friday night. I woke up and thought, I'm just going to take some out and go and buy a V-Friend anyway. Went to the wallet and it wouldn't work. And I'm like, oh, I'm doing something wrong. So I'm messaging the person. It was, oh, try it again. Because he set me up with me own wee Google DM thing and all, here. Try it again, didn't work. And then I started to get this sinking feeling in my stomach. And I was in a blind panic because I daren't tell my husband, who was coming home from work, oh, by the way, I have lost the retirement fund on this cryptocurrency Web3 thing with Gary V. Didn't tell him. Cried a lot, had vodka and Valium, and thought, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And then somebody, now this is how doubly stupid I am. Somebody on Twitter said, oh, I'll help you get it back. Just transfer me an ETH and I'll get it back for you. What did Pamela do? Big brain Pamela said, here, I have another ETH, take that, and sure, it'll be grand, and I'll get it all back again, it'll be grand. No, at this point, ETH was sitting at $4,000 in Australia, over 4,000, and I'm just like, sharing it out like confetti. I'm like, take all my money, here I am, I'm a muppet, come and take my money, because I'm a muppet, okay? So, I didn't get the money back for that. But that very night, here's where it all started to come. I don't know what it is, whether there's somebody upstairs looking after me, whether I have the luck of the Irish, whether I didn't kiss the Blarney Stone, I swallowed it. I don't know what it is. But on the night, that very night, Gary V was having a live Q&A on Instagram. And out of the thousands of people that was on that Q&A, who do you think was on the stage? Me. I get on the stage to Gary V. I'm running up and down the hall in my house. The dogs are going nuts. I'm like saying to Dave, I'm on with Gary V. He was like, scam, because by that stage I had to confess, and I was not in the good books at all. I was in the shit big time. He was going to kill me and sell my body parts, you know, to the hospital or something, my internal organs. Like, I was a goner. Like, it was all over Red Rover, like seriously, like forever. Like, I actually think he would have deported me if he could have, but he didn't, thank God. So I'm running up saying, I'm going to be on with Gary V, blah, 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 live. He was all scam, don't want to know, don't want to hear about it, blah, 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 blah. So I eventually get asked up to speak, right? And by this stage, I'm up to high dough because I'm speaking to the man. You have to remember, I've been following for 14 years, then had scammed me, and I didn't know who was who or what was what. And I get on there and I'm like, I'm Gary, and I was scammed, and I had to pull my big gear pants up, and I had vodka and Valium, and I had to tell my husband, but this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to have my own project. This time next year, Gary, I'm going to launch the corals, and I'm going to set up a down, I'm going to do this, and sniffing in the background. And he was like, first of all, he was like, I'm sure he was like, what the fuck? Who is this, right? And then the second thing he said to me, I'm going to get my business manager to reach out to you. And I was like, yeah. Bet you all the famous people say that. That's never going to happen, right? And I'm like, oh, thank you. And he was all, love you, Pam. I'm like, I love you too, Gary. And then I come off, and I swear to God, I never slept or washed for like 9 hours afterwards. I was like, I talked to Gary, this mouth, this hand was on the phone. I never washed nothing. I was that beside myself. Dave, of course, was very not happy. He was like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. So Gary V's business manager did reach out to me. He did. And I wouldn't accept the tweet. because I'm like, how do I know it's you? I don't know if it's you, really. Is it really you? So I get somebody in the community and the V friends to double check. I was verifying everything. I invented verifying at that point because I was like, oh. But as it turns out, and I had the absolute joy. So I've had a really lovely relationship with Dave Dero, and at VCON this year, he messaged me on Twitter, DM me on Twitter, and I met him around the side stage when Snoop Dogg came on the stage. So I'm not sure if it was a wee bit higher what was happening, but me and Brenda were on a high, and I got to meet wee Dave, and we hugged it out. I know what I found about wee Dave as well. Everybody's short at VCON. Everybody was short. Garvey was short. Everybody was short. Dave was short, but it was okay. And then we met, what do you call the other girl we met as well, Brenda? What do you call her? Can't hear you.
Jen Stark.
Jen Stark. We met Jen Stark as well, and she was all bright and colourful and all. And then Snoop Dogg. It was just very overwhelming for me. But Dave has been lovely to me the whole way through this, and I did give birth to the corals. We had the full delivery on April the 30th this year, and it is a project designed to save the corals of the Great Barrier Reef. The first wave was dropped on Polygon on Ethereum. It would not have happened without Ben. It was like artificial insemination with Ben as a dev, and then there was me, the founder, and underneath this bleach is grey hair. That is the only reason I have it, because 9 months of my life that I will never get back. It was traumatic. It was exciting. It was like a roller coaster. But you know what? I would not give up because I'm badass. I was like, I'm gonna do this one way or another. And if you can imagine, I think I said this earlier, I'm an Irish woman living in Australia, ringing the Great Barrier Reef Foundation up saying, I want to give you $1 million. You know, it's just, you can understand the challenges I had, because it sounded like Liam Neeson was ringing them, you know, money laundering money from back home. You know, it was just tricky to do. It really was, but we got there in the end, and we are in the process. The Corals is an art project. It has 7 different artists for 7 different waves. Each wave of the corals refers to a region within the Great Barrier Reef. There's 7 regions that make it up. And each wave has a different artist whose speciality is a different medium. So we started off, I was ahead of the game. I was so ahead of the game, right? Because our first wave was AI, and it was an amazing interpretation of the coral. So each artist does their own interpretation. So wave 1 was on Polygon, which is a, what do you call it, layer 2 of Ethereum. Wave 2, that's a different one, Brenda. It's the other one. Wave 2 will be on the Tezos blockchain, and wave 2 will be, our artist is Brenda Stone. Right here, right now, you're seeing the artist of wave 2. Wave 3 is going to be an Indigenous artist. Wave 4 will be an underwater photographer. Wave 5 will be an AR, and wave 6 will be 3D, and wave 7 is a game, like the Keep Alive game, how to teach children how to keep the coral reef alive through a game, so that we can reverse engineer the education of their parents and the education of their grandparents to really start looking after our planet. But also I wanted people to feel something when they saw the corals. So whenever they have this in their wallet, whether you're sitting in the Bronx in New York, whether you're in South Africa, whether you're sitting in London, that you actually get a piece of art that shows you the really deep beauty of the corals, which is one of the 7 natural wonders of the world in this country. And we have it on our doorstep, and it is in danger. It's dying because of climate change. And I always say to people, this project isn't going to make you rich. It won't. I'm not the next Bored Apes. I'm not. But what you will do is you will be a decent human being, because we donate to the Great Barrier Reef Foundation in order to fund the different research and development projects that they do. We have citizen science projects you can take part in. You can go out and swim and help the scientists take algae off the coral reef. There's lots of things you can do. And if you collect one of each wave of the corals, we have partnered with our friends, the Sea Tunes in America, in Florida, Jacksonville. And we will fly wherever you are in the world. You either go to Florida and swim in the Great Barrier Reef, or swim in the coral reefs, or we bring you to Australia, we'll put you up in an eco-friendly resort. We take you out, and I will personally go with you, and we will swim in the Great Barrier Reef where you can get to see the beauty of the things that I see. So that was how the corals came about, how I give birth to it in my ripe old age, and something that I find very challenging, but one of the most amazing things that I've ever done in my life. And I'm so proud that it's my legacy. It's what I can say. I've done something in my wee 2 meter square in the world. And that's how I came into the space, and that's how the corals were born.
And look at you, Pamela, you and Ben, with just your innovative, you know, I guess, technology, you allow people to purchase the corals with a lot of different cryptocurrencies, like we were talking about before. Maybe, Ben, you can talk into that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, first of all, Pam, well, you know, like, I think you've done an amazing job. It's been a crazy journey. And it's been a pleasure to help you through it from the start and all the ups and downs and the roller coaster.
Because Ben reached out to me. He reached out to me after hearing me on the Gary Vee call. He reached out to me. Isn't that unbelievable?
Wow.
So it's been a testing and exciting journey, full roller coaster ride.
Haven't we, Ben? We cried.
But the result is amazing. Like the collection is outstanding, and you can see a small portion of it on the site, but they're all unique pieces and they're all works of art in themselves. It's amazing. But with the mint, yeah, I mean, going on Polygon, similar to what we had with the Everyday Sloths, it's just a bit of a barrier of entry. It's just a few extra steps, not even one extra step for a lot of people to jump on a mint when they're already set up, for example, on Ethereum. And so that was a pretty important thing to do, because there was the environmental aspect of being on Polygon, which was really important. And we wanted to remove that barrier of people getting Matic or getting set up with the Polygon chain in MetaMask, and just all those extra things you have to do that can prevent some people or, you know, put them off. So yeah, so we added the ability to mint, you know, on Ethereum mainnet with your ETH, so you don't even have to switch to Polygon or get any Matic, and you can mint the tokens, or you can use, you know, wrapped ETH, which is the ETH on Polygon. As I said earlier, that's the one that OpenSea uses for Polygon collections, or the native currency, which is the Matic. So the three options really helped, and I'm pretty sure of the tokens that are minted, I would say most of them have been minted using Ethereum, right? It just goes to show, and I mean, I had that experience seeing the jump once that's available, obviously, because that's the default. Yeah, I mean, I didn't do too much else technical wise, did I? But there was a lot of work in curating that collection.
Of work. I swear to God, at one point I had coral shaped glasses because I had looked at so much art. Like, we looked at 8,000 pieces of art to be able to curate it down to
several times,
and then we're bringing it down again to 1,000, and oh my God, it was. And you know what? It was a joy on one hand. On the other hand, I never wanted to see a coral ever again in my entire life for at least 24 hours, because I had lost the will to live. And if I lost the will to live, and it's my project, I'm the mommy, per Ben, who was taking half the load, if not 3/4 of the load off me, was exactly the same. So you can see here, like, some of the artwork is just exquisite. You would never think this was generated from code. You had an artist combined with code, and when you put those two things together, you all know, you're all artists in this space, one way or another. You have some beautiful
yeah. And it's not one style either. There's at least a dozen different styles of art through the collection. You kind of see you can sort of start grouping them, but I don't think even all of them are revealed yet. In terms of what's there, still yet to be minted. There's some styles that haven't come out yet. Yeah. They're amazing pieces, yeah. And the vision is so huge. Like, it's a massive vision, and what you're going to do with it. You know, it's exciting to see what the next phases will be. get Brenda's artwork on the next one.
Yes, Brenda's joined us for wave 2, and it will be on the Tezos blockchain. It will be on Object, and I'm very excited to bring this project that means so much to me to Tezos. I've been in Tezos 5 weeks. That tells you how amazing the tribe in Tezos are, how supportive. This morning we had Victoria West, who just launched a piece of NFT history yesterday. We also have Leslie Spurlock, one of the most amazing photographers in the space, well renowned, and we have Crip King, who is the DJ King, who is just next level. We also, right here, right now, we have Sarah from Sungrazers. We have the awesome Kerry, Little Art Photag. We have Liat, and we have so many of the Tezos family here supporting us. I'm just so humbled. I mean, look at this one with the skull and the head, but that's a coral. Is that funky ass? I think that's fun. It's a wee bit toddler pillars, because it's a wee bit like gruesome, but also beautiful. So I was very partial to those ones. So yes, we are still there. We will be here for a long time because we've 7 waves to go, and I want to just then at the end of it, I want to see what it's all like together. It'll be lovely to see. I don't believe in the word roadmap. I have a navigational chart, and it was Brenda that created the artwork for the navigational chart. And it's a real life painting, and then Ben was able to add the different oh wow, Ben was able to add the different waves to it, which was awesome. So I'm very, very passionate about it. It's not going to make you rich, okay? It won't. I have no doubt it won't. It's not a flip project. It's not going to make you money, but it is going to make you feel good, and you're going to have an awesome piece of art in your wallet. Like, I don't mind. Like, I even will say it out openly. I don't mind if you don't buy it on Ethereum right now. I honestly don't mind. Hold your money, because Brenda Stone's coming wave 2. Buy it then, because I'm telling you, you're going to get a beautiful piece of work. So this is our different waves, and this is Brenda's painting of the actual aerial view of the Great Barrier Reef, and we put all the different regions down the side there. So Ben did that for me, and it's not a roadmap, it's a navigational chart we have. And I'm just delighted and humbled to be surrounded by so many talented people in this world. I really am. I'm blessed. I'm the luckiest. I feel like the luckiest human alive right now. I'll tell you that much. I really do. Genuinely. So stop sharing now, because I'm mortified. Stop it.
Sorry, I was gonna say, no, this is honestly really phenomenal. I think you're leaving your mark literally in history as well, right? On the blockchain. It forever will be there. Your legacy, as you said. And one of the things I know you said, if you purchase this, it's not something you would flip or make money off of, but really, I mean, the impact that a person makes by purchasing one of these NFTs. And I think it just shows a different use case for NFTs, right? Is that NFTs and smart contracts can be used for good, can be used for, public goods and services, right? And I think you and Ben and Brenda are showing that flawlessly. And so this is just exciting, because I think you are opening the door to many, many other ideas for people, right, to help contribute to the good of humanity and to save the planet. So I just wanted to make that comment and give you all some roses for doing that. That's amazing. It's wonderful.
Oh, thank you very much.
Just on that, like you said, Valerie, just the opportunity. Pamela, I'm not sure if you mentioned it before, but just the blockchain. Oh my goodness, my brain. The blockchain that allows us to give to non-profit organisations, the one that's happening overseas, but we want to bring it to Australia. Did you mention that?
The VCONs, yes, I did, and about how we're revolutionising how these organisations, third-party organisations. So basically, with an addition to the smart contract, what we can do is that cryptocurrency goes straight into the wallet of the actual charity itself or the institution that's designed to, you know, govern or safeguard the Great Barrier Reef. We are working actively with the VCONs, who have actually developed a mechanism to add into smart contracts. So there's no third party, there's no losing money on gas. It goes straight to them and that they benefit wholeheartedly. So yeah, we are really working with the technology to utilize it for good and NFTs for good, which I think is very, very important.
Yeah, and that's great, right? That's one of the greatest things about using blockchain technology is that it's trackable. So like if someone is buying this NFT and they want to make sure that, you know, the money is going to the foundation, well, you can see it right there. There's no questions about it. It's timestamped. You even know to the second, right, when the money got to them. So
That's
amazing,
exactly it.
amazing job.
So thank you very, very much, Valerie. Thank you so much for that and the opportunity. It's been a while since I've talked about the corals. And thank you so much, Brenda, for making me do it, and Ben for making me do it. Thank you so much. Yes, it's something I really can't wait to tell. I have a granddaughter now, she's almost 6 months old, and I cannot wait to someday show her this. This is what your old granny did when she was down in Australia, you know what I mean? So I want to be able to say, yeah, I did my wee bit. I tried, I did what I thought I should do. And that's it really. So right, take it down now.
Stop it. And you know what, and we know you, Pamela, you do everything with your heart and you do everything at 110 miles per hour. So we just thank you for letting us come a part of this, like myself and Ben. Thank you for bringing us on the journey. You know, like you said, you always say to me, I wouldn't ever ask you to do anything that I haven't done myself. And so I know that's why you did the Corals project, because you would never, you know, try to guide me through something you'd never experienced. And so, you know, what you've done is, you know, is a guiding light for myself and so many other projects to come. So thank you. Oh, it gives me goosebumps. Thank you so much.
I start crying and I have another 2.5 hours to go. Don't make me cry.
No, you keep going. Hey, have you had a break? You need a break, girl.
No, I haven't. It's all good. I want to keep going. I'm on a roll. I've got the pink gin on one side. I have a coffee on the other. Look, I'm all good. Got this.
I love it. You know, I was gonna mention also about the artwork. You know, it reminds me of my childhood because my mom and I used to love taking if you've ever seen those 1,000-piece puzzles, and they're usually like of the ocean because every single piece looks similar. I don't know if anyone's told you, but you should make puzzles out of your NFTs.
Oh,
thank you.
I would love that.
Oh, well, actually, you might have, you definitely hit on something that Pamela and I were discussing when we were talking about my wave and fragmenting my massive artworks into pieces of the coral reef for people. So that might be a direction that we take. So you're onto it. I think you're picking up what we're putting out.
I mean, that'd be fun, right? To get your family involved, get the kids involved, something fun to do, and you know, to commemorate, you know, what you guys are doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. You know, and even collecting a few of the pieces and then like that. And then when you know, technically if you burn them together, you end up with one bigger, beautiful piece. So things like that are so possible on the blockchain. So lots of possibilities.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you so much. So
yeah.
I'm looking at my wee list to see who's next. Do we have street melts in here yet? No. If not, we will move straight to drop bears are supposed to be on. Ben, you don't know where the drop bears are?
I haven't heard from them. No, let me see.
The drop bears. I just want to share. Sorry. I just want to share something else as well. I just want to let you know that Toddler Pillars and the drop bears gave us $500 each. To put towards our POAPathon wallet that the Oz NFT guys have been using in the streets of Sydney to give away Tezos, set up temple wallets and buy from the Tez Oz event. So I just want to give them a huge thank you 200 of that went to the POAPathon team for the bounty. We had 3 amazing winners of POAPs. The first one is the spinning one that we all got at the start. There's 2 more coming, and they will be, I'm sure the POAPathon team will sort them out. But how that happened was there was a call put out in their Discord to all the artists to create their own POAP. They really showcase the best of what they thought Australia POAPathon looked like, and some of the entries were phenomenal. They really were, and it just shows you what other people around the world think that Australia is like. It's just the best. And we're very happy to partner with POAPathon and give the bounty to 3 different artists. So we not only changed lives by doing this, we've also helped people financially in that side of things as well. So I just want to share that out. And it's all thanks to John Beinhardt from Todd the Pillars and the Drop Bears, Kent and Smithy. That's all I know them by. And I really wanted them, their time slot is now, and I really wanted them to be on because I genuinely have never met most generous people ever. The Drop Bears were a project that sold out last year, the first Australian project to do so. They were amazing. They've also partnered with the Everyday Sloths, as you heard earlier today, and they're just really decent human beings, and I would really love them. Ben will try and get them for me, but I think
I'm just onto them now. Just give me a minute.
But I think in the meantime, if you're ready to go, Maggie, we could go to you if you're ready, my lovely. Maybe you're not. If not,
she reacted to something before. How do you do? Oh, there it is. Hey, hello. There you are.
Hi, Maggie.
I can't see me, so can you see you? I mean, can you see me?
We can see you. That's all good if you can't see you. It's all good. It's all good.
That's probably better if I can't see me because the hair's a bit frizzy.
So this is Maggie O. She has been a digital artist for a very long time. She is in Townsville, Australia. She has one of the most successful local artists we have. And Maggie just joined Ethereum quite recently, had her real life exhibition of her NFT, which she sold out 70% of on the night. On the night of it, it didn't even get to the open sea. She sold out 7 already. I think she sold out almost them all. She now has come on to the Tezos blockchain, and she is on Object. And she has beautiful inspirational art. If I could turn my iMac around, I would show you. I have about 1 meter by 1.5 meters real life piece of art belonging to Maggie O in my office. I have a piece belonging to Brenda in my atrium, my hall, and I'm very proud. So I love to collect in real life, and I also love to encourage these artists and inspire anybody to get on the NFT journey as well. So without further ado, Miss Maggie O, or Margie to her friends, I want you to tell us about your background, how you came into NFTs, and basically the inspiration behind your beautiful Flirtopia and all the other collections you have, Miss Maggie.
Oh, okay, thank you. And flowers out to you and Brenda and all the other organisers, John and everybody else. I'm so new to the space that I'm not sure who everybody is yet. So, but yeah, flowers to everyone, and everybody's artwork in the object is beautiful. I started collecting, had to race out to a workshop, and I've come back, so I'll keep collecting after we finish tonight. I sort of started digital art, as Pamela said, probably 7 or 8 years ago, because I like to travel and learn about different cultures as I'm traveling. And I wrote a series of children's books, tried getting other people to illustrate them for me, but it just wasn't what I had in my mind. So I had to learn Photoshop and Apple in a very steep learning curve, and that's sort of how the digital side of things started. So I was able to illustrate 6 books once I found my groove and my style. And I like the Australiana theme. There'll be botanicals or flowers and butterflies in every single piece. Oh, there we go. That's my piece for this event.
Oh, Tezos. This is a Tezos event, which is launched today by Victoria West. And basically what it is any artist around the world can take part, any creative, any POAP project. You just put your piece up on Object, Mint and List, 500 editions at 0.5 Tez, and tag Tez Oz in the actual, and you will be part of this for 1 week. We will be running Twitter spaces all next week where each artist can come up and talk about, it'll be me doing that as well. Each artist can come up and talk about their piece, and let's get some you know, currency into your pocket. Let's get some recognition for these amazing artists. And we have people from Nigeria, we have South Africa, we have North America, Canada, we have people from all over taking part in this event. And it basically came from the POAPathon, you know, inspired by the POAPathon, the Aussie Down Under POAPathon. So I really want them to show the beauty of the artists, of the POAP project, of the collectibles, and this is how we're doing it. So back to you, Miss Maggie. I love what you did. I love the different colors. I just love your work. To be seen in real life, it is stunning. You're doing a great job in the NFT space, bringing your work to life on screen. But what I do want you to talk about, because this is your point of difference, Maggie, tell us about the inspirational cards and how each one has a name that has basically a message or some kind of inspiration for, you know, talk to us more about that.
So each artwork in the Flirtopia range, I created a set of affirmation cards. So there's 30 artworks in that range, and each one has a positive affirmation word on the base layer that nobody will ever see. And then I use color psychology and then just create intuitively. So all my work, that's how all my work starts now. And they're called the Flirtopia range because that was after my first piece that sold. I put her in an exhibition in a gallery and she sold on opening night, and her name was Fleur. So I created a fictitious name, Flirtopia, which just means finding joy or happiness in the small things. So that's sort of around the naming Flirtopia. So I just hashtag that every time because it's, yeah, just a little bit unique to my ladies. So
and
answer the question.
Yeah, you do something else really amazing as well, Maggie, and I know Brenda does it as well. So in your pieces, do you hide something in there that is your moniker or like your tag or your label or, you know,
Yes.
your brand? What do you do?
Yes, I do. So I've got a golden butterfly key. So the butterfly wings form the end of the key where you sort of hold, and then the other end is the M. And if you look closely, there's the M, then there's a little O in the butterfly key, and there's a little H inside the O. So that's sort of if you look really, really carefully. And then I've taken the M part of the key and put it, usually, traditionally, I know it goes sort of on that side of the artwork, but sometimes it just messes with the artwork. So I might put it on the other side. But the butterfly key is sort of in the piece somewhere. So all the NFTs, not in real life, that doesn't happen, but in the NFTs, so later on down the track, I know they're there, and my collectors know that they're there. They know this distinctive golden M and then the little butterfly key. So
beautiful.
I haven't got my glasses on to find the butterfly key. It's huge. Oh yes, I can. Oh yeah, that's pretty easy to see on this one.
Beautiful.
So that's the, yeah.
And maybe if somebody wants to find you on social media to follow you and obviously find the links to your collections that you've already put up there, what is the best way, what would be the handle that they could use to follow you?
I think Maggie O Art or Maggie O Digital Art. I think they look like me, those ones there. Me. I know you should be consistent, but I couldn't quite. I started on different things and then that one was unavailable. So, but Maggie O Digital Art will usually find me on Twitter. Yeah.
Beautiful. and you have your link on there. We'll take you to the object. And if you actually go into object, Maggie O will be, you'll find the collection underneath the name Maggie O, because that is her art name. She's like Beyonce with Sasha Fierce. There's Margie and there's Maggie O. I love it.
Yeah, sometimes I get confused.
I love it. Maggie, you're awesome. It's a joy having you on here. You always just get it done. I don't have to babysit you or look after you. Maggie just goes on there, gets it done. It's the Australian way and the spirit, and one of the most awesome artists that I have the pleasure to have in my life. And I just cannot wait to see where you go next, Maggie. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. You've sat here for an hour, and like we carry little art tag, it's a joy to have you. Just, I know you're there and it'll be okay. So thank you, my lovely. A pleasure seeing your wee face again and hearing your wee voice. And just before I think Kerry has to go. Do you have to go now, Kerry? Because I want to go jump to you if you have to go to talk a wee bit about your.
No, I've still got about 35 minutes left.
Okay, my lovely. Just
I've got my glad rags on and I'm off. I'll go when I'm done.
You look gorgeous. Oh, I see our wee Oz NFT, our Sydney on the ground roving reporters. How are you going, guys?
Hi, Pam.
Hi.
Yeah, it was good. An amazing day, actually. We've actually had to race out because our flight just got cancelled. So yeah, I'm jumping on a new flight that leaves in about 50 minutes.
Oh God.
So I'm going to see how that goes. But it was a really successful day. It was amazing to get out and talk to people, see what the vibes are. We spoke to a lot of artists and people that are, sort of have heard of NFTs and crypto, but really not sure how to get in. So it was amazing to have the opportunity to sit down with them. We got it down to about probably 7-8 minutes. And
awesome.
We just sort of just closed that with the people at the start. And, if they weren't in a rush, they sat down and had a chat with us. How many people do you think?
I think we got about 15, 16 signed up. We spoke to about 50 people, 50 or 60 people.
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah. It was a really good experience. Yeah.
Brilliant, guys. You're starting to break up a wee bit. I just want to give you a huge thank you. You are amazing. Go and catch your flight, for God's sake. And they are going to continue on tomorrow because they have the POAPathon wallet and they're going to see how many people they can speak to at the Aussie crypto convention as well, and see how many people they can encourage to purchase off the Taze Oz event. So thank you so much, guys. I am total admiration of what you've done. Yes, have you something else, Josh?
Us too, Pam. Us too, where are we on?
Yes.
Yeah. You're an absolute weapon of a human, Pam, and we meant exactly what we said. You're an inspiration. You're just getting that shit done. So honestly, it's been such an honor to work alongside you for this, and we're looking forward to tomorrow and many more things. I truly mean that. Absolute champion. Just keep going, and I love it.
Oh, thank you so much. My wee Web3 nephews, you are awesome. Thank you. And I look forward to watching what you're going to do in this world. But not only that, you get your hands dirty, you're always there, and you don't stop. You're a bit like myself. We like to keep working, and I know success in everything you do is guaranteed because you deliver. So I just want to say I love you both. You're very close to my heart, and I will be on this journey with you every step of the way because you're awesome, and I'll see you in a couple of weeks in Brisbane. Woo woo.
Very exciting. See you then.
Much love, Pam.
Thank you. Safe travels. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
How lovely are they? Like, they're lovely, aren't they? Just lovely boys. And you know what? I met them in the airport coming back from VCON with my mask on. And you know me, I talk to anybody. Brenda was sitting on one side, and I had Josh sitting on the other side, and Rebecca was on the other side of that. And that's how all this magic came together. It's like, oh my God, I love it. Okay.
And you were like in disguise because you had like a cap on and a mask on, and you were
Prince,
like, you
I had a Prince cap on.
I was like, you have a Prince cap on, girlfriend. You were rocking it.
I did. I adore Prince, and we were in Minneapolis, and I tell you, I brought home every single thing that had Prince on it. I bought it, everything. I had a purple hat. I was like rocking it. I swear to God, I felt like Jay-Z walking through the airport with my hat and all, and my trousers swept down low. I was like, yeah, look at me. That's what I felt like. I kid you not. Even got the earrings. I even sent Ben down some of the magnets for his fridge. Oh, here, I had the best time. I had the best time at VCON. So before we go any further, I just want to say that the boys, the Oz NFT, Josh and Pete, could not have done what they did today without the generosity of the Drop Bears. So I want to welcome the Drop Bears to the Aussie POAPathon Down Under and give them huge thanks for their generosity. And I just cannot wait to talk to them. Hello, my lovely Drop Bears. Oi, Smithy, wake up. Are you there? Woo, there he is. Hello? Nah, you're muted. You're muted, Smithy. There you go.
Hear me now?
Yes, you're
okay,
in.
hang on. Let me turn it off on my phone. My partner was doing uni study, so I kind of tried to join on my phone. Hang on, we're getting some feedback here.
Awesome.
Okay, I think that's good now.
You're good?
Yes. So I've been scrambling for like the last 30 minutes trying to connect. How are we all?
Doing great. We're hanging in there. I've got coffee in one hand, a pink gin in the other, and I have vodka sorted. I'm going great.
So no roasting me today?
No, I'm not going to roast you today. Today you're meeting professional Pamela. You're not meeting the DJ Pamela today. You're meeting
I like the DJ one better.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's okay. Later. So we just had the Oz NFT guys on. They have opened 16 wallets today, and those owners bought art from the Tez Oz event, and that could not have happened without your generosity.
Awesome.
I have been telling the world about, Drop Bears and Toddler Pillars giving us each $500, no small amount of money, to enable us to get the Oz NFT, Josh and Pete, on the ground to bring new people into the space who are going to buy art. Like, how awesome is that? Like, I just think that's amazing. And
that
now
is really awesome.
They're rushing to the plane to get to the Aussie Crypto Convention as well. So that couldn't have happened without you, Smithy. So I thank you very, very much for your generosity. It was just
no, that's no worries.
And I loved your POAP. Your POAP is hilarious. And I'm just looking up behind you there with all your drop bears.
Yeah. All the pictures.
So tell me, what is your role in the Drop Bear? So I was just telling everybody the Drop Bear sold out last year. Awesome project. Just a good group of human beings that came together and created some amazing, funny, like you can't say I'm going to explain Drop Bears, right? For all the audience in the world. So Drop Bears is a joke. It's a joke to any people visiting Australia, because they joke with you and say that the Drop Bears fall out of the trees on top of you and can kill you. Okay, there's no such thing as a Drop Bear. It's a big fat hairy lie. It's a lie. It's like Santa Claus. No, it's not. Santa is real. It's a big fat hairy lie. So I'm just going to say to you, at setting the scene, so this is what what you're going to get before I hand over to Smithy. Is that right?
Yep. So yeah, I mean, my role, I guess, in Drop Bears is I went 3 ways with 2 of my other friends. So towards this time last year, we had this idea. We'd been in the space for a while, and we'd be, I was very involved in another project called Crypto Writer. Nat was very involved in the Top Shot space when it was first starting, and we're all very involved in the Wax network. And we kind of made a shift to Ethereum NFTs, when they first started to become big. So we were, we picked up some Bored Apes when they first came out. I unfortunately sold mine for a good profit, but I don't have it anymore. But we were there for the first kind of, I guess, the big startup for Ethereum NFTs, and being involved in other projects, we really wanted to run our own and start our own, because there wasn't very many Australian NFTs out there. So it was kind of I guess, an untapped market that is now, growing so big. And, I guess when we started, a lot of the projects were profile picture projects, and the space has moved on from that now, but hence why you have the Drop Bears that you're seeing behind me. So that was the inspiration for it. we hired an artist from America, and he drew something from a rough sketch that I'd drawn. So I've recently bought an iPad and started drawing myself, but before then, everything that I draw was on paper, so I never did any digital art. But yeah, so basically, we wanted to create something that Australians would instantly recognize, and I don't think there's a single person that would see one and say, okay, that's, you know, that's not a koala, like what is this? I think the name threw people, calling them drop bears.
Yeah.
But there were some other koala projects launching when we launched as well, and having that niche Australian market, you know, every Australian knows what a drop bear is.
Yeah.
So yeah, we basically created them. Yeah. Yeah, we created them. We had a rough time down here in Australia in 2019 with the bushfires, and they got really close to home. So a few of us actually had to evacuate. We weren't super close to the fires. I mean, we were getting embers land on our house and stuff, but it just destroyed, you know, the community on the south coast and further down, even higher up. And it was just really horrific to see all the bushland burnt and all the lives lost from the animals. And we wanted to give something back with these profile pictures as well, something that would really be heartfelt by Australians. So one of our main goals was to donate to koala-based charities, whether they were, you know, rehabilitation places. We did a donation to, I guess I'd call them a company down in Melbourne that plants trees. So we planted, you know, a couple of 100 trees down there. One of the biggest ones was Port Macquarie. So they've been really cool. We did another one to a place called Sker, which is in South Australia, which they had an opening that they invited us to. But obviously, you know, we live in New South Wales. They're all the way over there. It's a long way for us to travel over there for an opening day. I wish we could have been there because it would have been really cool. But yeah, one of our main focuses was donating towards these charities to help give back. And I believe some of our money from Port Macquarie actually went towards a program at Taronga Zoo, which was going to be one of the first captive breeding programs for koalas, because you know, a lot of Australians know they're selling a lot of land where koalas live. That's their habitat, and they're destroying it for developments, whether it's housing, mining, like whatever it is, just to deforest it and use the timber. So they're kind of flicking on and off the endangered list. So, you know, letting other people know, you know, kind of what's happening too. And it's such an iconic Australian animal. You know, you think of Australia, you think of kangaroos and koalas, like they're the first two things that comes to mind. So that was basically our inspiration. And then we took the comedic turn on them. So obviously you can see them behind me. This one, obviously, he's got the cricket hat and a cigarette in his mouth. So we took a lot of inspiration from our hometown. We had a caravan park called Willow's Caravan Park, where, I mean, we're a low, you know, we're kind of a poor community. So we had a lot of degenerates already living here. And we wanted to take the comedic side of that I think mainly Australians understand. But that's why you'll see all the drop bears, and they've all got funny traits. You know, they've got, you know, some of them have stoned eyes, they have laser nipples. I don't think I've yet to see another project where their PFPs have lasers shooting from their nipples. You know, it's just very funny stuff. And we wanted to create like a heartfelt community where everyone was welcome. So you jump into a lot of other discords and it was very uptight. And, you know, we do have some set of rules inside our community, but mainly kind of anything really goes. So we all like to have a laugh. We make jokes about other people. We make jokes about ourselves. Not long after we launched, we actually held a competition to make the best meme of all the founders, which was really funny. You know, we just like having a great community, and people can drop by at any time they want. You know, they input whatever they want. Some people get in, talk about their day. One of our members, Benny G, he posts a picture of his coffee every morning. I don't think there's many days that he's missed now, but just little interactions like that. You know, people can come in and unwind. No one's judging anyone else. You know, we're super friendly to newcomers in the space as well. So if you're, you know, new to the space and you jump in, someone in there will answer your questions. You know, most of us founders, you know, one being myself, I've been in Discord I think I was in Discord nearly every day for a year. And that was, I was contactable morning, lunch, night. Like it was crazy. I've been taking a bit of a break at the moment, spend some time with the kids, but it's, it's been full on, but I love the community that we've created. Obviously,
one of the best. I learned new swear words that I did not know, and that's saying something, because me being Irish, I may have dropped a few today. I'm trying not to, but I learned new words. Like they can do things with words that I had never heard before, and I'm like, oh, okay. We had Benny G. Benny G was on earlier. He brought Darren Rogan on. He was on from the crypto convention. He joined us live. He was awesome. He was doped. Yeah, I learned new swear words in the Discord, but I'll tell you this, anytime, day or night that you were in there, you felt that you mattered, that you actually had a place in this world. I'm going to tell you that. I genuinely believe that. And I hate Discord. So, but I know when I'm in there that, I'll get a bit of banter, a bit of crack. I'll go and give them dogs abuse and they'll give it straight back to me in bucket loads. And I concede every time. And I don't say that lightly. Let me tell you, every time I'm running because they've come up with a new swear word. It's the best.
It is very fun to be, involved in that, and I'm very proud of what we've created. I think it's great. It's one of the best things I've done. There's people. We had one of our early members come and actually stay at my house, and he's from the Netherlands, and he came over here and we showed him around, showed him our local zoo, the local area, and just things like that. We're a very welcoming bunch, so we don't turn many people away at all.
Nobody, they're desperate. I'm only joking. They're not. Create this lovely community. And I hate the word community. It's not. It's more like family or
it is.
Tribe.
It is.
It is. Like I feel like I know them. Like I know them through Ben, and I know them through being Australian. But I feel like I can go on calls with them, and we give each other dogs abuse. Like banter. The crack that we have is lethal, and I take no prisoners, but I get it back. And it's that laid back, everybody's your mate. It's just the best. I just am. And I know, tell us about the collaboration you've done with the Everyday Sloths, who you go in and give dogs abuse to as well. Banter.
Yes. So I think Ben might even be in here, or he might have been in here before.
He was, because he messaged you to get your finger out and get in.
He did. I was late.
I sent you a thing. See this here? See this? I sent you that.
Yeah, I know. I read it too.
Oh, I know. You know. You know it.
Yeah, so our collaboration with Ben and Blaz, that was really cool. They actually came to us, and we don't do a lot of collaborations. We'll do some with the other Australian projects, but from outsiders, we don't really accept a lot of collaborations. We don't want to shill stuff to people that aren't members of our community or outsiders, I guess. We're very protective of that. So actually came to us with this idea, like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you had a drop bear, and the clothing that your drop bear had, you could actually get it as an item in the Everyday Sloth store. And they showed us some previews, and I thought, this is genius. Like, this is fantastic. And they wanted to get a couple more mints out there as well. So we decided on running a limited run. I think it was about just over 1,000 free mints of a sloth. So if you had a drop bear and you get to have a sloth, then you could go and claim one. And basically they created one of the coolest things that I've seen in the space since Ethlings was created, where you could actually change your NFT. So we had dynamically changeable backgrounds, which is kind of funny because you're changing a link to a background on your NFT, and it does take a little while to upload. And we've had some problems with OpenSea, just OpenSea, no other marketplace. They all work on every other marketplace. But Everyday Sloths kind of took it to the next level. So they actually made their NFTs with HTML, which means you can go and interact with that NFT from OpenSea. So you can click and you can change through the clothing that you have in your wardrobe on OpenSea. And this kind of technology, I guess, is kind of new in the space, because whenever you get a new thing, especially like crypto, blockchain, everything's got to go through stages of advancement. So I guess when we saw what they were creating, we thought this is fantastic. This is stuff that other people haven't done. And now, you know, this was like a year ago.
I know.
And now we're seeing people create games and catch on to the HTML and do all these cool things. But they, I guess I could say, like, hands down, they were one of the first I've seen doing some really cool stuff. So
absolutely, absolutely. We were just saying that earlier, Smithy. We were saying that, you know, Ben and Blige with the Everyday Sloths were ahead of the game before anybody else. The genius of the technology and how they applied the smart contract and everything they had added in there, they are next level, and they've just literally gone under the radar. But I believe, and I've said this since day one, that their time will come. I have another Irish phrase for that, but I better not say it. But you know, they're going to get there. They definitely will, and it's only a matter of time. And they are sloggers. They are working their asses off. They've really given up everything to try and make this happen. So I've always been in their corner. I will always be in their corner. And
yeah. I mean, since the collaboration, we've become great friends. Like, we talk nearly every day, and it's just, even if
I hear from Ben. Ben tells me what you're up to. I hear all I hear the boss. I know
he
it
spills all the secrets.
He does. He spills it all. I know things. Look, see. But I won't share it. I don't kiss and tell. I don't. But tell me, what's next? What's next for the Drop Bears? Or do you have any plans? Or are you going to?
So we're in the process of making a game, and this we did our first roadmap back when we launched. Roadmaps were a big thing. You had to have a roadmap. You had to tell people what you were doing. A lot of people were wanting to join the metaverse, and I think a lot of people have forgotten about the metaverse now. And I was really pushing with Drop Bears inside there. Everyone asked, like, can we get a Drop Bears metaverse? And I said no. And I said no for a reason, because we actually, Nat knew Kiba, so the guy who runs House of Kiba, and he's building a metaverse. And we did talk to him about getting Drop Bears metaverse created, but I didn't think it was the way to go, because the space evolves so quickly. So we actually moved towards like a play to earn kind of game, which was kind of fitting for our Discord, because there's obviously a lot of banter in there. So inside the game, you're going to be able to go into Willow's Caravan Park with your actual Drop Bear and fight another person with their Drop Bear, and you can wager on it. So you'll receive.
Did you say fight?
You can fight. Yes. So it's like a top-down game, but you can basically call someone out and say, hey, I want to fight you for 100 tokens. And if they accept, then you can go into the game, you'll be able to fight them, and the winner takes all the tokens. So it's kind of something cool, I guess. It's taken a long time to build. I think a lot of people in this space at the start were like, you know, you're going to bring a game out, like, I expect to see it in the next like 3 months, where it's not reality, you know.
No, it's not.
Even top tier games, they've been building, you know, games like Grand Theft Auto and stuff like that, big AAA name games, they've been building those for like 10, 15 years.
That's
like,
right.
You know, so for little NFT projects, and especially none of us founders being actual developers, we've had to outsource the work. So it takes a bit longer, and, you know, a bit longer to complete, especially finding people that can write contracts. There's not many people in the world that can actually write or are Solidity developers. So, you know, finding those is quite hard as well. And I think everyone's learning as they go. So that's why things they don't progress as quickly as people would like. But yeah, we're basically building a game where you can fight other Drop Bears. And we also had a lot of the guys in Drop Bears reach out and say they wanted mutant Drop Bears. So I actually started, you know, when I first started getting into the digital art, I was drawing these swampified Drop Bears, you know, and testing my skills out. Now we actually, you know, we've got nearly all of them drawn. I think there's like 2 traits to go, and then we'll have a complete collection of swampified Drop Bears, where each Drop Bear trait has been changed into something else. And the law basically says that Drop Bears go off to the swamp and they meet, you know, an unknown creature there, and only one comes back, and the one that comes back is very different from when he was sent there. So we've got those 2 things coming. We did release a second collection called Bush Chooks, which were emus. Obviously Bush Chook is what Australians call emus, or bush chicken. So we had a collection of those, and we'll have staking available as well. So anything that comes from Drop Bears will be stakeable for our native token. obviously having it listed on an exchange is a whole nother thing. We're having battles at the moment with tax and how to structure the company and all these things like that. So there's lots of challenges still to come to overface.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything's there, everything's in the works.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I'd love to see more volume on the secondary market so we can make more big donations to charities. We've already got a few in mind that we want to do. But I know at the moment too, I guess the crypto space in a whole is kind of in a low spot, which is very normal for the space. And also the world's kind of going in, you know, a lot of people think we're going into a big recession, which I think it's just a reset, because there was a lot of money made very quickly in the last couple of years. And I think COVID really exaggerated that. Everyone thought, oh, COVID's going to stop everything, but it actually made everything boost. So I worked in the caravan industry, and now you can't order a brand new caravan for like a year. So we were the busiest we ever were during COVID.
Yeah.
We ended up, you know, going from being 3 months ahead to like 7 months ahead in bookings, which is just crazy. But yeah, I think when the market takes a turn, I think everything will pick back up again. I think a lot of these Australian projects will really take off too. Crypto is not a very big thing in Australia yet. Not as big as it is in the States. It's very big in the States now. Obviously, you have people like, you know, celebrities. Jimmy Fallon has the Bored Ape. Snoop Dogg, Eminem, they've all got Bored Apes. Like, celebrities are jumping on that bandwagon, and they're seeing the benefits to it as well. And I've said from the start, if you're a company or a business and you're not looking at ways to give your customers a financial advantage in the future through like a blockchain technology, then you're going to get left behind, especially with a voting system. I think a lot of voting systems are rigged, and I think you can overcome that by using blockchain technology. Obviously, one of the big things, this is something I was passionate about, because I always talk about it, but I think the biggest obstacle for that is, I guess, not everyone can access those kinds of things, especially in Australia. You have a lot of people that live, you know, out west and further inland, and they might not have access to internet, stuff like that. But I think introducing blockchain to our everyday lives, especially in things like voting, is going to have massive benefits. And I think that's where a lot of everyday people will come in, you know, and things like, you know, like the POAPs and stuff like that. You go to a concert, you could get, you know, your ticket, you can get a ticket, people frame their tickets and stuff. What if you had an NFT? Like, that's never going to perish. It's never going to wear out. You could have a clip, like a 3-5 second clip, like Top Shot of you at the concert, and it's made into an NFT. Like, stuff like that, I think is definitely going to change the way we live. A lot like when the internet first started and emails, people said, what do we need emails for? We have phones, I'll just call you. And now we pretty much can't live without emails. Like, you don't call anybody anymore, you send them an email. So I think we're at the very start of this. And I do think it is very exciting. It is. And being someone, you know, the first people still in it, you know, I think there's a lot of great things that we can all do.
Absolutely. You're doing them yourself. You're one of the kindest, most generous people I've had the privilege to meet, and hearing you speak like this, as opposed to me and you having a bit of crack. I don't mean the Irish crack, is just, it's lovely to hear. You represent your brand so well. I'm excited. I do have a drop bear and a sloth, and I have my mutant as well. I love what you've done. I love the drop bears. I'm passionate about what plan you've laid out for the future, and I'm confident in the fact that you will not lead me down a path that is wrong in any way, shape, manner, form, because your community, your tribe, your family matters to you, because that to me means everything. So I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for eventually getting here today.
Yes, sorry I was late.
No bother. And we finished at 6 o'clock, you know what I mean? So you were going to come in at 6 o'clock, you would have been talking to yourself.
I know.
It should be no different than any other day anyway.
That's like my partner. She'll be like, you know, we've got something on at this day at this time, and I'll completely forget about it. And then the time and day will come and I'll get yelled at. So
I know. By your wife and me. Anyway,
yes.
So I will let you go, my lovely. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you for having me.
Cheers. Doing a great job. Keep up the good work. And lovely meeting. Now, just before you go, so if people want to buy or follow, can you just go follow you on Twitter at Drop Bears? Is that right?
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep, perfect. Yeah, you'll see us, even if you do a Google search, we're like, I think we're like 5 links down now. So we really hit the nail on the head with that. So just Google Drop Bears and you'll find us.
Thank you so much, my lovely. I will
Awesome.
speak to you soon. Take care.
Thank you all.
Bye. Bye.
Really quick question, Smithy.
Yes.
Sorry. Hi there, mate. So we're down in Victoria. We were living in central Victoria until COVID, and we got really clobbered by Black Saturday. So Jerry and I really resonate with what you were saying about your motivation. So really, seriously, probably we shouldn't be swearing, but fucking good on you.
Yes, thank you.
And secondly, Jerry and I, we come from the live action side of things, so we haven't got into the Drop Bears project, but I am literally going to stop after this, try and get some little Ethereums together from somewhere. We are on Ethereum as well as Tez, because I've just been taking a look at your work and it's really, really cool. And I just wanted to, we both wanted to say that, and our son's into apes and all that stuff, and we've never been, and we're going to tell him about you. Whilst beautiful Pamela's here, I just wanted to say that she has shone the light on so many people today that we haven't come across before, and we've been in the space in crypto for probably 3 years, but we've only been in NFTs since last June. And so really awesome art. I love your ethos. I love what you're talking about for your community. I love that what you were saying about the degens in your neck of the woods, Central Victoria, where we were, Heathcote, is like Ozarks country. Really.
You'll fit right in.
Yeah, we'll fit right in with your group. So thank you very much, chap. I'm sorry you've got to run, but I just wanted to say that little bit.
That's all right. If you want to message Pam, if you have the Ethereum wallets, I can send you a few Drop Bears.
What?
I love people jumping in and joining in. So we actually give them out for poker nights. So we hold poker nights up to 3 times a week. And we give Drop Bears out. So if people don't have one, they're really good at poker. We just want people to be included and have fun.
Well, look, I love poker. I'm the eldest child. I've got 3 brothers, and my dad was absolutely bonkers, and so he taught us to play poker when I think I was 5 or something like that.
Okay. Yep.
And yes, I do follow you on Twitter, and I do have an ETH wallet, so I'm gonna give that to Pamela. But oh my gosh, we're gonna be inundated now.
Can I also say that after, despite 20 years of living in Australia, Sarah 20 minutes ago learned what a drop bear is.
I'm so glad Sarah separated at birth.
Yeah, you got to spread the word now. You have to tell everybody else.
Seriously,
that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Good on you, mate.
That's great.
Yeah, love what you're doing.
That. You see the biggest heart. This project. Smithy, Kent, all them, Reese, just beautiful people. And that's just evidence of it there to the world. But everybody else on YouTube, you gotta buy it, get an Ethereum wallet and put some Ethereum in. It's not for everybody. Listen, don't be having a mad rush and DMing me, forget about it. Okay, the one time only offer, just joking.
Now, if anyone else here wants one, just send Pam. I'll send, we've got a lot. We keep a lot in the community wallet. We love to give them out, you know, we love to involve people. So
we'll get you sorted.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me, everyone.
Thank you. What? Have a good rest of your evening.
Yes, I will. See ya.
Bye. Now, I just want to shine a light on somebody else who has been there from the very start. And I want to, because I can't express as much as these two, I'm going to ask two co-hosts to interview Jerry and the lovely Sarah, because they know Sarah and Jerry longer than I do. I also want to see this dynamic because I feel that they're all part of the same gang. And I'm going to sit here and watch and enjoy and learn and listen as the lovely Carrie, little art photag, and my new Christmas card recipient, Liat, get in, is going to interview these two phenomenal photographers who are just beautiful people inside and out. Sarah says she's only been in the space a short period of time. Listen, me and her have bonded like that. We're like best friends. She is the best supporter ever, cheerleader, you name it. This girl is amazing. So I just want to hand it over to these two lovely ladies and let them have a wee go at the talking, because I'm just starting to fade.
Yeah, you go have a break.
I'll sit here and be quiet. I'll be quiet.
Have some food or something. Carrie, I'll let you go because I know you have to run, so you can start and then I'll go.
Oh, it's so good to see Pam drinking a gin there. Hey Sarah and Jerry, how are you guys doing? Lovely to see you. I feel very privileged to be asking you guys some questions. It's the first time I've actually seen your faces properly, like here.
Exactly.
So, lovely to meet you both.
You too. You too. We've been longing to see you because we've heard you speak often, and we have managed to collect a piece of yours today. And you're a phenomenal artist, and I didn't think we'd ever be able to get to that point. So we have been in the Ethereum platforms, as I said, for a long time, since last June, but we only got into TES in the last, I think we started collecting, I don't know, something like the 26th of July, and we started collecting first before we started minting, because we wanted to get to know the community and understand things about the space, obviously. But yeah, it's been really fabulous to be able to collect that piece today, Kerry. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I grabbed one of yours as well, so we're both winning. But you guys, like I've heard you speak many times in spaces, and I love hearing you chat your story, Sarah, specifically. And I just wanted you to just answer, like, what inspires you about this space? What is it that really inspires you guys to keep going? Because it's not easy. We all have to keep pushing forward.
Yeah,
you have to know.
Yeah, sure. Okay, well, I'll take that briefly and then I'll hand over to Jerry. So look, like I was saying earlier, we actually sold our house in central Victoria in the middle of COVID, which would have been in 2020, I think, darling, wasn't it? Moved back to Melbourne, and COVID hit, and it hit in March. We'd been at a New Order concert at the Sydney Mire Music Bowl. They're a British band. They use a lot of our aerial film work to illustrate their concerts all over the world. In fact, they're on tour right now in the US and Canada. Valerie, if you like New Order. And, you know, March, we were at the Sydney Mire Music Bowl with the band on the Saturday night. On the Sunday, their Sydney gig was cancelled. On the Monday, they flew home, and on the Monday, Melbourne locked down. And suddenly, we could not get on location. We couldn't finish any of the film projects we'd got underway. We shoot from the air, principally, from helicopters, drones, and fixed wing, and we're filmmakers, and we do drone surveys as well. We create photogrammetry objects, but all from the air. And we were like, what do we do? You know, what do we do? Got to earn a crust. And I actually took a consultancy job in Melbourne for a year, which really exposed me to virtual reality. Jerry and I had worked in motion simulation ride films, so augmented reality, for maybe 20 years. So we've made films from the air pretty well all over the world for the big museums around the world. So the Science Museum in London, we've had our work shown as part of Vivid Sydney. I won't go on about that because it's got nothing to do with NFTs, but look, what it really enabled us to do was, you know, I took a consultancy and it enabled Jerry to literally deep dive the subject of crypto. So it was crypto that we initially got him interested in and investing in with the little bit of money we'd got left from the cottages we'd sold. And during that period of time, Jerry came across this world of NFTs. I finished the consultancy, would have been February last year. We were still in lockdown, no cars, no aeroplanes in the sky, nobody going to work. And Jerry said to me, you know, this is something I think would be great for the body of work that we have amassed over the years. So I deep dived the world of NFTs, and I couldn't find anybody that was doing what we do, filmmaking from the air in NFTs. But I thought there was potentially could be interest in what we do. You know, we've made a lot of TV commercials, documentary features, IMAX films, Planet Earth. You know, we've been around a long time, as you can tell. We're OGs.
Not at all.
We actually we're a 3-person collaboration. So it's Jerry, myself, and Toby Dundas, who founded the Temper Trap, the indie Aussie band that you guys might know. Toby, we used Toby's music in an IMAX film we made about 5-6 years ago. So we'd been working with him for a long time. And of course, he was in the same position that we were in last year, which was the band couldn't tour, all their gigs were cancelled. They were spread around the world, so they couldn't get together in the studio. And we reconnected with Toby, who's also based in Melbourne. And we said, look, you know, we think NFTs are for us, but we feel as storytellers that we need music. We need the music that he creates to give, you know, that little extra special va-va-voom. So we submitted a first piece to Known Origin, which is a British curated platform. And we sold our Genesis piece straight away, like within a week. I think it was, we put it up at the end of June and we sold in the first week of July. When Ethereum was high, we sold for 2 Ethereum.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, we were like, fuck, this is great. It's really exciting. So
let's make more, quick.
Exactly. And we worked on a collection in May and June. So once we dropped the first piece, we were ready with the next 5. And we'd had to share those with Known Origin before they curated us. So we put the next 5 up, and look, they've done really well. We haven't sold any of them. We released them as limited editions, so very low edition numbers. And we got in a lot of exhibitions. So we were in Stratosphere in Beijing, we were in Art Basel, we were in NFT Liverpool just recently. We also had created a collection of work on another alt platform, altcoins, called HBAR. And it was really important for us to keep looking at the greener, cleaner platforms, because we're also environmentalists. Our mantra is maintain, sustain, and conserve the planet and all creatures before we fuck it up irreversibly, frankly. So we created a Genesis piece called To the Moon, which was on GoMint, which is the Hedera platform. That also sold within days of going up, and that was 35,000 HBAR, which was about $15,000 at the time. Aussie last year, I guess it was last July, darling. And again, we thought, whoa, there is a market for what we do, as in video NFTs with soundscapes. We then collected a series, we created a series of collectibles also on GoMint. So much shorter 10-second pieces, kind of humorous, because we wanted to make something more, cheaper, so that we could really release things for the community. And we sold over 100 of those in the first 3 or 4 months, I think, darling. And we got to sort of December last year, and we were pretty knackered because, as you say, Kerry, and as you know, and as we all know, we were speaking in a lot of spaces, generally HBAR at that time. And suddenly Australia opened up its borders and we could get home back to the UK, although we're Australian citizens, we could get back to the UK to see our kids. So we sort of pressed pause. We carried on Twitter, we carried on Instagram. We've got a body of work that we've created for the HBAR platforms, but they haven't quite become as stable and robust yet. And I'd been all of last year as well, deep diving Tezos platforms. So I'd looked at Calamint, I'd looked at Hen, Hickett Nunk, but every time I went to Hen, it was really clunky or it had disappeared. And I was like, oh, we just can't, we can't risk that. You know, there's 3 of us, our work takes a lot of time to produce. It takes Toby 2 to 3 weeks to create each track, working with us. And although our work is live action, we then digitize the material and put it into our edit suite and create all the visual effects. So they're time-consuming pieces of art. And I guess, look, all of last year I'd been in Clubhouse as well a lot. So I'd come across Victoria very early on, probably March, April last year. And she had been very encouraging to get into Hen or to get into Calamint. So look, we fast forward to March this year when we got back to Australia from the UK. And I said, I've been kind of hearing that Object is going places. I think that maybe there's a place for what we do in other marketplaces. I'm not quite sure that Object's ready for the film that we do. So we decided to go back to our body of work that we shot in New Orleans in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, which was a really emotionally difficult place to work and live. But we wanted the material to see the light of day on the blockchain because that art will therefore be permanently seared in history. And it's a historical event. And I think that one of the things that motivates me is about the blockchain, to answer your question, Kerry, that people forget these events. They forget Black Saturday. They forget the bushfires. They forget the fact that coral reef is dying. They forget what happened with Katrina. They forget that, you know, one of our pieces is called Evacuation Pan, P-A-N, and it's because the evacuation went down the pan, went down the toilet, because they'd lined up school buses. And guess what? The school buses, that the paddock that they were in was engulfed in water. So for me, it's enabling our art to live on the blockchain forever. We have grandchildren too, like Pamela, and I love the fact that they can see our flamingos, which we minted actually for Tez for Africa. We're giving all the money 100% away for Tez for Africa. It's important to us that you know, our children and grandchildren can see that, like, what Pamela's doing with corals and what we're trying to do in a much smaller way is to shine the light on the sustainability side of what we do, but also shine the light on the disadvantaged. And those are the reasons why we minted the stills of Katrina on Sloika, which is an ETH platform, but also another series on Object, because we wanted them to get the greatest exposure. So I'm going to stop talking now because that's probably been about 7 minutes.
Well, I think that's incredible. You articulate your story so well. I love it. And you come in from your heart. And I love the legacy aspect of this. As a photographer, a portrait photographer, when I'm working with people, every moment is a memory. It's attached to a moment. The memory is captured there in a still. And what you're putting on the blockchain is exactly that, and whatever medium you're using. And it's really impressive. And I love hearing that depth around what you're saying and that emotional connection to your work and for your family, paying it forward, and that, yeah, the legacy most importantly. And you're right, we go at a rate of knots. And so many events happen, people forget. Like just talking about the bushfires there, it was just like, oh, it was tugging at my heart so much. But thinking like such a young lad there before, that motivated him and a group of friends to come up with this amazing project, that awful event. And it's amazing to see such great work of art come from those situations. So thank you very much for sharing that with me. I really appreciate that.
No, you're
I
welcome.
love your bloody flamingos. I love them. But I really want to ask, what the hell? Whose idea was it to go forward, back, around? Who was that? Jerry.
Yeah,
That's
that was
awesome.
Thank you very much indeed. I so enjoyed doing that. It's always a bit of a balance between whether the pictures lead or the music leads. And that was one where I did something relatively basic. Toby came up with the music. And at that point I went, oh, hang on a minute, we can take this into another level. And I had such fun doing that.
Well, it comes across in the piece. It's just beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you. Can I just say two things very quickly? There are two sentences that I'm going to take away from today. One was whoever it was who said to Pamela, "You are a weapon of a human being." That one I'm going to scrawl on the wall. And the other is Sarah going, "I'll just be brief."
That's true. She's found her people. She's found her people. When Pamela and I first jumped in the spaces, Sarah were like, "Yep, we found our family."
Absolutely.
We love hearing you talk. Thank you.
Well said, Jerry. Well said for me and for Sarah. But we love you. We love you anyway. We do. And Sarah has to love you. She married you. She made it legal. So there you go.
That's why we always hear Sarah in the spaces, right, Jerry? I know you're hiding, but Sarah's always there because she's just good at this. So that's great. But no, thank you. It's beautiful.
It sure is. I'm going to hand you over to Liette now.
Yeah, I have a very different kind of question for Sarah and Jerry. I've had the privilege of meeting them in real life and they're amazing. I love Sarah. We've hung out too long and I love it. But I want to know how you guys actually met, because I don't think I know.
Oh, I'll tell you that story. Yeah, and what fun it was for me to meet you this week, Leo. It was great to finally be able to give you a hug. It was tremendous. Yeah, we met. I'd spent 8 years in the military and then started a helicopter company and ran that for 10 years. And we met on a production, but the extraordinary thing was that we worked together on that production for a year without ever meeting. So Sarah would do her part of the work and I would do my part of the work for planning. It was a big live charity do using 4 helicopters from Edinburgh down to the south coast in the space of 12 hours. And so it was a huge amount of planning and a lot of pressure. So every night we would speak for about an hour. And the guys who did know Sarah, who had met her, said, "You're going to fall for Sarah." And I said, "Well, I haven't even seen a picture of her yet."
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I've never even seen a picture of her. So after a year of planning, we got to a point where we had to brief a crew of about, I think it was about 70 people. And so we were going to do a joint briefing together. And these were, some are military guys. We'd stolen a Navy helicopter to carry all the gear and that kind of thing. It was a pretty complex technical brief. And the very, very first time that we ever met was as we both stepped up to the podium to give the briefing. And there's a hysterical story behind that, which is that Sarah hadn't seen her mum in about 3 months, and so she'd taken the opportunity the night before to run home to mum and spend a bit of time with her. Had somehow got caught in a downpour, which wrote off all her clothes because she put them to dry in front of the fire, and they caught fire. And so she was left prior to this briefing with needing to find some clothes. So she borrowed the clothes from her rather oversized, may I say, mother, and turn up at the briefing. As I stepped up to the podium, the girl stepping up from the other side looked like a bag lady who'd been electrocuted. It was extraordinary. And
Sarah!
all of this lovely hair was sticking out sideways like this. It was extraordinary. But anyway, one thing led to another, and here we are 35 years later.
And actually, Kerry, were you in the UK when Treasure Hunt was on? Do you remember Treasure Hunt with Annika Rice?
I sure was.
Well, that's how we met, because that was Jerry's helicopter company.
Ah, really?
Yeah, and I was.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
We
so I was
appreciate
a little researcher. And anyway, so then we set up Heli Films, which is our Twitter handle, because we film from helicopters. Get it? Heli Films.
Very smart naming. I love it.
And
it took us days to arrive at that. Literally did take us days.
I think it was one long lunch, actually.
Yeah.
A very long lunch, lots of rosé.
And then it got to the end and it was blindingly obvious.
Yeah. And then we're called Sun Grazers because our surname is Grayson, Sun Grazers. And that's our handle on NFT land. That's our website. And sun grazers are also the name of a comet, or the name for a comet that glows brighter the closer it gets to the sun. And Jerry and I and Toby feel that actually, although it is bloody hard, Kerry, you're absolutely right, the art that we've created and continue to, we're really pushing back our own individual boundaries and creatively, collectively. So we feel like the little sun grazers, glowing brightly with my red face, as you can see.
I love it. I
Awesome.
love it. It's brilliant. Good job, you guys. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad I asked that question, how you met, because that story was not expected.
I nearly fell off my seat. I thought Sarah's going to kill him. It'll be the first domestic live on POAPathon down under.
And can I also just say, I know you haven't asked a question, but I just wanted to give a big shout out to gorgeous Maggie, because I found Maggie's art also today thanks to Pamela. And I am a yogi too, and I'm a real into my affirmations as well. And I just adored the piece that you created for Tez Oz. And I'd spotted the little M and I'd spotted the ring. And it was just lovely hearing your story because it really appeals to us.
Oh, thank you so much.
No,
yeah, I've grabbed that piece as well, the from Maggie. It's beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
I love it. Love it. That's what it's all about. I just want to say to Kerry and Leah, thank you so much, or Leo, I'll get it right, yeah. I just want to thank you for bringing out that gold from Jerry and the emotion from the lovely Sarah. It's just the two juxtapositions of it. It was the best. It was so funny. Honest to God, I didn't know how this was going to go, but that was the best. That's my highlight, I think. Pamela, what was the highlight of your POAPathon down under? Not the beautiful art. Jerry dropping the inside info on how they met, and per Sarah. The word to see. Thank you so much, guys. I'm a huge fan. I love that you actually physically go and take your aerial photography and you do the whatever you call it, post-production. Your work is amazing. You're only, you're fairly new to the space like us all, but I have no doubt in my mind where you're headed. You're awesome. I love the piece you've done for not only POAPathon, but the beautiful piece you've done for Tez Oz. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You've welcomed us with open arms. We're very, very grateful for you. And I cannot wait to meet you in person. I cannot wait. All of us. We just have to have a party. I cannot wait. Thank you so much. User gold. You really are. Like you have your own stand-up show, both of you. You could. You're awesome.
Thank you. You're very sweet. Can I just conclude by saying, in answer to the first question, the motivation. For me, it's very clear, which is that I spent many years flying helicopters before I put a camera on the helicopter, and I've been very, very privileged to see extraordinary things, and spent so many occasions going, oh wow, look at that, and then realizing there's nobody else in the helicopter at the time, and feeling privileged to see it, and therefore feeling motivated once we did put a camera on to share things. And when Sarah says, going back through our body of work, there are vast amounts that has never seen the light of day that I'm desperate to share in the years coming forward. I mean, the thing I'm working on at the moment is comes from when Sarah achieved, because this is her magic, achieved getting us to the top of the launch tower at Kennedy Space Center for the shuttle, and filming there was like, I've just never imagined I would get to this place in my lifetime. And the record that we made there is now historic, because that launch tower was taken down in order to replace it with the SpaceX stuff. And so there's gems like that we're pulling out and going, okay, how does this live within NFT space? So that motivation of sharing places and perspectives of things has been my big motivation. So the wonderful thing is that this whole space allows us to rather selfishly pursue that and make something of it with a message behind it.
I didn't share, Pamela, our screen because the pieces that we actually minted for Tez Oz and actually for Tez Tuners, which was Leo's event as well, they're actually shot from the ground, and they're shot by me, and usually Jerry's the shooter and the pilot. But on that occasion, I wanted to put things forward that were created during COVID, during a time of deep crisis for a lot of people, and I just wanted to share. They're called My City, Which Way Is Up, and it's in England. You'd know, Kerry, we have this expression, I didn't even know which way was up. It means we're going kind of stir crazy with the scenario that we're living in. And so those two pieces really are very meaningful to both of Jerry and I as well. And we hope we can raise lots of money for Tez for Africa with the flamingos piece that you were also highlighting, Kerry. So thank you for shining that light, everybody, and thank you for today.
Hey, Sarah, just a quick one. The Only Way Is Up, those two pieces. It's so funny because I'm always studying the psychology behind portraits and what the viewer is looking at. And, you know, we know they always go straight to the eyes. That's where the focus is. That's where we go to. If the eyes aren't quite in focus, we go to the hands. So when I'm posing people, it's always about removing stress from their hands, relaxing their fingers out, dropping it so that it appeases the viewer. The viewer can settle on that. Your upside down one for Tezos was amazing. I bloody loved it. I looked at the other one and I couldn't find the focus. And it really made me think about, you know, what I've learned in the past. And it's like, that was really like, yeah, that doesn't settle me. It's throwing me. And it really is which way's up, because there's no focus on that second piece. It was incredible.
Well, that's fascinating. Sarah will slap me when I talk too much, but let me just pick up
Pamela
on that.
will slap you, darling.
Yeah.
Because other people are waiting.
I know. But a very quick interesting thing. Sarah spoke about motion simulation and ride films. So that's where you see a film which is as much wraparound as you can achieve, and you watch it on a motion platform that uses hydraulics or electrics to move you around. And what we learnt during the production of those for museums and educational purposes was that that motion is our prime sensor, because we only got two legs. We need to concentrate on balance a lot, and therefore, you know, if an earthquake happened now, I would have to stop speaking to you and concentrate on that, because the brain says motion is your primary sensor. You will survive if you concentrate on that first. And therefore, when you do a motion ride film, you design the motion first and you film to that motion. And the extraordinary thing was, bear in mind we were doing this, you know, all 25 years ago. And of course, the definition of screens was not what it has become. But we found that if you got the motion right, you could get away with not very good resolution on the imagery, because the brain uses the imagery merely to confirm the motion that it's feeling. And so this comes full circle back to what you were just saying, which I find fascinating. I didn't know about the hand thing. But a big motivation for, okay, what are we going to do with this piece? Or more particularly, earlier than that, what am I going to do with the helicopter in these circumstances in order to capture an image that is going to stand out from other images? Is we usually start from the standpoint of what am I looking at? And then perhaps pull back to reveal what you're looking at in its own context or whatever. And that thing of what am I looking at, you've just confirmed, and it's actually rather lovely that it's a piece of Sarah's that you're saying that about.
Yeah, cool. Excellent.
Thank you.
Sorry, shutting up now.
Well, no, I mean, the very last thing then to say on that is, yeah, I took those pieces and I wrote the narrative behind them, but it wasn't until we then brought them into the edit suite and we did a minimal grade, very, very minimal, because it really was that extraordinary light that you see in those pieces. But it was Jerry who said, we're going to try the mirror effect. And we've used those kind of effects like in the flamingo, as you were saying, Kerry. And so even though there's three of us, there's a lot of backwards and forwards in everything we release, which is why we're loving it. Like I love you, darling.
Thank you.
Good job.
Good job, folks. Good job. I just want to go to Valerie, because Valerie has the next POAP for us, and then we will move swiftly on to where are we? We'll move swiftly on to Patrick. No, sorry, we've Denise first and then Patrick. I do apologize. We've lost Hefty Hippos, but they'll be grand. We'll go back to Hefty Hippos again. So, Valerie, all yours.
Hello, everyone. So for anyone who's keeping track, and you've probably realized we didn't announce POAP number 7. So for anyone who doesn't know how POAPs work, you do have to submit the artwork and it has to get approved. So there are many different reasons why it doesn't get approved immediately. So what we're going to do for our viewers is, I'm going to share my screen here. And if you're not in our Discord, we'd love for you to join our Discord. You can type in the URL address discord.gg/POAPathon. Okay. And if you're not in Discord yet, so this is what you'll need to do to get our invite to hop in. You'll click it and you'll see the invite here. So you'll click accept invite. And what you'll see is a bunch of channels on the left side. So it's a little bit overwhelming because POAPathon is a big community here. We got a lot going on, but you don't have to scroll very far. And you will see in the announcements here, you'll see Aussie POAPathon channel. And what you can do is drop your wallet address in this chat box here. And we can get you, if it gets approved, we can get you your POAP later. So for all of you who are really, really trying to collect all of the POAPs for Down Under, you can hop in our Discord. You'll see Beastadon right now, our amazing producer behind the scenes. He's here on the channel as well. He is there chatting. There we go. So you can already see people are putting in their wallet addresses.
Okay.
All right.
And so we have not heard back for that particular POAP yet. And I had one more that has not been approved yet. That was just for hosts and producers. So those are the last two that I had requested and they haven't been approved, but we have one more approved POAP for the very end of the show. So don't be worried. There is more to come.
Awesome. I love it. And welcome back, Miss Kelly.
I needed, sorry, I had to take a quick nap.
Listen,
it's 2:42 a.m. Just FYI.
And I don't know how amazing Valerie is. Valerie has been awesome. So huge thank you.
Awesome.
Oh, and Beast, I see him down there too. He's doing an amazing job.
He is doing everything behind the scenes and making everything run. And you don't even know, he's doing so much stuff behind the scenes. So thank you, Beastadon, and thank you, Dizzle, for filling in as the POAP fairy.
Yeah.
It's
I
not our
appreciate
first
you.
time,
So
right?
if you need a nap now, you're free to go. I'm here.
It's a tag team nap session. I love it. I love it. Brenda, step up. Oh my God. Anyway, moving on.
If people don't have a wallet address for the POAP because they're only using their email address because they're quite new, how do they do that?
They can drop their email address then. If they, we can still email them the link and they can claim it.
Lovely.
Yep.
Now,
If
also,
they want to do that, they are welcome to do that as well if they don't have a wallet address.
Now, also, one of our hosts before who was from Japan, he asked that the POAP was asking him for an ENS number. Has anyone ever heard of that?
Oh, an ENS is just like Kelly Werder.eth. It's the .eth. So it was asking to put in your wallet address or ENS.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Awesome.
No problem.
Beautiful. Look at us go. Teamwork makes the dream work. Now, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce our next awesome guest. And this is an awesome one as well, because I have all awesome people, but this one is a blacksmith. She is a female blacksmith. She's the only one in our region, and she is joining the NFT space. So I want to give a huge welcome to this awesomely talented lady, Denise Axelson. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you, Pamela.
It's so good to have you here, Denise. I know you put your first dip in the water today. Your piece is up on Tez and it is a piece of your lovely blacksmithing work. And you know, tell us about, so you're a blacksmith in real life. I've been to your, I wouldn't call it studio. What do I call it, Denise?
Well, I either say workshop or I say forge.
Oh, forge, look at that. It's all Game of Thrones. I love it. So I've been to your forge. I like that because I like saying the word. I've been to your forge and it's awesome. There's anvils and there's metal and there's like, oh my God, there's like awesome things. And I never thought I would like things like that, but apparently I do. So I was having the best time taking photographs and all go, oh, look at this, look at this. Oh, I want this. And Denise has been a blacksmith for how long, Miss Denise?
Oh gosh, more than 20 years.
20 years. And now she's decided, I'm going to be brave and put big brave gear pants on and come into the NFT space, because you know why? These artisan crafts are things that must be maintained. They have to be, because with technology moving so fast, with people going from in real life to the digital space, we don't want to lose things like embroidery, crafters, modelers, blacksmiths. You know, these arts that have been there for generations. And like what Denise does is just, she blends art with nature, with technology, and uses the sort of opposite types of like metal and pods, flower pods, and shows you what can be possible, and then digitalizes it and uploads it as an NFT. So tell us about this piece here, Denise, that you brought for Tezos. Tell us all about how this came about.
I think it came about because I love Australian flowers and plants and you know, the jungle-like effects. And I was forever taking photos of plants and thinking, how can I make these? And lots of things inspired me. And so I thought immediately of triffids because everything's so big and jungly like over here. And then I just started messing around with bits of steel and creating little swirls, which is what I like to do. Everything I do is very organic in nature. Nothing is measured. And I just grab any bits of metal that I've got lying around and start cutting them up. Nothing is ever measured for sure. And I just see what happens. And this particular one, I didn't have a plan of action when I started. I just literally had the wood, had my friend cut me some pods in different shapes, and then just grabbed bits of steel and thought, right, what am I going to do? And this is what materialized from it. It's about 5 feet high, I think, and it's just got every single bit of steel has been through the fire and manipulated in some way, hammered in some way, shaped in some way. So there was about 6 weeks worth of work in there. And I really enjoyed doing it. And it's something I would like to explore more, but I just haven't got around to it yet.
Yet, and it's going to come. So tell me this, right? So I read down through your description a few times, and I love the fact that you say you hope we insects make it a home for themselves inside the pod. I think that's quite cute. I think that's like you're encouraging life, which I think is beautiful.
Yes, maybe I should have drilled a few holes to help them get in there in the first place. But
no, let's not hand it to them on a plate. They're out in the wild. Let them work for it. You know what I mean? Let them take their time and work for it. Yeah. Denise, what inspired you to become a blacksmith? My God.
Well, I think I started off in my first career was as a nurse, and I'd done that for 20 odd years. And again, I thought I reached a midlife crisis and thought, right, what can I do? And then when I said I wanted to be a blacksmith, this fella had said to me, but you're old and you're female. And what do you want to do that for? You're not strong enough. So that sealed the deal for me. I just thought, right, I'll show you, matey. This is what
I love that. I love that. So you did show.
Yes, and it's not all about having big muscles. It's understanding, you know, where the heat goes into the steel and how to shape and bend it and everything else. Although you'll see a lot of blacksmiths with great big hammers like they see on, you know, Game of Thrones or whatever. And I just think that's too much testosterone, in my opinion.
I love it.
Yeah, that's why I put down that I used a 1.5 pound hammer, because it isn't just about muscles.
Wow. And I have seen some video footage of you swinging that hammer like it's if you're lifting a dishcloth. You just whack it on there, and I'm like, oh my God. And you know what she said? She said that me and Brenda can come around and play. Imagine me with a hammer. I feel like Thor. I'll be like Thor, the platinum Thor. Imagine, I love wild crack. So tell me, Denise, why did you think, what motivated you to think about Web3 and doing NFTs? Because I know you do offer classes and you do workshops, but what motivated you really to be brave and enter the NFT space?
Well, it's all down to Brenda Stone Art, really, because I was always following her artwork. I've always cheered her on. I've always supported her. And one day she sent me this message saying, come and join. Oh, I can't remember what the name of the room is now. And what was it?
Clubhouse.
Yeah, that's it, Clubhouse. And so suddenly I said, well, where is it? I can't find it in Townsville. And then she said, oh, it's online. So I suddenly entered a room, and then Pamela was in there. And then suddenly that was it. And so I said to Brenda, I must ask you more about this. What is this all about? And then it went on from there. And of course, anything Brenda does, it is fabulous, and I love supporting her on her way. And so that got me hooked. And then, of course, with Pamela, where can I go wrong? I'm very technically challenged at the moment, but I'm sure between the pair of them, I'll be well on my way. And I do feel I've found my tribe, even though I'm going to need a lot of help so far to get moving. But that's fine. It's a journey. And I love being in these, and I look forward to finding out much more about Web3.
And that's what we love about you, Denise. You know, you're brave. You are taking everything in that we say and we do, and you come into the spaces with us and you listen. And like, I know you don't feel confident yet to speak, but you speak beautifully and you have your story, and that's what all of this is about. And so I'm like, I just shared the screen of your NFT today, but it just gives me so much joy, and I've actually nearly got goosebumps seeing just imagery of actually all of your work, you know, coming together in the Web3 form. Because I know for about a year, we've really challenged with the whole idea. How do we bring Denise, how do we bring blacksmithing into Web3? But you have just, come such a long way. So just please be proud of yourself. We're so proud of you. Thank you for being brave. And thanks for just, believing in us that we will take you into this, you know, new journey for you? You know, you obviously, you understand you can't do blacksmithing for, you know, a lot, you know, for another 30 years, because it is just a hard, what's the word, what do you say? It's like a very tactile activity, isn't it? You know, and you don't expect to probably be doing it for the next however many years. But if we can, you know, utilize this and Web3 technologies, let's, you know, what are the possibilities? And then with Ben, someone, you know, someone like a dev like Ben, let's just see where the skies can take us. So we're so proud of you. I'm so glad you got to come on today and have a chat.
I'm just beyond proud of you. Can I tell you why? I you know, I'm self-taught, but I was self-taught from being brought up with computers at the same time. I didn't do any courses, so I'm self-taught. And how we all learn is different. And I just want to, just while we're on this subject and giving you flowers, Denise, you are doing an amazing job. Somebody that is so hard on herself for what she has done in the last 48 hours, next level, and it's only going to go up from here. Denise, you're an awesome human being. And I just want to bring Laurie in here as well. I want to just introduce Laurie to Denise. We all learn differently. Laurie's in Dubai. Laurie has her own, I can only call it, I can't even give you a word for it because it is next level, and she understands how people learn. And what she's bringing to the blockchain is going to alleviate any sort of stumbling blocks, barriers to entry of learning new things. And I just want to say, Laurie, I met Laurie at VCON. We were going to, I need you. We were going to the World of Women lunch that afternoon, the one that Gary V came to. Was that the World of Women? No, wasn't it? It was the V Leaders, the V Women. We were going to that one. And we were walking up the steps, right? And we were trying to find that we couldn't find the location because we were early. For once in my life, I was early. We were early. I don't know why. So we were walking up the stairs, right? And I saw this tiny wee figure sitting over in the corner. I was like, oh, who's that? And me and Brenda, because we were like loving on everybody, we're like, come on with us, come on, join us, come on. And then we went and had lunch. May have had some wine at an Italian while we were waiting to go to the V Leaders next door, or the V Women. We had the best time. And I was like, I found my people. So what we didn't know, of course, was that Gary V was at that event, and we were sitting drinking wine and having Italian food. But I did meet his friend, Chef Capone, so I got a selfie with him. I missed fucking Gary V, typical. But I did not miss anything because I was supposed to be there. I was supposed to meet Laurie. And Laurie, go and tell us, and you know, try and make, I want to get you to make Denise feel better about her journey in learning this new space. So introducing the amazing Laurie from Dubai, everybody. Whoop, whoop.
Well, I think the first thing Pamela said to me, because I said, no, don't worry, I'm also early. And she said, you know, Brenda and I are going off for lunch. So I said, no, you guys carry on and I'll see you at the event. And she says, you're not going anywhere on your own, girl. So it was like, hello. She just like was bossing me around from day one. And she kept saying to me, you're not going anywhere on your own. You're coming with us. You're with us now. So that's where the journey started. So I just want to say thanks to her and to Brenda. And I literally saw Brenda come alive. So she started off at VCON, where she was sitting in the shadows behind Pamela. And, you know, Pamela's up there in your face, you know, as she always is. And over time, I tell you, we would like try to rein her in. You know, Brenda was just everywhere. There was anything happening. She was on the stage, off the stage, painting walls.
Painting with ferocious.
So since then, you know, we've started collaborating. So I just want to say respect to everybody here, because in a way, you know, art is pretty obvious. And then now we're hearing Denise with her blacksmithing. And so for me, it's Pamela and, you know, they're the disruptors. So I'm following behind you and Pamela and Brenda and the artists and the creators, the videos, the blacksmith, you know, artifacts that you guys are creating. And what we're experimenting with is learning, how do we use NFTs in the blockchain as a mega way to distribute learning? And even if we reach 100 people in the world, those 100 people, if we amplify their efforts and accelerate their efforts and make their efforts more accessible, we can reach billions of people. So I'm very into the multiplier effect. So we're going a little bit exclusive in the sense that, like what everyone's saying, looking for the positive, uplifting people who then we give them the right tools. Everyone's learning, let's be clear, everyone's learning. They're not waiting, you know, for me, that's for sure. So
for me, don't do what I do.
What I'm trying to balance is corporates who I normally work with, they do training, which sort of assumes you're an empty vessel and they shove things down your throat and they want you to train. Then you have someone like Denise and all the stories we've heard where everyone's learning informally. So how do we go in the middle? We can accelerate, you know, as I say, the formal learning on the one side and the informal. How can we amplify the efforts of someone like a Denise's journey or anyone's journey and help them get there more effectively and more quickly? So it's really about formally supporting informal learning. So Denise, respect to you in the sense that I think the biggest thing is my favorite quote. I have a few, but one of them is, it's not what you know, but what you're willing to learn. So I'm saying that to the 20-year-olds, my 20-year-olds are challenging me saying, what the hell are you doing in this space? Metaverse, NFTs, who cares? So respect to you that it's not an age thing. Let's be very clear. It's a mindset thing that if you're open to learning, and frankly, whatever you want to call it, Web 2, Web 3, whatever you want to call it, Metaverse, the fact is the world is in a huge transformation. And so the disruptors and the people that are leading the way, I think we've got a unique opportunity to, you know, to do it for good, you know. So how do we create this new space and make it safer and uplifting? So I'm going to say the last thing, which is in Italian, tiramisu actually means pick me up. So you guys are part of the tiramisu tribe, because the minute you meet people that pick up other people, those are the people you want to hang out with. And these are the people that I think the tiramisu tribe is what, you know, Pamela, all of you represent, is really the people that are going to uplift. So when you hear phenomenal music or see a phenomenal piece of art or some of the work like Sarah and all of you are doing, whenever we see that, it just, you know, lifts our souls. And I think a lot of the work that you see in the space, and credit to Pamela. Yeah, so thanks, Patrick. By the way, I'm Italian, born in Africa, lived in Singapore 30 years, tried London, now I'm in Dubai. Because
in the middle of everything that is happening in Dubai. Yeah. So you just come off 2 weeks of Metaverse. See, Denise, didn't I tell you? You're doing the right thing, everything you're doing. And this is somebody who's been in the education, learning, training side of life for a very long time. She knows it inside out, and she's given you respect. So I want you to hear that, because I want you to really hear that, my lovely, because you deserve it, Denise. And I'm so proud of you, and good for you.
Absolutely.
Look at her wee smiley face now. She's smiling now. Look, I love it. That just makes my heart swell. That's lovely.
And honestly, that's the word we don't use enough is, and I think, you know, as, you know, Sarah and her husband were sharing, for me, why I'm here is because, you know, as they were saying, when you see these beautiful things, so when I see people learning and adapting every day, and they're not the Nobel Prize winners, they're not the big professors, they're just everyday people. I worked with Nando's, I've worked in the townships in South Africa, and it's just phenomenal, the tacit knowledge that humanity has. We have a deep innate wisdom, you know, a natural ability to learn, and when there's a shared purpose, phenomenal things happen. So if we can just amplify that and use the metaverse, using Web3, using blockchain to help people capture their tacit knowledge, like you guys are artists, you're showcasing your work, but people have got deep, deep knowledge. I mean, I've worked in the most unsophisticated areas, and I've learned more, you know, in very rural areas where there's deep, deep wisdom about life and just philosophy of how we should be living. How do we bring that to the rest of the world? Because nobody gets to hear it. So that's how we can use NFTs, the blockchain to showcase, in addition to art and, you know, and work that you guys are doing, like the videos and so on. But it is using the blockchain to really reach billions of people and share those tacit knowledge, which is not coming from you know, I'm no disrespect to professors, you know, or the academics or the Nobel Prize winners, but there's more people out there with things to share.
And that's you, Denise. So we need you. We need you. So there you go. So you're not going anywhere. You're staying, and that's it. And you're bringing the blacksmith to the blockchain. Whoop, whoop. Thank you, Miss Laurie, for bringing the science bit into it and really showing us what is possible. You just came on there and you just, you know, I always think that the metal of a person, you like that, did I say that? The metal of a person is how they make others feel. Maya Angelou always says, people don't remember what you said, but they remember how you made them feel. And Laurie just made Denise feel amazing and put it all into perspective. I know she did. I can see it. I'm looking. And it's just made me so happy. And the fact that Laurie is going to, you know, do this for billions of people, this is the genius that she is bringing to the blockchain. Because you see, if we can't learn or we can't understand how we learn to apply the knowledge that we have, we're non-existent. There, you know, they always say every day is a school day. Yes, but it doesn't have to be the way you always thought it was. It doesn't have to be that way. We learn in different ways, and utilizing the blockchain to educate the blockchain, in my humble opinion, a genius. Watch this space. I'm going to tell you that now, because Miss Laurie is going to, she talks about disruptors. She's like the silent assassin. I'm going to tell you that now. She is, because she's coming. And when it happens, I cannot wait to be at the sidelines going, woo, 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 cheerleader, woo, woo. I'll be me. I will be there, my lovely. So thank you so much for that. Okay, who have we got next? Next we have Patrick. Patrick, I'm delighted to meet you, Patrick. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi.
You like tiramisu? So do I. I love tiramisu.
It's funny because last year I just do the volunteer. Oh, I live in Cairns. I was surrounded by a lot of Italian people because I love Italian culture as well. So I was originally from Taiwan, but I live in Cairns for quite long. And I always hang out with the Italian people. And last year they start to organize the first Italian festival. I was doing volunteer to do branding, marketing, design for them, and was very successful. So my background is a graphic designer in Taiwan, and when I come to Australia, I become a chef. And then
you became a chef. You became a chef.
Yeah.
Wow.
And this year I start to study blockchain as well in TAFE, Queensland. Yeah. And I'm here. I want to share my journey, like how I start to get into NFT and Web3 stuff. Since last year, everyone know like the NFT start to blooming, and I was listening some podcasts talking about like people, like the artist or like a BAYC, and I was curious, what happened? Like this kind of JPEG can sell in like millions of dollars, and I start to do my research. I listen more podcasts, like Google and learning from the YouTube, and I was talking to lots of my friends, and nobody understand what I'm talking about. They think I'm crazy, or like they thought it's a scam. And then finally I got my friend, she's working a News Corp, and then she's a product designer. And at that time, since last year, she worked with a developer in Singapore, and they are building a marketplace, NFT marketplace called Formosa Art. And I would say, oh, maybe I can do something with them, like just volunteer and learning in this new space. And then I start to kind of do volunteering and try to bring some artists on board. And we have a connection with the artists all around the world, with like India or Egypt and like South America, something like that. Anyway, it's a lot of places. And then because I live in Cairns and we have a lot of indigenous artists.
That's right, Patrick, yeah.
Yeah, very vibrant. And I was just trying to reach the indigenous art gallery. And I was speak with the director. I was worried about they think I'm crazy. But actually, and then the art director, actually she's already she had some research about like a crypto and the NFT, and she said this is like when I like pop in to talk to her this subject, we think this is like a very good timing to talk about it. Yeah, because another point I learned is during when I work with this NFT marketplace, because lots of like artists, because they see lots of like artists, they're selling their artwork like lots of money, and they have like this kind of expectation, because they thought their artwork just change to NFT and they can make a lot of money straight away. So
yes.
and then I start to feel a little bit pressure, because I don't know, because they have this kind of like a misunderstanding or expectation. And then I realized communities is very important, and like artist personal branding also very important. You need to engage with the creative vibes and engage with the like an audience, and then you need to build a relationship with the audience, and and then I try to and I talk to the art gallery director. So I don't want to give them this kind of expectation. So I tell them NFT and all these things, Web3 stuff, is a new channel of artists.
Yes.
You can open the door to connect people worldwide.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So and especially for like a young indigenous artist, let's start to do like a digital art. This is like just like a digital native art is already ready to go to do the NFT. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is the first thing I'm going to say to you. Obviously, English is not your first language, but you're speaking beautifully. I am just sitting here listening, and I am just going, good on you, Patrick. Awesome. That's the first thing I want to say, right? Good man yourself. And you're smiling and you're engaging. You're like a body factor is through the roof. I just want to adopt you because I adopt everybody in this space. So you're now my Web3 nephew. You're the best. It's just a joy to sit here and listen to you. Honestly, beautiful. So thank you for that, first of all. And you're in Cairns, which is just up the road from us from Townsville. We're
yes. If everyone comes to Cairns.
Yes, we'll come. Well, we're going to have to come there anyway because that's where the Great Barrier Reef is and all.
Yes.
But so are you an artist yourself, Patrick?
I'm not artist, but
me neither. All the best people are in here. We're not. So me and you, we're a partnership. I'm not an artist either. So we just are the other side of things. We want to help people. We want to be that bridge. We want to be able to communicate, because what you find with artists, photographers, whether it's a voice, a singer, songwriter, they're very humble. Well, the majority of them are very humble. You get the odd megalomaniac like myself, but the majority of them are very humble. So they need mouthpieces, for want of a better word, like us to help them to build their confidence, to show the galleries as well what is possible in this world and how they can have an extra income stream. So what you're doing is awesome. Good.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, and thank you for your patience and for sitting on here today and putting your POAP in. Great work.
Also, I'm building a community called MGen Labs.
Yes.
MGen actually is from another community based in Singapore. They call Metaverse Generation, and they do every week. They have a real life event and the online event together in the same time. So it's kind of like an engagement a little bit, and every week they invite different speakers like artists or project owner, something like that. And me and other friend in Australia, we are building another Web3 community.
You have a friend, Patrick. You've about 10. You're probably at 10 million friends now, the way you've been talking today. So that's great. Where are all your friends now?
I will send the link later about our community. So welcome everyone to join. We have a different. We have many professional people in the different area. And also I studied the blockchain course. We have many people from the like my classmates as well. They are like developer work in different industry. And what we study, we are focusing on how to use the blockchain to solving different industry problem, something like that. Yeah.
Awesome. Now that is clever, because when you go into a new marketplace, you have your blue sea and you have your different something and stuff, and you have to identify what problem are you solving. Like when somebody said to me about, you know, the corals NFT, their biggest opposition was, but what problem are you solving? I can just go and donate to the Great Barrier Reef Foundation. I don't need you. And I'm like, yeah, totally. But I tell you what you do need. You need a beautiful piece of art that has a multi-function, in that it gives you an opportunity to get real life utility of a two-week holiday on the other side of the world, swimming with the Great Barrier Reef. Plus, you will be donating 20% to preserve the coral reef of the future. So whenever you're trying to solve a problem, make sure you know the problem first, because your audience are those who will invest in your business. They will say, what problem are you solving? Or what's in it for me? What's in it for me? What can you solve? What can you do for me? So you're very, very smart, Mr. Patrick. I like what you've done there. And I just want to ask anybody else to have any questions or want to chat to Patrick. Brenda, were you nodding there? Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, hey, just want to say, like, congratulations on what you're doing. We definitely want to support you. If there's any way we can help you, please reach out. I come up to Cairns quite a bit with my kids, but now that I know you're up there, Pamela, kind of, you know, have it, hopefully make the way up there just for a few more Web3 events and, you know, onboarding, you know, opportunities. So yeah, we'll definitely connect. But thanks for chatting today. Thank you for waiting. I feel very patient. It's been fantastic. I'm still like on a high. I'm like, we can do this. But yeah, thanks. Great to hear what you're doing up there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the support.
Not at all. That's what we're here for. That's the beauty about Web3. Everybody helps everybody else.
Yeah, collaboration.
That's it, collaboration. I love it. I love it. We seem to have lost Mel.
And quickly, how do we find you, Patrick? If someone wants to connect with you, what's our call to action? Where do we find you? Are you on Twitter, social media?
Yeah, I will post the link in the chat.
Please do, yes. And is it MGen Labs?
MGen Labs.
Fantastic. Okay, great. And you know what? I believe as well with the POAPs that were being distributed today, I'm pretty sure there's a few different links. Oh, hello, Kelly. Again. You're looking fabulous.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, I noticed I was paying attention with the POAP for a while, because you know Cairns is very tourism place. And I always think use POAP for the like a tour, you know, like indigenous tour.
Yes.
The Great Barrier.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like the tour.
Yeah.
Looking for something like a souvenir, digital souvenir.
Oh, clever. And there you go. That's the potential. Yeah. There you go, Kelly. You've got a connection in Cairns. Oh, you're muted, darling.
Love it. Love it. Very excited. I cannot wait. I will eventually get to Australia. So it will happen.
Well, we have guest rooms. Listen, you can come and stay with us. You can use here as a base and you can go travel around. We'll take you up to Cairns to meet Patrick. You've got an Irish name as well. You're called Patrick, my God.
I know.
Probably related in some way, shape, manner, or form. I bet you. Anybody, we're probably related. Love it. Love it. Okay, so where are we now? So thank you so much for that, Patrick. So we've got Mel. Is Mel gone, Brenda, or is she coming back?
She's ducked out for like 1 minute. Give me 2 seconds, I'll message her. She's just
beautiful. In the meantime, I would love to.
Said she'd be right back.
Oh, awesome. So I just would like to go back to Laurie again, because Laurie was able to show me her beautiful view from her Dubai. Oh, Patrick, you're welcome. You're very welcome. You're one of us now, Patrick. You're in the team. You're in. That's she was able to show me her beautiful view of Dubai, and I thought it was going to be big skyscrapers and all. She has a lagoon. There are palm trees and everything. You want to see this with this. Oh my God. I was like, well, Jill. I was like, me and Brenda's coming for a holiday. We're coming. She's like, yeah, come on.
I always put the gorgeous over there.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful. Please show us. Oh, are you actually, sorry, are you saying?
She's probably on her computer. She probably can't today. That's reserved for special people like me, Brenda. Like, seriously, come on. So Laurie, obviously you were at VCON with us and we had the best crack, and your son was there as well. So it was the first time I saw a mother and a daughter, a mother and son at VCON. Sorry, it's been a day. It's been a bit of a day. It was lovely to have that relationship with your son, that your son could be there as well. I was well jealous. My son would not go anywhere with me, I tell you. But to see that dynamic is beautiful. And tell me, did your son influence you in the Web3 space, or was it the other way about? I'd love to know that while we wait for Mel.
Well, I think he'll be happy for the shout out, because he reminds me, when I think things aren't moving fast enough, he reminds me that it's a marathon and not a sprint. But number two, he reminds me that last year, May, on my birthday, I didn't even know what an NFT was. And now I'm about to create my own NFTs with Pamela on Tezos. So he does remind me that all the time. So I have to give him credit that I was arguing and, what the hell, why am I going to spend money? And what the hell is this? So thank goodness he's really stubborn, and he's a salesperson, so he can sell you anything. But we were literally in the middle of the desert in this Bedouin, very luxury tent, just to be clear, in the pool. And we literally bought my first VFriends NFT, which was Caring Camel. So he did it all for me, because, like, what the hell, MetaMask, all this kind of stuff. So I'm glad to say, slowly but surely, I've learned by myself, but I still, lean on him. So he literally got me into this. He insisted I buy something. And then when I saw, Gary V's, messaging around like tiramisu, about kindness and entrepreneurship, and actually that people don't recognize the value of kind leaders. And I just loved his message. So it's not just about an NFT. It's a bit like a tattoo, not that I'm into tattoos, but, when people have tattoos, there's some kind of emotional connection. The same thing with NFTs and the work a lot of you are doing. So I think for me, the power of the NFT, as Patrick said, it's the community, it's the overall message that it stands for, like what Pamela and Brenda are doing for the corals. So I do need to give him credit that he not only helped me buy my first NFTs, now I've got like over 15, 20, he's got over 50. And it's a long game, and also just a huge learning curve. And then that literally made me choose to move to Dubai, because which I've just sort of settled here a few months ago, because the government has a huge metaverse strategy. So I'm not saying it's not happening all over the world, but there's a huge movement here to really enable organizations and everybody to move into this space. So every day it's just imagining possibilities. It's a hub, a global hub for innovation, for disruption, and especially around technology and the metaverse. So that sort of got me on the journey. And because I had a VFriends 1, we had the added advantage of being able to just get into VCON. So again, we went, and again, he was saying, come, we're going to Minneapolis. I think, who the hell goes to Minneapolis? I've just moved. I'm going to go to, I need to move to Dubai. I need to make some life decisions, blah, 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 noise. And thank goodness he's a good salesman, and he's good at predicting trends, and he insisted. So there we are, we pack up, go to Minneapolis. He tells me, he's going to get us a nice hotel, and we're going to have bonding time. And because we do travel a lot. So as Pamela said, and he reminds me of that all the time, that most kids don't want to hang out with their moms, whereas he always invites me along. And I've now been invited to go to Phuket to do high intensity training for a month. I mean, what the hell? So I'm hiding in Dubai, trying not to go. That one I'm trying to get out of, but I don't know if I'll be able to. So high intensity training in Phuket, diet, no alcohol, but I don't drink, but he's not drinking. So
don't touch the sauce, bad for you.
He'll probably kill me for saying all this. So maybe I shouldn't have given him the link. So anyway, I do want to give him credit. So thanks for him, and also for still encouraging me and saying, you know what, like, good on you that you've stuck it. And he loved Pamela, so he straight away approved of Pamela as a partner. So and he loved Brenda as well, and he was also noticing Brenda's transformation over those few days in Minneapolis, this Aussie girl. So yes, I want to give him credit for getting me into this world. And now I'm the sort of big, metaverse on steroids. I've just been networking the last 3 weeks. My head's exploding with there's conferences and meetups and events every single day here in Dubai. Like you can eat, sleep, and dream metaverse, Web3, crypto, NFTs if you wanted to. So I need to back off because, as I said, my head's exploding. And then, I think this I might just come back to my beautiful, nice home base. It's on the beach. I've got the most beautiful view of the sea and Antara, which reminds me of Asia. So it's all the pagodas with trees and water. So it's an Asian brand. So it just reminds me of Asia. But I think I'm going to come back into my box and rather connect. So really, I think our conversations with Pamela is maybe I need to do less to achieve more, focus on the disruptors, the innovators, the few people who then, are uplifting, and then together we can, reach billions rather than trying to reach the billions myself. So I think that's the big.
And who wants to do that?
Yeah.
You want to find those key disruptors. You want to find those people who are instrumental in being able, who speak your language first of all, who are open to the message that you're going to share with them, and who then are able to say, right, I get it, I understand it, right, I'm going to go now and tell all my thousands of employees or my government or my sheikhs or the prince or whatever it is. You want to find those disruptors, and they're hard to find. Gary Vee's disruptor. Everybody probably on this call right now is a disruptor of some nature or form, because we're brave enough to do something different. You know what I mean? We're not just going to settle. And those are the people that are going to change the world, believe you me. And Laurie, you're one of them. And it's just divine intervention or whatever you want to call it. But we have a call every week, and I tell you, I look forward to that call, and I come off that call and I'm like, Gary, I'm going to take over the world. She just fires me up, and it's a joy. And to see her sharing exactly what she does to enable Denise to see her potential happening in front of her eyes right now, it just makes me so happy. So you're wee dote.
That's it. It's the tiramisu, isn't it? I remember when
we were
sitting eating lunch together, and it just was like, it's so funny. We didn't even know each other, but then within that 2 hours, it's just like we were meant to be there. It was just all the all the stars aligned for us to meet that day, and just what an incredible journey we've all got now together. So yeah, you are just so beautiful, Laurie. Good to see your face again. I know every time I speak to Pamela, she always comes off on a high. She's like, I spent 3 hours with Laurie yesterday. But yeah, we just love what you're doing, and we cheer you on, and thanks for sharing with our group today in the POAPathon. So yeah, let's do this. Let's take over the world. Woo!
Yes, we, Sarah and Jerry.
Sorry. Hi there, Laurie. Hi there, darling. I tried to find you on Twitter, Laurie, because I just wanted to say that our son and his wife and their little baby moved out to Dubai in, was it January, darling?
Yeah.
And they got married in England in January when we were there, and they had to postpone it because of COVID and all that stuff. So Jerry and I then ended up in Dubai, I think about 6 weeks. During Expo, and it was, oh my gosh, the Expo was unreal.
Unbelievable.
Oh my god. Yeah, and that's kind of our film world. That's kind of the stuff that we do make films for. So it was great to be there. And then we went to the new Museum of Wisdom.
The Future.
No, sorry, the Future.
Museum of the Future, which is another.
Oh my god. Like, oh my god. And then we took a car and we drove out into the desert, and we went into Sharjah and Ras Al Khaimah. And I'm telling you all this, that's a long story short, is that there's an amazing...
Stop it, Jerry, stop it. You leave our Sarah alone, Jerry.
Thank you.
Give him a wee slap there, just a wee titty one.
And there was an amazing NFT event in Sharjah at I think it's called the Museum of Wisdom. Is that right, darling, or the Museum of Learning? Anyway.
Talking to you now because you slapped him.
So I just wanted to say, Laurie, that you're absolutely right. It is an extraordinary environment that you're living in. We've often had to go back to the UK through Dubai, and we've kind of gone, ooh, we're a bit ho-hum about it. But right now, well, sorry, I shouldn't say right now, in the last few years, where they're going.
The last 6 months, honestly, in the last 6 months, everyone's saying it's just.
Yeah, the art, the architecture, the NFT, the crypto space, and we will obviously be going, well, not obviously, we will be going back through Dubai to get to the UK because our son's there and our daughter's in England. So my DMs are open on Twitter, and we would really love to see you in real life, wouldn't we, darling?
Yes. Also, I picked up on what you were saying about the townships in South Africa. We've got a lot of material of the townships.
Yeah.
Really, really engaging, disturbing. I don't know the words to use at the moment. Should communicate a little bit about how we use that, because I'm not sure that we are sufficiently informed to know how to best use that.
Well, yeah, I think also I don't want to just hijack things, but just to say, Laurie, that the flamingos piece that Kerry was talking about of ours, we've created one piece. It's for TES for Africa, and it's and that's the piece that we've donated 100% of. I think it's up for 7.5 TES, so like $15 or something, and we donate that all back to the charity. It's designed to get. Pamela will know this, bakers in Africa funded by the art that we sell. So that's what we've done. But
I don't mean bakers as in bread bakers, I mean bakers like the Ethereum nodes, that type of bakers. So basically to really empower the people of South Africa to create these bakers so they can self-sustain themselves in technology in the future and adapt and learn exactly what you're bringing to the masses, Laurie, exactly the same thing.
Sarah, I've put Laurie's Twitter profile in there, so you guys can connect.
And I linked you on Twitter as well. We're all over, Brenda.
Put in the chat, just have a chat later because we've got 30 minutes to go.
I will connect, so I'd love to connect with personally as well as professionally, because I think it's all about the ecosystems, and I think organizations here not only are looking at women empowerment, and despite what people say, there's a huge drive in the region for women empowerment, but also the youth and the emerging leaders. So I think there's something that we could do, and even connecting with Middle East, Africa, Asia, so I think there's a lot of connectivity. So thank you. Yeah, over to Pamela.
Question for Sarah. What is the name of the flamingo piece?
Oh, sorry. Was that oh, sorry.
I'm trying to find, Sarah, what is how do I find the flammingo piece?
Okay, so
I'm trying to find it.
If you go to OBJKT object, in fact, I should be able to call it up for you, but am I allowed to share the screen, Brenda?
Absolutely.
What's the name of it?
It's sorry.
I should remember,
oh, darling.
I'll share it if you want.
Oh, that'd be great.
I've got so many windows open because I've been buying so much art. It's actually embarrassing.
No, we'll be doing that later. Don't worry.
But there we go.
I feel that.
I'm not sure if you can see it. It's called Pink Flamingo Kaleidoscopes.
Oh, okay.
And it's on Objects, OBJKT. And
I was searching flamingo. That was the only information I had. And I'm like, okay, I need more information. There's a lot of flamingos on here. I don't know which one this is.
Yeah. So did you manage to share that?
Look, Kel, I'll put it in the link right here once I find it. But if you guys want to,
great.
Yeah, I'll do it straight away.
Fine.
But if you want to continue, I'll find that. Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to do that and bring it up once you get it, Brenda? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll share it. But you're right. I'll put it in the link, Sunbreezes. But you keep talking, Pamela.
Okay. So our penultimate speaker is another disruptor in this space, and this is someone who, let me tell you, has been on The Voice, not A Voice, The Voice. Okay, she not only is an awesome talent in the music side of things, she is a vocal coach, and she now has she's a wee small family in Townsville here, and now she wants to bring her amazing talent, her gift of coaching, teaching, sharing how to not only utilize your breath, your voice, and everything else in this Web3 space, but she's going to launch her own NFT where you can get access to the legend that is simply known as Mel Boyce. Welcome, welcome, Mel.
Hello.
Welcome, you wee legend.
Man, I just can't help but to smile after that intro, Pamela. I'm gonna give myself a pat on the back. I sound good. Wow.
You are good. You've got the same affliction as Denise has.
It's so great.
Much humility is in this space. Do you see if I had a talent like any of you, I'm telling you, I would be not only on the top of the Empire State Building with all my art and all my singing voice, but I would be in Tokyo. I would be in every major city in the world. So she's so humble.
This is why we need a Pamela in our lives, because we need that confidence.
Well, I can give it to you, believe you me, because all I ever say to people is, if you don't believe in yourself, believe in my ability, because I will deliver. And if you can just do that 1% one day, and then the next day another percent, and so on and so forth, before you know it, I will enable you to believe totally 110%.
She's drawing it out of me.
In you, in yourself, not me, in you. So I want to basically ask you just a couple of wee questions, Mel. So you did a beautiful POAP for us and your beautiful face, because I always tell people this is the first lesson, okay, in this space. Do you see this here? This here is the money maker.
It's my money maker.
This is what makes the money. And what I mean by that is this is your brand, okay? It's your own special brand. There's no one, and Dr. Zeus said it better than anybody, there's no one as you than you. I think I got it right. I've had a cup of gins.
That was great.
Yeah, so that's the truth. And that's your special, and Valerie, that's your special gift to the world. And it's a unique gift. And you want to hear this girl sing. She sung Amy Winehouse and put it up on Facebook one day. And I swear to God, I was in tears. It was that good. It was just, her voice is just like angels weeping. Isn't that what they say on Angel's Wings or something?
My husband would say something similar. He loves, and I was so angry for him. I did I'm now 31 and I've been doing my first ever study. I had done it once before in my early 20s and I dropped out of it. And I've gone back now that we've got 2 little ones, and I was so angry at him for posting those videos of my final assessment of the year. And then he looked at me and was like, you were just crazy. Like, so many people, it's not about you in this moment. There's so many people who really love your voice and gain something from it when you sing. And he was like, I gain from it, and I'm just so happy to hear you sing again. And it was just such a beautiful moment. So it was worth me feeling that anger for a split moment, because I love it when people say they enjoyed it so much. I forget, and all creatives would know this, you get so caught up in your own mindset and yourself and your insecurities that you forget that your gifts and talents are for other people as well, not just for yourself.
That's beautiful, Mel. That is beautiful. So true. I mean, it because what you have, I don't have, Laurie doesn't have, Brenda doesn't have what you have. And when you, it's like the same thing again, it's how you make people feel. And when I watch, and I've gone back and watched it a few times, let me tell you, because I just want to be sure, but I'm watching, I'm going, it just makes me feel happy. I'm in amazement of you. And whenever we have our wee conversations and I'm chatting to you and trying to get the wings underneath our wings, or the wind underneath your wings, or what, you know what I'm trying to say. When I'm doing that with you, I just want to say, I wish you could take my eyes out of my head, put them into you, and then look at yourself in the mirror, because you would see what I see. And I see talent coming out of every pore. I see your humanity, how you care for other people, how you always put yourself last, and that's going to change. I'm telling you now, this is the start of it, right? No more. This is it. Now look at you.
Who is it that said before that Pamela, bossed them into lunch? Was that you, Laurie? She's bossing me into my confident self. And I love that, and it's so true though. I spend so much time in lessons bringing the best out of people. I think when you're creative and you're also a leader, you forget that you need other people lifting you up sometimes. So it's just so refreshing to have you and Brenda in my life. My gosh, I'm so happy for it.
Good. I'm glad. And you know what? This is our strategy for what Mel is going to bring. So we're just in the final stages of preparation for her launch. We will be launching on Tezos again, because it's the blockchain of the artist. And basically, she's not going to be able to just, you know, help people with learning what they want to do with their voice or coaching or whatever. She's going to be able to help Hollywood actors, keynote speakers who are going to learn how to manage their breathing, whether they're on a stage in a theater, whether they're delivering a TED talk, whatever it is. This lady here is going to enable that next level of that entertainment industry to achieve through using the blockchain. So no matter where you are in the world, no matter what language you're talking in, there's only, when it comes to breath, there's only one language. And this is a disruptor. Mel is going to be that disruptor in that specific niche. And I'm telling, watch, look at the face, just look at
tiramisu,
it. Tiramisu. Because you are just amazing, and that is why, that's what I want to say, that she put the moneymaker on the POAP. And for me, I used to remember that face, because see, in a couple of years time when maybe Oprah has her on the TV, you're going to say, was that time that girl was on that POAPathon down under? Was that her? Yes, it was. Take a screenshot.
That's at me, Oprah. That's right.
I'm telling you, it's coming. I feel it. And we have this back home. I feel it in my water. I do. I know it. I know what you're capable of, even if you don't. And it's going to happen. And that's just the way of it. So I just want you to be brave. That's all I ask people to do. Be brave. Just even if you be brave for 1 minute, that's all I need. I mean, like 1 minute.
You know what's so crazy too in this? I love having you on this journey of mine, because I've worked so much on myself the past year, and I just got to the point, I think everyone could probably relate to this. My future self has no more room for all of this baggage that's holding me back from all this great potential, and just the ability to myself reach my full potential and feel great and just so happy with the person that I am, but also so happy with what I'm giving to other people. Because I don't think you can be successful without saying that you've been able to uplift and give to somebody else. It just doesn't make sense to be successful and not be able to do that. That's not success to me, I think, if you can't do that.
And you're so right. And I say this to everybody that I come into contact with, regardless whether it's the Web3 space or wherever else. I say it's no fun being successful on your own. It's no bloody fun. It's boring as batshit. So you link arms and bring everybody up with you. And that is your gift to the world. So for you, Mel, I'm telling you, I adore you. You're one of those special human beings in this world with just a beautiful, beautiful gift. And we're going to make you see it one way or another. Should I have to come to your house with a mirror and walk in front of you for 24 hours, I will do it. Like I wouldn't, I would do it. Believe you me, I'm related to Liam Neeson. I would do it. I will find you.
Do it.
Special skills, you know what I mean?
I feel like we've got a lot of assassins in this space. So Laurie is the silent assassin, like you said. You are Liam Neeson. Come on, anyone else? Kelly is like going to whip out something. And Patrick, I can see another side of you.
Patrick's going to whip up some secret chef meal or something. I know it. He's going to slip a little something, something in whatever we're eating. I know it.
I love it. I love it. Margie, are you there? Because I think if you were there, can you hear us? Can you jump on camera? I just want Townsville to represent. Good lady yourself. So we have Townsville, we have Cairns, we have Dubai, we have, I think Rebecca's on a plane, but she might be there in Brisbane. And we have the awesome Sarah and Jerry, our double act. We have Beastadon, we have Professor Weirden R. Kelly, and the beautiful Valerie, who has been here the whole time, keep me on track, keeping me sane. And I just want to say to each and every one of you, you have been awesome. The next thing for us is Tez Oz. We are going to talk about it forever for the next week. We're going to sell out some serious amount of art, and we're going to get the world to sit up and take note. Australia, New Zealand is coming. We are coming hard and fast. And this will be the first of many POAPathons, because the POAPathon team have been amazing. We get to help other artists earn a wee bit of money. Use huge respect to everything you do. Beastadon, you have been awesome in the background. And I know my husband keeps coming in saying to me, is he still on that YouTube? He's doing great. So yeah, round of applause. My husband's a techie person. He knows. And he said, my God, that's long. And I'm like, yes. And he's got a beard. Yes. So huge respect.
I'll tell you the beard helps.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
Yeah.
Listen, that's where, listen, Hercules, the powder was in the hair. When he cut the hair, don't be cutting the beard. Know
That's
what I mean?
that's what I was missing, Pamela, a beard. I knew I had to
Oh my
skill
God,
somewhere.
man.
I will be the bearded lady singing.
What a hell of a broadcast. Do we have another POAP?
We do. I just didn't know if they're ready for it. I'm waiting.
Yeah, we're ready.
We got one more. Yeah, just waiting.
Oh my goodness.
We got one more.
Well, let's tease it a little longer.
Yeah. This has really been amazing. I'm blown away, and I have spent a lot of money. So there you go.
Good work.
But not really. Actually, I've just bought a lot of stuff, but
yeah, you were buying for the group, right?
It was really reasonable. Thank you. So I have some like ridiculously amazing art. So thank you all.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Insane art. So good.
And I will be shopping after the broadcast.
Me too. Yeah, he's mad at me because I kept showing him like what I was buying, and he's like, I can't right now, and I want to, and I can't. And he's getting mad.
I know I've restrained. We've done so.
It's been really hard not to be here and not to be shopping, but believe you me, I'll be
Honestly,
shopping.
that's why I've been off camera. Like because I didn't want you guys to like have to watch me going like this the whole time because I was on object like pretty much. Like anytime I was off camera, I was buying whatever you were talking about. Pretty much.
How rude.
Sorry. Oh my God.
I know, right? How rude of me to be buying your art.
So Cherry said to me
I actually
a while
bought a
ago-
couple of yours, Brenda, because I want to give one to my son as well. So yeah, bought an extra one. I may have to buy a couple more.
Yeah, well, actually,
really nice.
like I'm the same. I'll probably be buying but Pamela and I kind of buy in threes, like buy one to keep, one to pass on, and one just to share with someone else, or you know.
That's usually what I do too. I try to, most of the time that's what
Always
I do too. But
three.
little I get like I want to be fair, so like I don't want to,
Like,
grab everything.
You'll go crazy. Like, did you participate in Tez Tuna? Oh my God, I bought like 50 NFTs.
Crazy.
They were so accessible.
This has been a lot of fun, and Victoria's like generation one has been so fun to watch because that thing is actually burning. It's like that. I'm like, what is happening to my NFT? This is crazy.
Oh my God, so really
So
at it.
cool.
Oh my God. I have to get in and save it.
It changed. It's like changing. Yeah.
Just Brenda, the votes. Yeah.
No,
I'll tell you about it later. It changed with the votes. So
So, are you guys ready for?
Yeah, let's do
Are
it.
you ready for the final POAP?
Oh God, yes. Yes.
Oh God, yes.
Okay, yes.
Oh my God, Kelly, please. It's time. All right. Get those phones out.
Yeah, let's do it.
Here we go. This is our last POAP for today, and it has a little object thing there for your Tez Oz. And Tez Oz awesome is the secret word, all lowercase. It is on your screen. TEZAUSAWESOME. Ooh, I hope I didn't check it. Hopefully the time's right. Hold on. If it doesn't work, it might be a timing thing. Let me just double check the timing
Rushed you.
because
Sorry.
we might be early.
You probably are.
Good, because
Yeah,
my
I'm gonna
phone
fix
is
it.
dead.
Give me 1 second.
I know, right.
I'm gonna fix the time and then it will work. I promise.
Plug it in, Valerie. Plug it in.
It's plugged in.
You will have time.
We might actually
It's not ready yet.
So while
I was,
Prof
it
is
was
getting
hard to estimate. It was hard to estimate what time we were going to need this one. So
done
I was guessing.
Valerie, thank you. Beeston, and thank you. Kelly, thank you. This has been incredible. Just to think that you guys are the complete opposite to us. So you're only like, it's like ridiculous hours of the morning over there.
Oh, we're not opposites.
What are you?
We are same. We are family.
These are the DJ hours.
She just meant the time.
I have a quick question for
time.
Can't find the right one.
I have a quick question for Beaston, which is, I missed what you said a beard is good for. And part 2 is, does it matter if it's grey?
Oh,
oh no, you can't see it, but I have some festering, a lot of festering grays actually.
No,
a beard is useful for collecting flavor for later.
Yeah. No, it wasn't your grey I was worried about, it was my grey.
Oh.
So
you look good. You look good, sir.
No, he does not look good.
Oh.
He does not look good. He used to have great hair, and then he went to
You
a
both
barber,
look great. Shut up.
and the guy and he ended up looking like this.
7:47.
This is 2
You
weeks
both look
later.
great.
I can't
Stop
say.
it.
My wife is ashamed of me.
No, it's just terrible, darling. So I told him he had to grow a beard because we had a big opening in Melbourne a couple of weeks ago at the a couple of days ago at the Yoshi Gallery, and he looks like a convict, doesn't he, Pamela? We are not convicts.
You're lucky. He's really handsome.
Oh, get away.
Okay, let's try
beautiful
that
people.
one more time.
Okay.
Oh, are we doing it now?
Yeah.
How it works. Tez.
Good.
Awesome.
I love
Tez
that.
awesome.
Oh my goodness. Can anyone see what's in the kangaroo and the kiwi?
Would it?
Can you actually see
Something
what's
snuck through or what?
It's very clever.
Look at the actual.
Oh yeah.
It's Australia and New Zealand.
It is inside the actual image of the kangaroo and the kiwi. Yeah. That's why we chose it, because it's very, very clever. It's got object on it. It's got POAPathon down under.
It was so well thought out. It really was.
Yes.
And this was this one and the first one we did. Those were my two favorites for sure.
Oh, 100.
And then the
100.
other one you picked, I loved too.
Yeah.
So the other one you picked is going to be the one that's for the hosts. And the producers, and hopefully that will come through tomorrow. And if that 7th one, if they grant it to me, I will get it out to everybody who put their wallets in the chat and to the team as well.
Beautiful.
So
Beautiful.
hopefully,
what an experience.
This has been something. It really has been something.
This is huge.
I'm shocked at just how extensive this was. And this is just the beginning for you all, because you're just starting the Tezos.
We are
oh yeah, you
week.
You wait to see what
experience. Yeah.
Before long, you'll be hosting us.
I don't know about that. Right? Let's not get caught. I want to keep my hair on my head. I don't want to be bald like Ben. And I think if I keep going like this, I may be. So
well, recommendation, you don't have to do 9 hours.
Good.
Right.
Just saying, but
it was awesome. Person, go big.
We love this though.
Go big or go home.
Go big or go home.
Yep.
Folks, you've been amazing.
You and Tap would have gone along really good. Tap, who
they could have done 9 hours alone.
Easily.
Well, my husband's glad that I've been in here talking, because the rest of the night you'll not get a peep out of me because I've used all my words.
Because you're done. You're I can't talk anymore. I know. I'm gonna just go sit in the bathroom with my gin. Leave me alone.
By myself.
By myself. Don't talk to me.
My folks will buy my art on Tezos. Folks, thank you so much.
Exactly. I'm alone in my closet with my gin and buying.
It's
buying all the
happy
art.
Hour
everywhere.
Right?
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Happy hour.
It's time to grab a pint.
That's it.
If I can I share some slides for POAPathon so people can learn a little bit more?
You sure
can.
Actually, quickly.
So for those who don't know, if you're new to POAPathon,
let's hey, hold on, Val. Let's we had a request from Brenda.
Okay.
Last words.
I was just going to quickly say, in order for us to kind of communicate with everyone from now on, we're actually changing the POAPathon Twitter account to Tezos. So anyone can write any questions or any links that they need. Just please reach out to the POAPathon Twitter handle, which will actually be turned into Tezos, and we can help you out with that. Especially anything in relation to anything talked about today, any project, we'd love to point you in the right direction. Sorry, just wanted to
I see what you did there, Brenda.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect.
So go for it. Now you guys.
Laurie, can you believe this is Brenda? Laurie, can you believe it?
I'm seeing it in front of my eyes right now. I see it.
She was like really nervous and wasn't going to talk. Remember that? That was like 9 hours ago.
Amazing. You all did a wonderful job. Just congratulations.
It really has been a pleasure.
Oh, thank you. Likewise, I think it's
Aside from missing out on some of these purchases as we,
you'll catch up on them.
Mint a YouTube video online, which in hours, everything that we talked about will be minted out, hopefully.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. We really do.
Okay, Valerie, hit it.
Where you go, Valerie. Thank you. Good night. Bye. Good morning.
Wrap us up.
Thank you.
So here we are.
Yeah, quick thing.
Quick thing? Something else?
I said just one last note for you. For you. Go ahead. No, go.
Bring it on. Okay.
Wrap us up.
Let's just toggle it back and forth a couple times.
New and joining us and has no idea what we've been talking about for the last 9 hours with POAPs and POAPathon. POAPathon is a design service. So for you guys who are artists, this is also great. And for everyone who needs art done, it's also great. So it's a win-win. You can go to POAPathon.com. And what we do with our design services is we can create POAPs, NFTs, PFP, emojis, videos, logos, social media posts, and more. So if you need anything really like infographics and you're looking for artists, you can submit a bounty. If you go to our website here, you can request a design. And what will happen is that Discord invite, you'll see these requests here. So you'll see for this one, for example, they've requested an infograph here. And you can see you can actually get some money here for the first place and second place winners. So yeah, that's a little bit of what we do. So if you are an artist, don't be shy, even if you're new, give it a crack. You never know. You might be a winner of a bounty. So I know Pam and Brenda and Ozzy Down Under, they had submit some bounties for today's POAP. So we thank you. You are supporting the artists for POAPathon. And we definitely can't do it without people like you and the amazing community. So just much, much, much love.
Of course.
Wonderful.
And a quick mention that we are in a grant round with Gitcoin.
Yes.
If you want to
forgot
contribute,
to mention that.
We appreciate, we appreciat all contributions.
So if you're not familiar with Gitcoin grants, you can go to Gitcoin, GITCOIN.co. I think it's .co. And there's a number of different Web3 projects that are amazing that are looking for support. And you can support with like $1 and through something called quadratic funding that can go up to hundreds of dollars. So just take a look. We'd love for you to support POAPathon and any other projects that you find interesting. And hey, Beastodon, what do we do on Tuesdays, especially this Tuesday?
That's a good question.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we do
We
that.
fall upon a year of public service here.
Wow.
It is our birthday.
There's a lot of things in the works already. But we've
we
already
hope
started
you will,
unleashing bounties onto our artist mob, which is great. But yeah, it's our one year anniversary of POAPathon here. And it feels like 15 years ago, but
I know
that.
Yeah, very much.
So of course we love the crossover with the Australian audience, and we pride ourselves in the international audience that we have. So it's really fun. We're busy.
I'm glad we finally got a chance to be on the time frame of Australia, because I know that we usually we're doing our show at 3 a.m. your time.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm glad that I'm glad that we could be here with you all today. And you can always watch us on replays if you're asleep.
And I just want to give a shout out to, I just want to say to the Australian community and New Zealand community and anybody around the world, POAPathon is not just for certain types of people or certain types of events, it's for everybody. So you can reach out to the POAPathon community. You can actually help build your business by utilizing their skill set because they are awesome. So whether you have a Web 2 business, a Web 3 business, you want to get into Web 3, hit them up because seriously, this is 1 year and this is what they've achieved in 1 year. Next year, the year after, it's just going to go from to the moon, as they say in Web 3. So I would encourage you to reach out. The team have been so accommodating, really helpful, and I can't give them enough praise. So and I'm a control freak, so there you go. If I can manage, then I'm
great too. I mean, yeah, she wasn't.
Thank
she
you,
really.
thank
it was
you,
fine.
thank you
I thought,
so
yeah,
much,
she didn't get mad at us at all. It was great.
Why did I get
It was awesome. Really, you guys have just blown me away today. This has been incredible. Although I had to step away for a couple hours because I really thought I was just gonna like crash.
Any minute now.
Like even then, I was like, I kind of was like, what am I missing? What am I missing? So I got to go back and listen to it. So yeah.
The last time we had an hour, like, well, no, I'm sorry, like a special this many hours. I was this.
Fell asleep
for like 3 hours. But that was our 24-hour special, and we do have to cut it before 12 hours, folks, because they'll just dismiss the video on YouTube.
Yeah, it will disappear. So that's it. So look for Aussie POAPathon on Twitter, which is now going to be Tezaus, Tezaus. So look for that this week. Grab some of this art. Like, you're not going to get it for this price ever again. I'm telling you right now. So you better snap it up while you can.
I want a Lambo Lander.
I know.
I'm stuck here with all of you.
Is the same.
All right, it's time for you to go get your Lambo.
Yeah, you've got a week to get it. You've got a week to get it.
Time now. You can get it now. We can finish up.
And you can go get your Lambo. And a Lambo.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody. It's been amazing. I'm going to sleep now. It's been a pleasure.
What a great special. What a great
It's
special.
really been amazing. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, people from the down under.
Thank you.
We love
Us
you.
US people appreciate it.
Lovely.
Bye.
Been amazing.
They are just lovely. And the accents have been fabulous. Goodbye, everybody.
Yes.
Goodbye, POAPathon. We'll see you
Fill out the
Tuesday.
cracks.
All right. We'll see you in Discord. We'll see you Tuesday. We'll see you Thursday. We'll see you Friday. I don't know. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks so much, Pamela. You did a really great job today.
Are we out?
Yeah.
All right.
We off?
No.
Nope.
Oh.
Are we off now?